Hello everyone and welcome to the DSPT Oregon Day 2. I'm Oais Ahmed, your host for this event. Let's cut away to the table and meet the players. We're currently on Day 2 of this main event tournament. We see action underway. This is the first hand of the day. This is a $150,000 guaranteed event brought to you here by DeepStacks in the Chinook Wins Casino. We see Harsh taking down a pot. Harsh was on our feature table yesterday. He'd been limping a lot, something that I was pretty critical about. I didn't like the fact they kept limping. He kept limping and losing money because of it. Weak limping is... there's just no place for it at this stage in the tournament. See John in seat 2 over there. These players are closing in on the money, and the bubble is going to cause some people to play looser and some people to play tighter. It's interesting to see who's going to take advantage of the bubble. We have a raise by Nick with pocket nines. Howard defending his big blind. Howard also was on the feature table yesterday where he became one of the chip leaders. He's a very passive style. Nick sees one overcard. He's going to bet. Howard, for some reason, decides to call. Now, a lot of people at home are saying, well, he's calling to take it away on another street. I haven't seen Howard do that yet. Goes check, check. Nick picking up a flush draw. And Nick rivers a set. Action to Howard. It seems like Howard has bet 25,000. So he's trying to bully Nick here. And Nick rivering the set isn't going to fold. Howard got called. And a big pot for Nick right away. So Howard did try to take it away by the river. But Nick happened to back into his set. Perhaps his play would have worked had Nick not rivered that set. The blinds are 12-24. There's a 300 chip ante as well.
All right, Annie's please.
How's everybody doing? Getting ready to sleep, everybody? Day off, pretty good.
Fold. Fold.
Folded to Raymond. Looks like he's got a hand he wants to raise. He's at 5,100. Michael makes the call.
Fold. Fold.
See Patrick stacking his chips in seat 9 coming to this table. Table just broke. Heads up pot between Raymond and Michael.
Bet 92.
Raymond bets 9,200 and takes it down. Shows a jack.
Shows the jack of hearts. Alright, bet's good.
Some players are going to drop pretty fast. There are a lot of short stacks out there.
Give you a seat card.
Expect play to move pretty fast to the next couple of levels and then start slowing down as stacks become deeper. Even though there are short stacks out there, they still have room to maneuver. We just saw Brad in seat 5 call, and then he's able to fold the flop. He has over 14 big blinds right now, but he's definitely got to start thinking about reshoving instead of just calling.
Fold. Fold.
A lot of recreational players, when they play at this stage in the tournament, they still fall under their classic, I guess their poker style, which is, oh, I'm going to call and see a flop. Got to understand the value of getting aggressive.
Call.
Howard limping for 2,400.
Fold.
And Patrick in the big blind. He's not going to let this limp
10,000.
go for free. He's raised it to 10,000. Patrick calls.
Heads up.
Patrick flopping a queen right away. He's going to like that flop. He also has the ace of spades in his hand, just in case it comes spade.
10,400.
Patrick bets 10,400.
Call.
A little bit lower than half pot. Howard calls. Turn is a 9.
Check. Check.
Patrick checks and Howard checks back. Looks like a safe card for Patrick to bet.
Bet 15,000.
Bets 15,000. He wants to get value from another queen.
Fold.
Easy come, easy go for Howard. He's hitting everything last night. Today, not so much. Patrick stacking up those chips. Playing 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante.
Fold. 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 Raise 5,000.
Nick raising it to 5,000 on the button.
Fold. Players all in.
Harsh moving all in. This is a very easy decision against a button open. This is why you raise a minimum if you're Nick. You raise and fold to a jam with this hand, but you're comfortable pressuring the short stack. Harsh with a different game plan than he had last night. Last night he was limping a lot, seeing a lot of flops. Today, so far, he's gone all in.
Small blind still. 12. Fold. 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 Fold.
Action to Nick. Action to Patrick on the button. Patrick folds. Now Harsh in the small blind. He's got 7 deuce.
There's
It's
5.
just better to fold in the spot. You have the worst hand in poker. Your opponent's likely going to raise your weak limp. John picks up an ace.
65.
He raises it, and
Fold.
that's why you just fold. Sometimes it's okay to give your opponent a walk. And if you want to play a pot, it's better to come in raising, honestly.
Yeah, that's not, I don't know if that's enough policies are, but I think what happens is we just train them on.
Fold.
Thanks for joining us at the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Oais Ahmed. DeepStacks Poker Tour is next going to be the Sherlock Poker Room in Central California, followed by a stop at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, with other stops in Canada and England later this year.
Raise. 7,000.
Patrick making it 7,000 in the cutoff with pocket deuces. Getting pretty aggressive there.
Fold. Fold.
Action to Howard,
Fold.
and he's going to let it go. The aggression by Patrick pays off.
Players all in. Gold.
Brad moving all in.
Fold.
Decides Jack 5 offsuit's going to be his hand.
Fold.
This shows me that Brad is definitely aware that he needs to start moving in and picking up pots. You can't wait for a hand necessarily.
Fold.
However, being under the gun is probably not the best position to do it. Happens to get through here.
Skip. Fold. Fold. Raise. 5,000. Fold. Fold.
Nick raising up. Ace-8 offsuit. John in the cutoff with ace-9 is going to fold.
Fold. Fold.
And Brad folding the big blind. This is a DSPT Player of the Year event. There's a GPI Player of the Year leaderboard, and the winner of the DSPT GPI Player of the Year will become a 2015 DeepStacks Poker Team Pro.
Call.
Nick limping with ace-king suited.
Raise. 75.
Or sorry, Howard limping with ace-king. Or Howard limps with a hand we don't know. Nick raising with ace-king suited. There we go.
Fold. 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 Call. Heads up.
Heads up pot. Between Howard and Nick. Nick flopping an ace. He likes that flop.
Bet.
He's going to
10,000.
bet 10,000.
Fold.
Howard folds, and Nick takes the pot down.
Big blinds for 24.
Well, they went out last night.
He day 1A.
Yeah, that could be, yeah.
1A, and I didn't realize it was an 11 call until yesterday I came in for split.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Numbers on these two.
Chinook.
Yeah, sounds larger.
Fold. Raise. 5,200.
The raise to 5,200.
Call. Call. 3 players. Check. Check.
Howard with pocket jacks here. He's going to let Raymond do the betting.
71. Raise 20,000.
And Danny with a raise. Howard saying, I have jacks. What are you representing here?
Call. Fold.
Howard calls. That's going to get rid of Raymond.
Heads up.
Turn is a king. Danny putting Howard on a flush draw, maybe.
Check.
Turn goes check, check. The flush hits. If Danny thought Howard might have had a flush draw, his ability to bluff at this pot is done. He only has ace high, and he doesn't think that's good for a showdown.
25,500.
He's bet 25,000, and Howard's not going to fold. This is almost an instant call. Danny just lighting chips on fire.
I had pocket jacks last time. Had jack 5. 5 is like the second jack in the title. I should get a little better look at it.
That's good.
I always thought I had the same hand you guys. Me? Yeah. It's my turn to cook.
Canning.
Calculator brought it over.
Action to Patrick under the gun. He's got king, queen suited.
Raise 8,000.
Makes it 8,000. Kind of a large raise size.
Fold. Fold.
Not really a fan of this size.
Fold.
Pretty much only going to get action from a better hand by doing so.
Fold.
You're not going to get ace king or ace queen to fold. You're not going to get pocket jacks to fold. And when you do get re-raised, you're just going to have the worst of it.
I got so gross. That ace king hand you got last night over there. Unbelievable. They both flop ace king.
No, we don't have ace king.
He has suited. That guy's not. Because covered all spades. 5 clubs in a row. The guy. What's this at?
Player talking about a hand last night where 2 players had ace king.
I wish you'd taken it up and I saw my chips.
Fold. 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 Players all in. Fold.
Brad moving all in with an ace in the hijack. This is kind of a deep jam.
Fold.
It's a little bit over 15 big blinds. I think I'd be better off race folding this than just jamming.
Okay, let's grab one. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks.
Fold. Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
Action to Nick on the button. See this table tying up.
5,000.
Nick min raising. Harsh's big blind again.
Fold.
If I were Harsh, I'd jam here. I think calling's a mistake. This hand doesn't flop too well.
Heads up.
You're only looking to really hit your ace. There is the ace.
Check.
But the last time Nick raised, he folded to Harsh's jam. And that's one of the reasons I'd just go all in with Harsh's hand pre-flop.
Call.
Harsh check calling.
Check. Check.
Nick's slowing down. He picked up a straight draw. So he checks back. If I was Harsh, I'd check one more time. I don't think you can really bet much for value. Goes check, check.
Check.
And Nick reluctantly checks back. See a lot of players bet in Harsh's spot on the river. I think that's a mistake. I want to give Nick another chance to hang himself.
He said 8 high. Good luck, everybody.
Forest. Yeah. You know, make it sound like a god. Say it last night. I remember you saying that. You don't put it out there, so. Yeah.
Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event and get in the action.
We have a dealer change going on right now. Folds all the way to Patrick.
Fold around to 9. Fold.
Harsh looks like he's going to raise a small blind this time.
52. Raised.
John with King 10, this is an easy defend. You're in position. This raise isn't too big. You have a pretty decent hand.
Re-raise. 10,500.
John 3-betting. Harsh instantly grabbing calling chips. Not even thinking about 4-betting.
Heads up.
Trying to get a look at Harsh's cards. Harsh with King Queen. Ooh, King Queen suited. I think that's a little bit of a misplay by Harsh. I probably would have jammed
11,200.
And this is a problem with just calling, especially out of position. You're going to get misplayed way too often. We see Harsh calling here, but what's his plan if another barrel gets
Call.
fired? Turn
Check.
deuce of diamonds. The reason the five of spades popped up there is that's actually the burn card. And there is a 10 for Harsh. Harsh rivering the nuts.
15,000.
Harsh now leads the river. I don't know if John can even think of calling here. Harsh raised pre-flop. He check called an ace-high board. He's telling a story, and it's a hand that looks to have a 10 beat. You see John thinking of even raising here. He looked at how many chips Harsh had.
Call.
John makes a call. Let me see the straight. Big pot for Harsh. He's moving up on the
There was no five of spades on that.
chip leaderboard.
You're burn.
Okay.
So let's try not to do that again.
Okay. Great. Fold it around to 8.
Folds it around to Nick. He's queen jack suited.
Raised to 5,000.
Nick raising it up. Raymond gonna defend his big blind with king 8
Call.
suited. This is a min raise by Nick, so Raymond gets a good price. Huge flop for Nick. Flops top pair with a straight flush draw.
Check.
Flop is jack 9-10. The 9-10 of hearts. Looks like our
6,500.
flop sensor is a little bit off. Raymond flopped an open ender. Looks like he's going to make the call here.
Call. Heads up.
Turn is the 4 of diamonds.
Check. $13,000.
Second bet by Nick. If I'm Raymond here, I'd probably just let it go.
Call.
He calls. The problem with making this call is when the one-liner to straight does hit, it's not like your opponent's going to pay you off. And here we go. So 7 of diamonds comes in. That gives Nick a straight. Let's see what happens.
16,000.
Nick leads 16,000. Sorry, Raymond leads 16,000 into Nick. That's action on Nick. See that Nick doesn't like it at all. Saying, how did I miss here? Straight flush draw at top pair.
Call.
Nick pays it off.
8 for straight.
It's like, wow, I was beat by that hand. That's the reaction.
Turn into a straight.
Oh yeah. She knows it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, she was there when we said it.
And sometimes that's poker.
Oh, yeah, buttons here, small and thick here. Brad, would you go ahead and throw a...
Flop top pair with a straight flush draw, and the guy trying to an open ender that's not a heart gets there. Just frustratingly muck your cards.
I did notice when she went to the pause, she'd leave for about 15 minutes. Oh, sorry.
It's a blind too, it's alright.
Who is that?
She's a woman probably in her 40s, I think. Almost 40 or so. It says,
She's one of the
What's her? You gotta go low, man. You should know that.
she might have been 50.
She's like 22.
She's watching this at home, just angry.
Yeah, I know. She's all pissed off at you. Coming
Coming
after you.
Game
Fold. Or, sorry, action.
Might have position on that one.
Fold. Round 2.
Yeah, she could be like
7.
I guess late this week.
Call.
How much should you weigh if we're gonna keep going there?
Howard, or
Yeah.
yeah, Howard limping.
Now you're getting smart.
Looks like Howard
Fold.
isn't placing his cards in the right sensor.
Call.
Harsh in the cutoff with ace jack. He should be raising this hand. There is no reason to just limp behind. Well, Raymond waking up with queens. Perhaps a limp is going to save Harsh some money.
Raise and out. $12,200.
Raymond raising to 12,000.
I call.
And Harsh calls. That seems to be his style. He loves to limp call. 3 spades on the flop. Harsh with the ace of spades. We're going to see some action here. Raymond with no spade in his hand. He still has an overpair, though.
Raise all in.
Harsh immediately going all in.
Call.
Raymond calls, and we have an all in and a call.
Is that an all in and a call?
Harsh needs a spade, and he gets it.
Sorry. All in and call.
Can we bring the cards in, please? Sorry, guys. All right. And go ahead and give us a river.
Harsh playing a big pot.
Flush.
He gets there.
$860.
Big double up for Harsh.
And we got 50, 60, 70, 75.
You can't really blame Raymond.
79.
He bet. He saw the all-in. He says, okay, this guy likely has something like he does.
82, 83, 84, 85, 86. $60, 70, 75, 80, 85, 86, 87,100. $87,100. $87,100.
$87,100. That's what Harsh had on the flop. He went all in. Huge pot.
Thank you, yes. I did take yours. And let's see, throw me 1,000 for her ante. Oh. Raised to 6,000. Fold.
Howard raising to 6,000.
Fold.
Action too Harsh with ace jack suited.
Call. Check.
Hard flopping a king. He checks to Harsh. He's going to take his free card. Turn is an 8.
6,000. Call.
Hard best. And Harsh calls with just ace high. River is a 3.
12,000.
Hard best the river. It's going to be a tough call for Harsh, and he folds.
Howard, you're not the blind. You're under the gun. There we go. Raise 5,000.
Nick raising.
Call.
Harsh making the call. This is a bit of a loose call.
Heads up.
Huge flop for Nick. He's got the nut flush draw. Queen 8 deuce, 2 diamonds.
65. Fold.
Nick bets and takes it down.
Yeah, you've been burning the flop, kiddo.
I've been burning the flop. What is that? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Can you tell me?
Lizette, explain to him what it means.
I'm not sure. I'm burning the flop.
The reason that our flops have been messing up is the dealer has been burning the cards right by the RFID sensor. Action too harsh. He folds.
Raise to 5. Fold.
Dealer's next hand blinds are 300.
Raymond raising it up.
300, 1,500, 3,000.
Danny raising it up. Brad is folded. Action to Raymond. Danny in seat 6 with the 3-bet.
Raise all in.
Raymond going all in.
I see. It's 44, 49, 59.
This seems a little bit
You
deep
want to count?
of a jam.
Board, please.
A little bit spewy. Danny with pocket nines. He might make this call because the jam looks like ace-king. He's really thinking about this.
59,500 total. 59,500.
This is actually a very, very tough call. Mike Massow laughing in the background. It's almost like an evil laugh.
Call.
Danny makes a call. It's the right call. He's going to be a huge favorite against Raymond. Almost a 2-1 favorite.
All right.
Wow, what a flop. Danny flopping a set. Raymond with a flush draw. Raymond now with aces up. Raymond can hit an ace or any club. Huge pot there.
I thought it was order of the button, though. From the button. Anyway.
It's okay. Go ahead and
Thanks,
flip
dude, that's
the
so scary. That's like the worst ever. Dude, you know, yeah, I know. That's why I was like, oh my god, I didn't want to see. I just thought
Huge
that
pot
he
for
was very
Danny.
right range.
You can see his feeling it. He had to walk away.
No respect for me. Every other card in the deck.
Nice call. Wow.
Sickness.
So
He's saying that guy had no respect for me.
touch draw. Dupe.
That's why he went all in.
Had to put a little drama in there for you.
Yeah, right? I know, I almost folded. Seriously, stop trying to decide to flip tip or not. Not even really that strong.
Antes, please. Antes. And the antes are
Yeah, it's 15, 3,000.
300.
There's a new blind structure.
Blinds are up now, though?
Yes.
1,500, 3,000.
100, 3,000.
Thanks. Made a bad trade. What? What? That's ace 10? Oh, not that. The ace 10 versus him, but I put you on jacks.
Raise 9,000.
Patrick with a 3x big blind raise from under the gun. Danny folding ace 10 on the button.
Thank you, sir.
He just won a big pot. He doesn't want to get involved. I love Patrick's choice of a t-shirt. It's a Mike the Mouse t-shirt. The Mike the Mouse fan.
Antes and blinds.
I wonder if we can get a shot of the back of that shirt.
Oh, that one?
No blow-ups. MikeTheMouth.com.
Like the best and worst spot for me ever.
Much scarier than that one.
Fold. Call.
Action to Howard.
Fold.
He just calls.
Option. Check. Heads up. Check, check.
Heads up pot here. Let's check, check.
Check, check.
Patrick with just 6 high.
Check, check. The queen high.
Howard shows queen high. He's going to take it down.
Two pair with queen. Good luck, everybody.
Have a dealer change.
Oh, microphone.
Thanks to everyone joining us in on the DSPT Oregon main event. Live from Lincoln City, Oregon. Chinook Wins Casino. Can check DeepStacks.com for more event info. There's a live update team. And there's Mattisau and Tristan Wade still in the field. Nick on the button. John under the gun. We haven't heard much from John after Harsh beat him out of that medium-sized pot.
Fold. 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 Raise. 6,000.
So raise to 6,000 from Nick. He's consistently min-raised the button. Harsh defense with Queen 10 suited.
Heads up to the flop. Check.
The very dry flop.
Bet 7,000.
Nick gives himself a good price to win the pot. He bets half the pot. The play has to work just 1 in 3 times to break even. We saw it before when Nick raised pre-flop, Harsh called. Nick bet the flop, Harsh called, and Nick checked it down and lost. So out of the 2 plays, he's now broken even. Action to Brad under the gun. Yeah, I'm moving all in here with Brad's hand. But Danny waking up with ace king. Brad will still have 2 life cards.
Re-raise 75,000 announced.
Danny re-raising to 75.
Fold.
Howard folds.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
That's going to get rid of everyone.
Alright. No more action. Let's see the hands, please.
And Danny can't watch. He's taking a walk.
Queen 10 diamonds. Ace king spades.
Really bad flop for Brad. He's going to now need some runners. And there's one of the runners, Brad, turning an open-ended straight draw. He's an ace or a 9. It's never easy. Oh, queen on the river. Good game, Brad. Danny winning another big pre-flop all-in.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good game, Brad.
You can't blame Brad for shoving there.
Seat open on
He only
6.
had 11 and a half big blinds. One of the things about shoving Queen 10 is when you get called by a hand like Ace King, you still have 2 life cards. You aren't going to be called by King 10 or Ace 10 all that often. So unless your opponent calls specifically with Ace Queen or King Queen, you're generally going to have 2 life cards Of course, if they call it a big pocket pair, like jacks, you only have 3 outs, but that situation isn't that likely. It happens sometimes, but in the long run, Brad's going to show a profit with that play. Most of the time, everyone's going to fold. And it'll work until you run into hand.
Raise 8,000. Fold. Fold.
Patrick raises and takes it down. It's interesting that Patrick raises more from early position and less from late position.
I thought he'd show up at like noon, but he's not.
I was thinking that.
Hopefully all right.
There's Mike Massow and Tristan Wade, both in the same shot, both still left in the field.
Too close to big blind.
Did you guys go drinking last night, Kim?
It's 3,000.
Oh, it's good.
Are you giving me
John moving all in from the button. Danny in the big blind with an ace.
40,500 total.
How much?
Oh, sorry, 42,000.
Danny thinking about this. He does have the best hand. He is a pre-flop favorite. But he doesn't necessarily know that. This isn't the easiest call.
Quad aces for it before?
And Danny mucks.
Fold.
John says good fold. Seems like a little bit deep of a jam. John with almost 20 big blinds. I don't know if there's any hand you can really optimally jam for 18 or 20 bigs on the button.
Fold.
Action to Patrick. Surveys the table.
Raise 8,000.
Raises up to 8,000.
Fold.
He's raising bigger on an earlier blind level.
Fold. Clear calls 8,000. Heads up to a flop.
Howard calls.
Check.
Patrick outflopping Howard. Loves bottom pair and the gut shot.
Check.
These two players have checked it down in previous spots. Patrick bets the turn. And looks like Howard's going to make a call.
Call 8,000. Heads up to the river.
I don't know what hand Howard puts Patrick on. But sixes is fourth pair.
Check.
Goes check, check on the river.
Sixes. Ace 10. Or Jack 10, sorry.
Patrick winning another pot. Howard's stack continuing to fluctuate. We saw how Patrick got a lot of those chips. He made a big call for his tournament life on the turn, day 1A, with pocket jacks against pocket tens. Now Patrick with pocket kings under the gun.
Thanks, 12,000. Could you push that in a little for me? Thank you.
Patrick still on a tear. Action to John. 6-7 suited. He's gonna fold. Danny in the cutoff with pocket sevens. Some players would think of 3-betting in this spot, but now Patrick in the big blind with pocket tens. A lot of players would think about re-raising this spot. There's no reason not to. You see a mid-raise and a call. Opponents haven't shown a great degree of strength. Min-raise could just be with any 2 cards. Random aces. Patrick flopping top set. When it rains, it pours. Danny sees only 1 overcard. He's going to bet. Howard sees only 1 overcard. He's going to call. And Patrick's saying, what do these guys... Combined, Danny and Howard have a straight flush draw, but... right now, Patrick has a stranglehold on this pot. Both players only drawing to running quads or running straight. This check raise gets rid of Danny, but Howard a non-believer. Howard doesn't seem to think too much about his decisions. He just puts chips in the pot. Very safe card for Patrick. He's basically saying, no heart. Pot. Looks like he will. Howard drawing dead. Howard not giving any consideration to the 2 overcards. And Patrick now with a full house. If I'm Patrick, I think I bet really quickly here. Just throw the bet in quick, and maybe Howard will call you quickly as well. He's taking way too long.
Bet 60,000.
Howard thinking about this. And he calls.
2 hands, please.
Huge pot for Patrick. Not only does he flop top set, He gets it against the right player to pay him off. Howard, a non-believer, thinking Patrick might be on a missed flush draw.
Antes and blinds, please.
2 overcards and trips. Not scaring Patrick, or not scaring Howard at all from Patrick. Howard wondering what has happened. How did I lose my chips?
Option check. Heads up to the flop.
Patrick limping the small blind.
Bet 6,000 announced.
Harsh flopping middle pair. Thanks to everyone joining in on the live stream of the DSPT Oregon main event. We're here on day 2 of this $150,000 guaranteed tournament. The tournament did make the guarantee thanks to Mike Massow and his multiple re-entries. Mikey is still in the field. He needs to get a nice place to break even.
Exposed. Calls 3,000.
I wanted to do something sick for Cowboy. Well, yeah, I did do something sick for Cowboy.
I am always Ahmed.
I almost did something.
You can catch me on Twitter at OERockets. Also follow at DeepStacks for more information and our giveaways. If you give away, we are giving away Mike Harsh Limp and John with Pocket Jacks. Saying enough is enough. No limping on my big blind.
I think it's still sound like in range. Yes, thank you.
Follow DeepStacks on Twitter to get more information about upcoming tournaments and free giveaways. Giving away Mike Massow's autobiography, a signed copy of Check Raising the Devil. All you have to do is tweet hashtag don't have a clue right now. Howard limping again. Patrick limps behind. Basically want to make a hand on Howard. Seems like he's going to pay you off. John limps a small blind.
4 players in the flop.
Michael checks his option. Harsh on the button.
Check. Check.
Howard flopping top pair and checks.
Check it out. Still 4 players.
Harsh now with a pair and a straight draw. Howard still with top pair.
Bet 4,000.
Howard with a small bet. Can't see Harsh folding. You play 3-4 offsuit.
Calls 4,000.
This is one of the better flops.
Heads up to the right.
Pair of aces still good for Howard. bet 6,000. Looks like Harsh is going to pay him off. That's why probably folding 4 high pre-flop is the way to go. Howard stacking a pot after losing the big one. There's Mike in the background. Chatting up a storm.
Just that first one because it's supposed to be a break after that.
Oh, okay. They 3 together and then I see the other one.
Raise 11,000. Gold.
Patrick raising it to 11,000. Danny in the big blind. Seat 6. He's going to let go. Patrick varying his raise size.
No sweat. Turn yourself second. That's it. Yeah,
Action to Patrick. He's got to be one of the chip leaders of the tournament. There are now 27 players left. 18 make the money. We are here all of day 2. We're going to play down to a winner tonight. The only way a winner will not be named tonight is if all the players agree to come back tomorrow. But I don't think that's going to happen. These guys are ready to play.
7 deuce. I'm not even going to play. I'm not even going to play 1,500
We see some big stacks forming, some short stacks looking to survive. Hit that min cash. You'd hate to play poker for 2 days and not make any money. Bubbling a tournament is one of the most tilting things out there. Patrick with stacks and stacks of chips. He has his eyes on the prize. He's here to take one down for Mama. Action to Patrick under the gun. Folds Jack 10. This time he's raised it before in that position.
Players all in.
John just going all in with Ace Jack. John continuously jams for 20 big blinds. It's a trick that's going to work every time until it doesn't.
Cell phone on the table right over there, please.
We have a few new players at the table, as the table just broke. We're going to have 3 full tables of play right now.
Gary, can I get your antiques? Gary, can I get your antiques? Antiques.
Gary in C3. Gary not wearing his ever so popular Kiss My Bass shirt. Or Kiss My Bass hat, actually. He wore it the other day.
7,000.
What's up, bro?
Put your phone on the table for us.
Danny raising it to 7,000. Patrick in the big blind.
Oh, 7,000.
Makes a call.
That's up to a thought.
Trip 5s for Danny. Patrick flopping a gut shot.
Check. Check.
Danny checking back. He's checked back and he's let Patrick turn top pair. He can get some money out of him. Let's see if he check back to raise the turn. I think he should raise the turn. A flush draw did appear as well.
Raise 20,000.
Danny does raise the turn.
There goes 20,000.
Patrick calls. Danny maximizing value from Patrick. Flush hits on the river. Patrick can't like that too much. But Danny's been checked too. A value bet is in order. Knowing that my opponent can't call that much, I'd bet a little bit smaller here. $28,000 chip bet on the river. Patrick thinking about this. Should be asking himself what hands he beats. Flush got there. There's a straight on the board. There are possible full houses. Danny also could have slow played a hand like pocket aces. Patrick in the tank. I think he's going to let this go, though. This doesn't seem like a bluff. And Patrick folds. He makes the right fold. Gets away from it.
How was your bar trip last night?
There is a prize pool information. First place, over $37,000.
Yeah, there's no places to even.
And that beautiful DeepStacks trophy. There it is. Beautiful trophy. Gary raising it to 8,000 with king queen. Ben with pocket jacks. Just calls. That's going to let Howard in the pot with pocket nines. Ben flopping a set. Harsh with an open-ended straight flush draw. Gary was top pair. What an action flop. Gary bets. Ben raises. And now action on Harsh. Harsh with the open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. This is a huge flop for him. He may just jam here. He announces all in. He's playing power poker. This is how he got most of his chips. He hit a flush draw against an overpair. And Ben thinking about this, but this is really a snap call. You have a set. You don't put your opponent on kings. If your opponent has pocket threes, you have him dominated. His likeliest holding is a flush draw. And Ben calls. We're going to have a huge all-in right here. This is for one of the top stacks in the tournament. Harsh 40%. And he hits it on the turn. He hits the straight. Ben needs a board to pair. The board does not pair. Ben thinking of what could have been. Howard had pocket nines as well. Gigantic pot. Harsh came in today as one of our shorter stacks, and he has run it up.
Yeah. Hold, hold. Hold, hold.
Action to Nick in the cutoff. He raises.
Did you throw it out? I got kicked in the stomach.
Hold,
That's like really,
I didn't think that.
hold.
that's like really good race.
Hold.
9-3, 2 clubs, 9-3, I'm like 7. You know what I'm saying? I walked away. I didn't want to watch. I was like, God, that's like the best and worst one ever.
Hold. Hold. Call 3,000. Hold.
Howard limping. On to Patrick in the cutoff. I'd probably limp behind here just because Howard's in a pot. If I'm Patrick, I want to play as many pots as possible with Howard.
Checks.
Huge flop for Howard. Top pair and the nut flush draw.
Bet 6,000.
Gary best, and I'd consider raising. You want to build a pot, especially drawing to the nuts. And especially if Gary has a flush draw himself.
Check.
Gary now checks. Howard with the nuts.
Bet 6,000.
Gary with the king of clubs. He's probably going to call here.
Call.
River pairs the board.
Check. Bet 12,000.
Howard with a bet. Gary saying, what can I beat? He's probably going to get away. Howard wins a minimum there.
He's blinding out.
Interesting strategy. Michael Mitchell.
See if you can just ride it to the cash. Yeah, like another 200,000 probably did.
It's a less stressful way.
I think it's very profitable way though.
Raise 7,500.
Ben raising it to 7,500 under the gun.
Fold. Fold the
Hearts
raise.
folds ace 10 in the cutoff.
Fold.
He gets folded around. Michael in seat 4 has not shown up for the tournament. He doesn't have many chips either. It's not like he's a big stack. It's about 52, 53,000. It's only 12 or 13 big blinds at this point. Perhaps he's parting up last night. It's currently 12:40. So even if you thought the start time was noon, which it has been on the first 2 days, but today it was at 11, he's still late. So obviously it's something else.
Fold. Option checks.
Higher limping again.
Check.
Flops an ace.
Check.
Checks it back. Ben with almost zero equity here.
Check. Bet 6,000. Fold.
Howard bets and takes the pot down.
Let's go. I threw his card out there, and then I dropped a card here for him. Floor. I misdealt with the empty stacks being gone. Yeah.
Dealer on a misdeal.
That would have got you in trouble. Please, better that happened. I would have had to play with you with that hand. The blinds, I'd have to. Might even put you on at that point. Oh yeah, no fun. Oh, dude, you dropped me off last night there, you know? And like, I guess when John and I left, one of us unlocked like the doorknob lock thing. So I couldn't go in my room, so I had to go wake him up at like 1 in the morning. I felt so bad. Dude, his wife answered the door like a night dress. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys did what? She's like, oh god. Sorry.
Call 3,000. Fold. 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 Small blind calls. Option. Option checks.
Two players flopping top pair here. Danny with middle pair.
4,000.
Danny with middle pair and a backdoor straight draw.
Fold.
Danny folds. Makes a disciplined fold.
4,000.
Howard
Heads
calls.
up.
And Danny would have turned two pair. Look at him, he's visibly upset. He's getting over 3-1 to the pot. I don't know why he folded. With his potential two-pair trip and straight draws. Seems like an easy call. Plus the fact that he could have had the best hand.
Bet 5,000. Call.
Ben bets again. He picked up a gut shot. Ben looking to bet again. Just top pair and a weak kicker.
Bet 8,000.
Betting small.
Call. Let's see him. Jack with the queen, please.
Howard takes down another pot.
I figured I had pre-jams to be on the flop, but you did.
Please change, please.
Please, all spectators need to be one table length away from all tables, please.
The floor trying to keep control of the rowdy crowd we have.
Call. Fold. Fold. Raise 7,500. Call. Heads up.
Howard flopping a gut shot.
Checks around.
This is blind versus blind play. Howard actually had a double gut shot.
Check. Check.
Probably would have bet the flop with his hand.
Check. Check. Let's see him.
He's going to let ace high get to showdown and win.
It's pretty sure I want to more money.
Annie, please. Fold. 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 Raise 6,500. Fold.
Howard raising with ace queen and taking it down.
Sandy is that?
400, 2,000, 4,000. Take a break after this level.
XM blinds are up. Annie's 400. Blinds
Average
2,000, 4,000.
39,000.
Raise 7,000. Go.
John raising with pocket kings.
Fold, 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 fold.
You do have Encore too, right?
Patrick in the big blind. He's getting a good price.
You dealt me on the last 2 days I played there before you guys stopped playing.
And he calls.
Heads up.
Can potentially get in trouble here if he flops a pair. Instead, John was top set.
Bet 7,000. Hold.
John taking down that pot. Thanks for everyone joining us on the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Awais Ahmed, your host for the evening. Currently have 27 players left in this event. This is the final day of the tournament. We're playing down to a winner.
Raise 8,000. Go. Fold. Fold. Check in with me, please.
Hey, Michael Mitchell? Yep. This me?
Yep.
Okay, I'll check in.
Let me just see your...
And Michael finally showing up. Must have been caught in traffic. Hopefully he lasts longer in the tournament than it took him to get to the casino.
Okay.
And 18. Average is 139.
Please make sure your cards get inside the box too at some point. There you go. Thank you.
You've been playing tight today, Mike.
Huh?
You've been playing pretty
Raise
tight today.
10,000.
Everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was concerned.
Yeah.
$400 is the ante blinds 2-4.
Mike, do you have your cell phone where you're keeping all the cell phones on the table
Oh,
over
okay.
here?
You did? I was just thinking I wanted to bother to play further. Oh, is this for real? You need a face Still on something. Gonna kill it for you.
Hold, hold. Hold.
Howard limping with Ace King.
Raise 8,000.
Oh, Howard is raised.
Hold. Call 8,000. Heads up.
Heads up pot. Very dry flop. Howard gonna bet ace high. This is likely to be good.
Bet 8,000.
How many players start now?
37.
We have 4 tables
Is that
to
all?
start.
37 yesterday. So you got last to 10.
Probably wouldn't have gone if I didn't.
Gary folds and Howard wins another pot.
Well, was it new, wasn't it?
It started at 11.
Oh,
Hey
shit.
guys, pay attention, please.
I am now being joined in the booth by Mr. Chris Chirina.
What's up, bud? Oh,
So even later than a heck out of it. What's the blind?
what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, Chris? How are you doing this morning?
Good, man. A little tired.
Yeah.
Been a long couple of days. Monster pot happened on one of the outer tables that Matiso's sitting at. Guy flops a set of aces, and Keen from yesterday turns 2 pair, and they get it all in on the turn.
Wow.
Yeah, monster. It was like a 350K pot or something like that.
And it wasn't even aces up.
No, it was a set of aces.
I know, but
Yeah,
Keen he
wasn't even aces up.
seems pretty bad.
Hold. Hold.
How was your evening?
Hold.
It was good.
Yeah.
Hold.
I just went to sleep after I left the club.
Hold.
You guys keep partying or what?
We went back to my room and started talking. Talking poker, talking,
in.
you know, what guys talk about at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I usually talk about pizza at that time.
Oh, yeah. I was scouring my room for a protein bar or some sort of a snack, and I couldn't find it. There's Patrick wearing the Mike Matiso blow-up T-shirt.
Yeah, but funny that his shirt has a blow up behind the
Yeah.
red.
That's the newer version of it, I think.
When I started out, I was thinking,
Yeah, Mike Masso fan.
There he is.
unexplained events.
Glad you're all right, though.
Yeah, we were trying to decide again.
I mean,
Who knows? Patrick could be the next DeepStack Pro for 2015. How awesome would that be? He's like, you don't even got to pay for my airfare. I'm going to ride my Harley cross country.
I know, right?
Yeah. Imagine partying with that guy.
Oh, my gosh.
Some beer chugging competitions with him.
Right?
John in the cutoff with kings. Howard just limping. Howard's the player that you want in the pot.
Raise 10,000.
There's Michael.
Yeah, Michael finally showing up.
Might have forget today was.
Oh, and Michael going
there
all
he is.
in.
Just showed up.
And he's going to run into kings. This is
Oh, boy.
the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Ben folding nines.
Call.
Oh, boy.
See the hands, please.
Oh, man. Michael looks frustrated. Something happened. Caused him to be late today.
Yeah, but this is just bad. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
frustrated, don't take it out on your chips.
Yeah. You were saying that yesterday.
Yeah. Michael is going to need a miracle right now.
And that's not it.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for playing 2 hands today, Michael. Oh, he's picked up outs.
The gut shot. Gutter ball. Can the jack ball come?
Poker gods want to prove me wrong.
Ooh.
Oh. Almost. Kind of looked like a jack. Had a curve in it, just like a jack in the curve. And that's all she wrote for Michael. not in a good mood there.
Interesting.
John getting the gift.
New dealer coming in. Good luck, everyone.
Even played one hand. That's awesome. That's awesome. Queen Gun, yeah.
Caught his breath, too.
Yeah.
He saved you.
Oh, you did that one?
Stack up against Vegas. You did that.
I would have called him.
You would have won, right? I gave him one. Yeah, he turned the boat. He turned the second mess in the river. Yeah, right? He saved you. Of course, because you know you're way behind when he does that. Not him, but the other guy's behind.
Nice tweet.
As soon as your head
Yeah, we only have a few minutes left in this.
I know.
McMath, so
If we don't announce this thing, someone's going to kill us.
don't have a clue competition. We're going to let people register through the break. We'll announce it after we come back from break.
And if you're related to me or Oace, you do not qualify for this prize.
But if you're related to Genghis Khan, it's okay.
Yeah. Or Mike Matiso.
Yeah. Well, did you know that 1 in every 20 human beings today is related to Genghis Khan?
I did not know that.
Yeah, when they did the Human Genome Project a few years back, they kept finding a specific strand of DNA. And they traced it back to Genghis Khan.
Is that because of all his conquering back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could be related to Genghis Khan and you don't even know it.
I know.
Me, I'm probably related to Alexander the Great somehow. So Patrick had raised it to 12,000. Action on Danny. Danny with Ace Queen of Diamonds. He just calls. That's going to bring Howard into the pot. We're going to see a three-way flop. Danny choosing not to blow this pot out of position.
Oh, boy. Good
Wow.
flop for Danny.
Patrick with top pair,
Wow.
top kicker. Danny with a royal flush draw.
Danny is just super excited at this point.
He is. But he's against a player that's not going to fold very easily. Patrick with a jack.
What do you do here if you're Danny?
At this stage in the tournament, I'm probably just calling. Although you do see players play this fast. Howard folding middle pair and a gut shot. Sorry, bottom pair and a gut shot. He realizes his equity three ways probably isn't too good.
Ooh. Good
Turn
card
is
for Patrick.
offsuit deuce. Danny with a huge draw. Patrick deciding how much he wants to bet. There's no reason to believe his top pair isn't good here. Danny makes the call.
Oh, wow.
And there it is.
There it is.
The flush comes in. It also puts a one-liner to a straight.
And he looked like he just laid his eyes on Patrick's chip stack.
There's actually a note that I once read from Gus Hansen's book, Every Hand Revealed, where Gus made the observation that on the river, when people took time to bet, it's more likely for value. When they bet quickly, it's more likely a bluff. And we see that today. We saw action on Patrick, and he took time to. Sorry, action on Danny, and he took the time to think about his bet size, put a bet out there. In earlier pot, Patrick had a full house by the river, and he tanked for about a minute before putting a bet out. And he's really thinking about the sizing there. And it's just been so true so far today. People just taking times on rivers with value hands.
Do you ever over bet this pot here if you're Danny?
It's such a wet river card, and my opponent's likeliest holding is one pair. This card actually completes a lot of draws. It completes King Queen, completes something like 10-8, 7-8, Jack 8. It also completes any flush draw. This is actually a river card that one pair should be folding to, because anything Danny had got there. Patrick calls, and Danny's going to show the winner. The ace-high flush.
Nice pot for Danny there.
Yeah, you have to put Patrick on the total airball bluff, basically. He's turning something like Queen Jack into a bluff. There are literally only a couple hands that he can be turning into a bluff there that you beat. You think of those combinations, Queen Jack, maybe King Jack. Jack combinations are less likely because you hold a Jack in your hand. I don't even know if Danny calls with something like Ace-10 on the turn to second bet. So because of all that, it's a fold in my opinion. I am always Ahmed, joined here by Chris Chirina in the DSPT Oregon main event. Chris, the brains behind the acronym DSPT GPI POY, and that's what this event is. Go to DeepStacks.com to find out what the heck that all means. The Global Poker Index has teamed up with the DeepStacks Poker Tour to bring a Player of the Year leaderboard. The winner of the DeepStacks Poker Tour Player of the Year will become a DeepStacks Poker Tour Team Pro for 2015. Get all the amenities, flights, concierge service.
Yeah, sweets.
Sweets. Beers.
The finest foods.
The finest food.
We'll feed you grapes.
2015.
There you go.
And some company as well.
Absolutely.
Two players with a gut shot. Ace high still good here. Everyone checks around. Danny with 2 overcards. Danny has now picked up a gut shot of his own. He may consider leading here. He doesn't. And Patrick says, okay, everyone's checked to me. Let's see where they're at.
Ooh.
Yeah, Danny folded his gut shot. That's a little bit surprising. A gut shot with 2 overs. Howard with the best hand makes a call. River pairs. Ace-8 is going to take this pot down if it goes check-check. Patrick has decent showdown value. He gets notched.
B8 plays.
Yep. Patrick saying chop chop.
He wants the chop.
If you keep saying chop chop, it doesn't make it happen.
Yeah. Going along with the DSPT GPI POI, we did have another promotion running here during the series for the DSPT Oregon Series Points Champion. And that was awarded today to Harvey Penties.
So Harvey finally won.
And he's from Grants Pass, Oregon.
Nice, a local boy.
Yeah, 280.2 points.
Congratulations to Harvey.
So Harvey won the custom trophy, a 2-night stay here at Chinook Wins, a VIP dinner at the Chinook Grill, and an autographed copy of Mike Matisso's book. What more could you ask for? And his face on our website at DeepStacks.com.
You could ask for a 14-inch black something. But that 14-inch black trophy, big black trophy, will only be given to the GPI Player of the Year from the DSPT Poker Tour.
There you go.
We thank everyone for watching. You can go to deepstacks.com for more tour information. The next stop coming at the Sherlock Poker Room in California.
DSPT Central Cali.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a California swing coming up about. Go to the Sherlock Poker Room, then the Bicycle Casino.
I'm excited about both of those events, but especially excited about the bike since it's in my backyard. So.
Yeah, you get to sleep in your own bed.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I may want to consider staying down the street, considering how bad traffic is in LA. It'd take me hours to get home.
No, not if you don't leave during rush hour.
Right.
You just got to learn how to time it.
Yeah.
Anyone that complains about LA traffic just doesn't have a clue.
Absolutely.
Someone's dog is watching. Kristen's dog, Tyler, is watching the live stream.
Yeah. Poker Pads on Twitter.
Do you know Kristen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ben with East Jack in the hijack. You can't blame him for moving all in here. It's a pretty standard shove. If I'm Danny, I'm always flatting here. There's almost.
Are you isolating here, or are you
no,
just flatting?
I'm flatting. I have queens. I want action from other cards. I also want to induce someone to make a re-raise and hang themselves. I think isolating is a mistake because I don't think Danny is isolating necessarily with a hand like pocket eights, but he's calling pocket eights. So you want to really balance balance that flatting range.
And Patrick with
10-10. Yeah, Patrick was 10s, but... Oh, sorry. Did Danny have Nicks as well? Or, sorry, did
Nick has the queens, and Patrick just... That's right.
So Danny has queens, and Nick has queens. So there's another all-in. And this is why I actually don't...
Okay, Danny...
Well, Danny made
and Nick both have queens. Okay,
I think
there we
Danny
go.
made it 40,000 from what I heard. Danny not even paying attention.
Patrick absolutely has to fold in the spot.
Yeah.
Crazy that he's even considering 10s here.
Well, Patrick might not have a lot of experience playing this deep in a tournament, playing what a lot of players that do have experience know to be a standard fold.
This could eventually become a great spot for Ben. He could potentially triple up. He has one over.
Could potentially quadruple up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly makes Ben's play plus chip EV.
Max, three-way all in. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're not holding fade. Queens, ace-jack, shit, re-raise, and call the queens.
If I'm Ben, I'm not hating this
Got it.
spot
So
right here.
Danny, you re-raised pretty big. And this is why I'm just flatting if I'm Danny. I'm flatting because I want Patrick to go crazy with 10s when I have queens. If you're getting 10s to fold, by the way, we're going to sweat this before I get into that. Ben needs an ace or running wheel cards or running diamonds.
Yeah.
No, running diamonds are no
Not
good.
going to help.
So he needs an ace on the river. No ace for him. This pot gets chopped. Nick was free rolling Danny there with the diamond draw.
Best possible outcome for me. You guys both have your favorite.
They're going to chop up Ben's money. Tough break for Ben. He lost that big pot to Harsh earlier today. He flopped a set against Harsh's straight draw and flush draw. But if you're getting tens to fold with your re-raise when you have queens, that means you're only getting action from aces or kings. That's a mistake. You want worse hands to give you action when you have a big hand, like queens.
Have you read it? Okay, well, like, I didn't put you on. I gave you more credit than that. I thought for sure you had king races. Queens will make a stick. Now he's got to fade it all. Well, I call for it. Black on the end. That's why. Topping? Yeah, topping is better. That was weird.
Another player bites the dust. Players are falling in this field.
We're going on break, I believe, after this level.
And we were getting a tweet from Mr. Tristan Wade. Had 175K. Got all in pre with Queen Queen versus 9-9. He had me covered. And the nines end up flopping a set.
Tough one for Tristan.
So Tristan just busting 23 seconds ago. Unfortunate beat for Mr. Wade.
The last pro standing is Mike the Mouth.
Team Matiso. Tristan busting right before the money as well. I'm sure he's going to be saddened by that. But maybe we can get Tristan in the booth.
Possibly.
Nick on the button with pocket nines. Howard limps the cutoff. This is a easy spot to raise. Nick very consistent with his raise size. Just a min raise. That's going to get Harsh into the pot. This should be a three-way flop. Harsh flopping an open-ender. You don't know Howard's cards. Oh, it's a four-way pot. Harsh with a call. It's open-ender. And Howard with a call as well. Nick probably doesn't like that at all. He's probably going to check back on this turn. River is a queen. Howard bets.
Bet 30,000.
Bets 30,000. Overbetting this pot. We don't know what his holdings are. If I know Howard, he's got an ace. Oh, he flopped a set. Ace or better, that's what I meant.
Sorry, just get sidetracked with some administrative stuff. You know?
Yeah, fun
multitasking.
What do you mean? I gave you 50K, like the 50 of the
So have you decided when we are going to give this book away?
Yeah, we'll give it away after the break. Players are going to go on a break shortly. So only a few more minutes to get into this event.
We've given 2 books away, correct? This will be the second one.
The second book,
Second book. The last book that we have
You want to give that away too?
This is the last book that we
Oh,
have.
this is the last book that we have. Well, we also have shirts
And autograph photos.
and autographed photos
Yes.
too.
We'll give these two away.
We have 2 special edition Mike Masso photos.
Tweet which one you want.
Yeah.
We have 2 photos
Yeah,
here.
we'll announce it after the book giveaway.
Absolutely. You guys are going to love this one.
Yeah.
Definitely personalized.
Yeah. Gary flopping the nut flush right here, and Patrick with the middle pair. Gary moving all in. Seems like a pretty deep jam. If you want to shove, I prefer check shoving than just open shoving.
Patrick doing the smart thing. We have Janine Deeb and Will Thomas in the back working hard, uploading videos, photos, and the latest on the DSPT Oregon main event live updates.
No flannel, though. A little disappointed. What happened to their uniform?
I know.
Chris, you need to get your employees
Wearing the same stuff?
Yeah, you know, you need to get their
Yeah,
uniform.
I don't want people having freedom and you know, creativity
at all.
Let's get them wearing, you know, onesies or something.
There you go.
There we go.
DSPT onesies.
Howard going to open this pot with 7-8 of spades.
Looks like he's just going to limp. Howard's been limping a lot. Harsh limping behind with ace-10.
And through 8 to the flop.
No one with a club. Howard with a gut shot. Gary with a pair.
If you're Harsh here, do you fire on this turn?
If it gets checked to me, I'm firing strictly because 2 players have checked to me.
Right.
Good reason to fire.
Gary hitting trip 6s.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to bet out. And no one even with a piece.
Tweeting out the photos?
One of them, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, no, what happened? Ah, I lost my entire tweet.
The Don't Have a Clue campaign has come to a halt.
Oh, yeah?
So I think people are done doing what you wish, and now they want the book.
They want the book.
They want the book. They want the book.
All right, we can announce the winner right now.
I have no idea how many people.
Well, we gotta tally this up.
I know.
Why we need the break.
Okay.
3 players to the flop.
Bet 9,000. Fold. Fold.
They call a foul on that three?
That's what it looks like. I didn't see the action. What happened? If it interaction with that.
30 seconds left in the game.
What's the score?
You can't do it. 50 seconds.
Almost 50.
Almost 50.
48.
A little more. Caught backstage.
Shall we
Go-
announce?
Yeah,
Shall we
going
do
into
it?
your
All right.
random number generator
Yeah.
app on your
So
iPad.
here it goes. 1 in 48.
Raise 9,000.
John raising to 9,000 with ace king. Tallying up these entries. And number 41.
41.
Wow, a late bloomer.
Let me scroll down to the bottom here.
Gonna give you some work.
Stack 'em. Stack me donk.
Oh, Stack Me Donk. He's a live at the bike viewer.
There you go.
Hey, good job.
Stack me donk. You won.
Let's make sure he follows
Yeah,
DeepStacks.
he does. We'll follow back.
Yeah, follow back. Shoot him a message. Congrats.
Call. Fold. Call. Option. Raise. Raise. 19.
Raised to 19,000. Everyone folds. Good aggressive play by Nick.
I think people are really going to like this next one. They can choose depending on which one they want to hashtag. How about that?
Yep. So there are 2 photos of Mike Matisow here. One says, "I'm gonna kill you," and one
With
says,
his autograph.
One says, "I love you."
14.
All you have to do is hashtag in your tweet either one, and you will be entered to win that photo.
This is hilarious, by the way. These photos, I just posted them on Twitter. You can check out my Twitter at OERockets. So we see Howard limp the button. Nick raises with King Queen. Howard just calls. Nick flops a king. Howard with an ace and the ace of spades. Goes check, check. Howard turning a spade draw now. Nick with a gut shot.
At 16.
Howard calls. It's a blank river. And Nick has to decide whether he can value bet a pair of kings here. Is he getting paid off by worse?
At 20.
Howard now bets 20,000, and Nick doesn't like it. Good value bet by Howard, recognizing that a king is likely good.
Call.
Nick calls.
Mike the Mouth walked into the commentary area.
Did he just bust?
He just busted.
Sorry, Mikey. You played great today, but no bueno. Are you going to jump in here, Mike? Mike cursed too much. Good run, Mike.
Good run, Mikey. Players are going to be going on break here in a few minutes. Mikey giving us the storyline on how he busted.
Raise 10,000. Call.
Danny raising to 10,000. Howard flatting. Nick on the button. Nick squeezing with king queen, announcing all in. I like this all in. It's a nice squeeze play for a lot of chips. There's a lot in the middle for Nick to win. Danny folds. Now it's on Howard. Will Howard make the call? King Jack is probably a fold here against Nick's range, but Howard does not like to fold. Oh, Danny has not mucked.
Can't count today.
Danny knowing his hand is at best a coin flip.
Cursing is fun.
Joining me in the booth is Mike Masso. How's it going, Mikey?
I was just told I couldn't fucking curse, so what the fuck?
Looks like Danny is going to make the call. Danny deciding his pot odds were too good to fold pocket fours here.
What happened? How much did he call?
He called 58,000.
With 2-4s, that's a good call. I mean, he's a coin flip at hopeful.
Yeah.
Howard's never folded 58,000 with King Jack. This is the guy I tried to play against yesterday.
Howard is not folding either. And now we have a giant three-way pot. And Nick saying, what just happened? This all-in should work at least half the time, but maybe not against these two customers.
He just 68,000 and got called by 4s and King Jack, and I'm on the table of death with every great player there was. Every fucking sucker set this table. This fucking Howard. Oh my god. Free money. 58,000 per flop with fucking King Jack. Oh, it is suited. He'll hit a jack. I played with him yesterday. He don't miss.
Howard has not been missing lately.
Here's the flop. Look.
Oh, what a flop for Howard. He flops a straight flush draw.
Oh, Jim. What did I tell you?
Straight.
Just the nuts. It's fucking just unbelievable, dude. It's like shit.
And
Shit's
Nick
like
is going to be
rigged.
sick to his stomach. He's going to see the beat. Be like, wow. Nick would have won the pot if Howard folded. Danny had just called. He would have won the coin flip.
How could 58,000 King Jack? I mean,
oh, there's a chop.
I can't watch this. This is just painful to watch. I mean, these are the people I had to play against all day. I mean, for me, like I just had to run like 40% equity to probably win this tournament. I ran about 10. For all you out there who don't live in Oregon and you want to play poker in Oregon and you're a small limit grinder, I think you should move here. Because, yeah, this is some juicy poker around here.
We're here in the Chinook Winds Resort in Lincoln City. It's been some crazy action.
I believe it. Our table had all superstars at it. Nobody put a bad chip in except for one guy.
Oh, we've had nothing but bad chips in here.
Really?
Yeah.
Table draws everything. I mean, you got Howard. He just zipped in a 60,000 ball with King Jack. I wouldn't put in 6 cents with it. Guy opened shove for 35,000. I had Ace Jack. I just folded. Guy behind picked up 2 10s. I would have gone broke that hand. 2 hands I would have gone broke if I would have shipped. Instead, I got to double up, and then I got screwed. I wouldn't want to hear my misery.
Well, what was your cooler, Mike?
The cooler hand was like, guy raises in the cutoff. He's kind of short stacked, so he's, and I'm like, you know, he knows that I'm not real gonna 3-bet him a lot. You know, I like to play a lot of flops. So and now the small blind calls. So I call with ace-7 of diamonds. I mean, I can get away from an ace, you know, or whatever. But so we'll see what the flop comes. And the flop came ace, jack, queen with the jack, queen of diamonds.
Oh wow! So they're not flush draw
with it top pair.
Yeah.
So the small blind checks. I check. I'm gonna check raise all in. I mean, I'm ready to gamble. I mean, even if he bets, I don't give a shit. I'm ready to bet. Now he checks behind. So now I think my hand's gold. You know?
Of course.
So now the turn card comes like a 3 of spades, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds on the board, and now the small blind leads out for like 8,000. No reason for me to raise him here. I mean, I'll just call down. I don't think he has an ace in his hand for sure. Actually, I'm sure he doesn't. So I actually thought there was a chance he had a queen in his hand. I call 8,000 now. The original raiser calls 8,000. So I'm like, well, what can he check the flop with to call the turn? He either picked up a flush draw or has a weak ace.
Yeah.
So now the river pairs a queen.
Okay.
And now the small blind, who I thought might have had a queen, he checks. Well, hell, now I got a free bet. I got a free bet at the pot to get the guy off a weak ace or whatever.
Yeah.
So I fire out like 22,000. And the guy on the button, he goes in the tank, and he calls. Okay. And now the small blind goes, I call, too. And the small blind turns over, king 10, flop straight. How he checks this is ridiculous, because he bets a river I just fold. Yeah. And the other guy who had said had a flush draw, or a weak ace, he would have folded a weak ace. he had queen 10 of spades. He turned his flush. He did turn a flush draw. Made 3 queens on the hand. So it's just like a total. The dynamics of the hand is completely fucked. Because if this guy bets, like, what's he afraid of with the queen on the river? Nobody can have 2 pair.
Yeah.
If he bets the king 10 on the river, I fold. I save 22,000, which is it's a
Yeah.
lot. It's a lot of chips at the time. And
Of course.
so now now I'm down to like 45,000 instead of still having 70, where I can open a few pots, and then I just shoved like 2-3 hands in a row and got it back up to like 65, then lined it back down, and everybody folded me on the button. I had 2 deuces. I just opened, shoved, just hoping nobody has a pair.
Yeah.
Small blind and a big blind. I mean, what? Like probably
Yeah, of course.
I'm probably 90% for nobody to have a pair. Guy woke up with 2 sevens.
Oh, well, that's how she rode for Mike.
I flopped good. I flopped come 3, 4, 5. Couldn't catch a 6, but I still picked up an ace out. Picked up 4 more outs. Turn card came to 6. It was over.
Yeah, just hoping you chop at that point.
It was pretty gross. Played so good today. Yesterday. I got it up to 100 today, and I had pretty good control of the table. I knew what spots I can open in, and I just didn't let that hand with that ace 7 really hurt, because I didn't want to put myself in a spot to lose a big pot. I figured I can go from 100 to about 200 without risking a chip if I could just, or maybe actually pick up a hand, but I never count on those things.
Well, we are closing on the money here.
Yeah, I finished 2 out of the money.
Oh, so we're on the bubble.
Yeah, I finished 20th. To pay 18. I don't know if somebody else went out.
I think we would have seen some celebrating. So I guess we are hand for hand.
Oh, the one guy has 300,000. How did he get all the chips?
Just going all in with the worst hand and getting there.
I was gonna say. I mean, he was like
flush draws.
He was like as reckless as any human I ever played with yesterday.
He doubled up with a nut flush draw against pocket queens on a 10 high board. Then he doubled out with he had queen 10 of clubs on king jack 3 with 2 clubs against a set of jacks.
Oh, that's nice. So he was like 22% and got there.
And someone folded 2 9s as well. The pot.
Well, you don't see people were not playing anything like this at my table. People were so solid. Nobody got too fast. It was like I said, like 7 of the 9 best players at the tournament left were at our table. Which I didn't mind. Like, there's good players when your short stack is good.
Yeah, because they're going to fold more.
Yeah, you're going to be able to pick up more blinds than nannies. I like playing with more solid players when I'm short stack. But when I got chips, I want to play with the idiots.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Because good players don't call as light.
Right, they're gonna play solid unless you get too fast. But I had good speed today.
Yeah. So we are 7-handed.
Oh, this is painful to watch, man. You got like 6 of the last 8 suckers at the tournament at the same table.
Well, let's talk about your experience on high stakes poker.
Them guys are worse than these guys. Them guys try to show off for the camera and try and play like idiots.
What's your favorite hand on high stakes poker?
My favorite hand is when Daniel the donked off 150,000 to me, 200,000 with 3 9s, and it could never be good.
Yeah, remember that hand? He had 9-8 or 9-10 or something.
Yeah, I come 9-9 king and I check raise, and he 3-bet, and I just 4-bet shoved. He's like, well, you could have had ace-9. I said, well, doesn't that beat 9-10? Yeah, but I don't know. You could have had aces.
He's just praying you had aces.
And the other one, then after he doubled me up, then he doubled me up again. That's when I quit. I won 400. It's
what was the second double up?
The second hammer was
we see
there was
Gary 3-bet here.
4-8 blinds, and there was a 1600 straddle. So I flat called the 1600 straddle with ace queen. 2 more people flat called, and Daniel raises it to 8,000 or whatever, and then I re-raise it to 30.
Oh wow! Look at this flop, by the way. Sorry to cut you off, Mike, but Howard being hit by the deck, flops a straight. Gary announcing all in into the nuts. Gary with the
This
overpair
Howard's
and the
unbelievable.
open-ender.
I mean, this Howard is unbelievable. I mean, he's just unbelievable. I watched it yesterday. I can't believe it happens again. I mean, you just called 58,000 with King Jack, made the nuts.
And Howard even picking up a flush draw.
Guy's drawn dead. He's got an offsuit queen to chop.
And he's an offsuit queen only.
He's got 2 out. Have a nice day.
That's all she wrote.
Merry Christmas.
More chips for Howard. What a cooler. And I think that is going to burst the bubble.
It will, or they're on the bubble. On the bubble.
No, not at all. You have to stack.
Okay. It might be 19 left.
Yeah, 19 left.
Got it. So now we're going to be hand for hand. So you limp with ace queen.
So I just called the straddle with ace queen. Like 3 other people call, and then Daniel makes it like 9,000 or 10,000. Now remember, I've only played one hand in 4 hours, and that was the king's full against Daniel to snap him. So I re-raised it 35,000. I flat now repop at 35,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, so like, what's my fucking range? I mean, it's
Yeah,
you know,
pretty tight range.
A pretty tight range. Daniel calls. I had ace queen of clubs, and the flop come deuce 7-9 with 2 clubs, and I just go. I moved all in for like 200. Well, whatever I had left, 160 or whatever.
Yeah.
And Daniel called. We had 2 10s, and I just started laughing. Like, how do you just call with 2 10s? Like, what do you think I have? And whatever. We ran it twice. I won it twice. I made a ace one time and a flush the other time. That was it. I mean, it's like, do you really think that I'm just going to like shove an empty ace king there? I mean, his only prayer was that I had like ace king of clubs. That was my bottom of my range on that flop.
Yeah.
He thinks he ran bad. And then I picked up my chips and said, thank you all. Have a nice day. I don't play DeepStacks with a bunch of crazy lunatics. I took my 400 off the way I went.
Action to Patrick here. He's a Mike Masso fan. He bought your shirt. He's wearing it.
I like it.
I guess if you had someone to root for, it'd probably be Patrick, huh?
Yeah.
No blow-ups.
I like it.
Have the blow-ups calmed down, Mike?
The what?
The blow-ups?
Yeah, I've been playing really well. I thought I didn't play my greatest on the second bullet yesterday. I mean, I got unlucky for half my 3/4 of my chips, but besides that, I don't know. I thought I played good all day until the last hour last night. I thought I played way too passive. But today it came out. I played really well. I stole a really nice pop by a 3-barrel with an empty chair. Got myself to like 85. Then went down to like 50, and then back to 100, and I just couldn't. I don't know. I just couldn't get. I couldn't get any cards, and I just kind of got. Like I said, blinds kept going up at 10 big blinds on the button. I mean, I got a pair.
Yeah.
Like I said, 9 out of 10 times the blinds aren't going to wake up with a pair. And if they do, they pick up with an ace and a coin flip. I don't mind playing a coin flip. When I'm
no, definitely not
10 big, so it's just pretty fucking unlucky that happened. That's how people play tournament poker for a living. They are gotta be the sickest humans alive. I mean, I think it's the most disgusting thing in here. They'll never get me to like tournament poker. It's just stupid. Just aggravating stupid. Okay. Oh, is he out? Okay. I'll go with you. I want to go back to the room anyways to watch the games. Okay. All right, you guys go. Good luck. Nice chatting with you. And
all right, thanks, Mike.
Maybe I'll come back later and do the final table.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in here.
Welcome, man. Love you all. Love all my fans out there. Take care.
Thanks to Mikey for jumping in here. Very sporting of him right after busting the tournament. No one's ever in a good mood after busting, especially this close to the money. Harsh limping the hijack. John raising to 11K with Jacks in the cutoff. Nick in the big blind with an ace. They decide to fold. We are on the money bubble. And wow, looks like Harsh folds. Danny flatting the button. This seems like a pretty bad fold by Harsh. He could easily play to just flop a set. Good flop for Danny. Although there is a queen, seeing two queens is not the worst thing for two jacks. Makes it less likely your opponent has a queen. I'd rather see two queens on the flop than one queen if I had pocket jacks. Danny making the raise. He's pressuring John here on the bubble. Big decision for John. Did John announce all in? He did. Big all in for John. This is on the bubble. He has pocket jacks. He says, this is likely the best hand. This guy's making a move on me. I'm not going to have any of it. It's a really good read by John. He says to himself, if Danny really had trip queens, would he raise? Would he try to trap me? If he really had sevens full of queens, would he raise? He didn't re-raise me before the flop, so he probably doesn't have aces or kings. He may have something like a flush draw, or just an ace high, and he's making a move on me. Either way, John convinced he had the best hand when he goes all in. And now, especially convinced, given how much Danny is thinking. Danny obviously would have snap called with trips, sevens full.
I have a pair. Nice hand. I fold.
Fold.
Nice bet. Mitchell have ace king of clubs in.
That was the last hand before break. We're going to go on a 10-minute hiatus. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the glass float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1 and check out some beach cities and see what this is all about. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we've been open since 2005, and we have a contract with the city to have a glass studio where we offer classes to the public, and we started out just doing floats because they have this program where they hide floats on the beach here from the year 2000, and they've been doing it every year for the last 14 years. And so if you don't find one, you can come to our studio and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. These are This is one of the floats that I make, so they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,004, like the number of the year every year. So, and then they buy them from about 5 or 6 different artists, and they have volunteers that hide them on the beach. And they do it in the off season because they're trying to bring people here in the winter when usually it's pretty slow.
We've been cruising down Highway 1 all day, checking out the different towns, and we got to Newport where we discovered the Oregon Coast Aquarium. But then we looked to our left and we found the world headquarters of the Rogue Brewery. You can come out here, hit the gift shop, take a tour 3 times daily, and they have a different version of an aquarium, what they call the Beer Aquarium. We made our way down to the bayfront where we found this really cool street that has a number of local seafood restaurants. The Oregon Coast has so much to offer. Beautiful sights, great food, breweries, and of course, Chinook wins, where DeepStacks Poker Tour is hosting its event. Make sure you follow all the action this weekend and stay tuned at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Tristan Creative Wade. We are on our second break, and I believe third break, and I think you are our chip leader. I hear you have a ridiculous table.
Yeah, my table's been pretty crazy. One guy got all in with ace-jack versus aces for about 100 big blinds and won, and then he got in like ace-10 versus aces and lost, and then I just set-over-setted him in a huge pot.
What's the dynamic like playing with local players in all these different regions when we travel around? You know, we come to Oregon and a bunch of coasties is a lot different.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the poker up here is a lot different. It's a different kind of crowd. The game is different here. People play a different kind of style, just like any different region you...
What's the style like?
Style is, some people are very solid and tight, other people fire. And they don't really know the values of their hands and such. So, but, I mean, it's been great. There's some really good players out here, too, and it's action. I'm having a blast.
What do you think of Chinook Winds? We moved the tournament area upstairs into the convention area. I think I like this better.
Yeah, it's nice. It's spacious. You know, you have everything you need in here, liquor, food. I love it. It's great. We got the NCAA game up. I'm getting to watch a little
basketball. We know you love basketball.
I'm getting to watch a little basketball.
Not only does he love basketball, but he loves to rap. And we got you last time. We were karaokeing.
Yeah, that was
we going to see some of that?
Maybe. I karaoke'd last night, Randall and I, but
what?
We didn't do a good job. It was bad. I'm glad you guys weren't there.
I'm sorry we missed the action. Well, you have 39 seconds, so I'll let you get back to your table. I know you don't want to miss the juiciness.
Yes, thank you.
For all of you back home, make sure you follow all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matiso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the glass float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1 and check out some beach cities and see what this is all about. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we've been open since 2005, and we have a contract with the city to have a glass studio where we offer classes to the public. And we started out just doing floats because they have this program where they hide floats on the beach here from the year 2000, and they've been doing it every year for the last 14 years. And so if you don't find one, you can come to our studio and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. This is one of the floats that I make, so they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,004, like the number of the year, every year. So,
hello everyone and welcome back to the DSPT Oregon main event live. I'm Ahmed, your host for the evening. We're here on day 2, 19 players left. We're on the money bubble. Let's cut away to our feature table. Since we do only have 19 players left, there are going to be 3 tables, 6, 6, and 7-handed. Nick was pocket queens, moving all in. The blinds have gone up.
Are we at 19 or 20 players? 19. Oh, just wondering, because it says 20 there.
This is small blind jam from Nick. And Patrick folding an ace. It's really interesting. I think a lot of players would have called with ace-9 there. But Patrick deciding not to. We're going hand for hand. That means all tables will deal a hand and then wait till the hands on every other table is finished. Only 3 tables in play. So hand for hand play shouldn't hold the action too much. In a big tournament like the World Series of Poker main event, hand for hand takes a long time because there's so many tables in play.
Fold. Call. Fold. Call. Option checks. 3 players.
3 ways to the flop.
Check.
Pretty dry flop. Howard checks as well. Patrick churning a pair. Decides to check it.
Check. 3 players.
River is a 7. Patrick with very decent showdown value. Everyone checks, and Patrick's going to take the pot down.
Players, you must stay in your seats, stay at your table. There's no sweating action. I'll let you know what happens. Promise.
The DeepStacks Poker Tour is next going to Central California, the Sherlock Poker Room. You can find more information at DeepStacks.com.
We are redrawing two tables.
Oh, looks like they've hit the money.
Main stage, as well as the table closest.
There will be a redraw.
Dealers, go ahead and give me a high card at all tables.
If you want information on the bust-out hand, please check DeepStacks.com under the live update section.
Wait, Randy. Oh, we were six-handed.
We see the dealer putting out high cards to figure out which player will get the first seating card. That ensures that the seating redraw is totally random.
Who doesn't have 60? I know. 61. I mean, over there. Yep. Try to tell me those over the dealer. Yeah, I'll help you out. One more rack.
Yep, I'm grabbing some racks for you guys.
Actually, I got one, sir. Hey, we got one.
60, I'm just going to 61.
We're all basically the same spot.
Yeah. I got 200.
Yes. At least I know, yeah. One. He needs another one.
Would you have that last Jack? Okay, nice. Yeah, no, I could beat the 7, but I couldn't beat the queens. I couldn't beat king or anything like that, so I just had to. If I flat and check, what if I flat raise a turn then?
Congratulations.
An awkward stack.
You're all in the
I
lead.
think it's game on. Yeah. Or maybe, I don't know. Depends on the card.
39 is right by stage. 60 is on stage.
Neil, we need one more rack here, please.
Yes, sir. 1, 2.
What are we supposed to do?
Let's see, 6, 7.
These RFID sensors.
100,000.
So you have to put your chips like right over, I mean your cards right over, and it'll show on
A player being explained how the RFID sensors work. These cards are RFID technology. Each card has an individual identification chip, and our sensor reads them and brings them into our computer.
I take a pretty big hit. Yeah. Not going to be as still like a war.
This guy's toddler. I need a booster seat.
Well, I achieved my.
All right, dealers, if a player busts out of your table, please yell out pay out and your table number. Pay out and your table number.
There he is. Way to make it. Oh no, dude. I was hoping I'd at least get to avoid this guy. Mr. Blumpkins.
Okay, we're down to 18. Made money. Down to 18. Made the money. Anybody want to watch me live online? DeepStacksPoker.com.
Oh, wait. What was your first name? I know you were here somewhere. Yeah,
Robert.
I'm like, I know your name, but.
I wish I had moved from C6 over to here. No, the one right next to it.
C5?
You just sat there, bro.
No collusion.
I know your name. C5?
Alejandro.
think it means bathroom in French.
Seat 6. Can I have your first name?
Button will be in seat 2. Seat number 2 for the button.
Oh, it's centered in here? So you both like both cards face down.
They can be on top of each other. They don't have to be side by side. Because there's no cameras or.
I will stand
looks like
in victory.
There's a chip
That
inside
every shake.
reads the chip inside the card.
Seat 5. I'm sorry. May I have your first name? Thank you. I remember how to spell it.
They're chilling somewhere.
Just 1 minute, guys. We're getting situated up here.
So we put our cards wasn't working.
Congrats, everyone.
Good job, everyone.
Way to hang it in. Let the Seahawk going on it.
She is tough.
Annie's, please.
Alright, we're good to go? Good to go?
And we're good to go.
All right, dealers. Button in seat 2. 525,000. Shuffle up and deal. 18 remain.
And cards in the air, big blind of 5,000. $500, Annie. There we see the chips at the table. Amon in seat 5 with over $1 million. Joining me back in the booth is Chris Turina.
What's going on?
It's going to be in here in a second.
All in.
Sheila announcing all in the hijack. She's in the money now.
Trying to
I
get in
expect short stacks to start to get more aggressive. Danny with the call. This is a little bit of a suspect call. It's almost a gambling call. Now, Yacht in the big blind with ace-king. I think this is an easy rejam.
All in.
And he does. He goes all in.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Got you, Chris. How's it going?
What's going on?
And this is why I didn't like Danny's call initially. Now he is facing another all-in. Yes, people behind you can pick up a hand. Sometimes this concept fascinates people.
You gotta sit out in orbit too.
Huh?
You're out for an orbit too.
I thought it was 3 orbits.
Just 1 orbit. You just gotta sit out for an orbit. You only miss 9 hands though.
47, right? Yeah. 20, 40, 44, 43 is 47. 47. 47 more.
Chris, who runs the DeepStacks account, is now getting tweets that says, "I'm going to kill you."
Yeah, I saw that.
Three-way all-in here. Danny ends up making the call with Jack-10 suited. He has 2 life cards. Yacht with ace-king. Sheila with ace-8.
I like my hand too.
That's the best situation to hope for, really. Catch that egg.
Jackson, if I call her, I'm committed.
Just a little 3-outer.
Nope, never mind.
This is a 226,000 chip pot. Wow, and Danny outflops both people.
Wow.
So Yacht needs an ace, king, or jack. Sheila needs nothing. She's drawing dead.
Wow.
And Danny with a 10 with a double knockout. What a beat.
Wow.
Yeah, why does everyone say tens and fours? Tens and queens.
It doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter.
Danny shaking hands, very sporting of him, but he is now chipping up.
I'd be shaking hands too.
He is a force to be reckoned with at this final table. Sorry, second final table. It's final two tables.
Well, I have Jack Hand suited as only hand all the time. It's a short stack. I didn't like the overship.
Danny explaining his thought process. The bottom line is his initial call versus Sheila was not that good. He's behind her shoving range. He actually had the worst hand. You don't have a chip in the pot. Why are you calling? There's no reason to call.
I just came back from the buffet.
Oh, how was that?
Excelente.
Everyone's been telling me that. I'm jealous.
It's good. Today they have the Sunday brunch. Just wanted to let the viewers at home know that.
So, Chris, how about you anchor this for a little bit? I'm going to jump to the buffet. And what's so funny? Am I missing something? We're here at the DeepStacks Poker Tour Oregon main event. I'm always Ahmed. This is Chris Trina. Final two tables of the $1,100 buy-in event. $150K guaranteed. Thank Mike Massow for making sure we got the guarantee.
Yeah. Got it by one. Thank you, Mikey.
We're running a Twitter competition for one of two Mike Massow photos.
Yes. Digging
I'm
it.
going to kill you or I love you. Tweet which one you want to at DeepStacks.
Yeah. And later on today, we'll do a winner. Is that what you want?
So here they are. I love you. I'm going to kill you. I actually saw a funny tweet. Someone said, I want to win them both and
Right.
face them against each other.
Yeah, frame them.
I love you. I don't know.
Thank you, Mikey.
Yeah, you can frame these, put it up in your poker room or whatever.
I also have another promotion that we're going to run.
Oh, you're just promotion central.
Yes, this is actually money.
Money promotion, okay.
Sort
How
of,
do I
kinda.
enter? Nick announcing all in. It's a pretty standard jam. He has about, 15 big blinds? Might be a little bit deep, but because of the limpers, I like it. And Danny gets out of the way.
Nick, kind of happy he didn't get called in that spot. I don't know.
Well, if
Tapping
he saw
the table.
if he saw the cards, he'd be happy.
Of course.
But he doesn't want to be called by two life cards. Either way, it's he's going all in for value, so he's gonna show a profit either way.
This is Armin's second time at our feature table.
At least you guys all made the money. That's pretty unreal for our group. Fold.
Danny with pocket tens. And look at how he's going to play this hand differently than when he had ace-3 last hand. He's just, by limping, he's just giving away his hand strength. And now Nick with ace-10 suited. Nick's saying, well, I went all in against Danny last time and I won. He just folded. Maybe he's going to fold again. I wouldn't blame him for going all in here. And maybe Danny should have just limp to induce the all-in. Nick counting out his chips. Saying, okay, I have 21 big blinds. He's announced all in. He didn't want a 3-bet fold. He didn't want a 3-bet call, so he ends up just moving all in. Yeah, this is snap call for Danny. It's, he has pocket tens. There aren't many hands that beat him. It's very likely his opponent has just a hand that doesn't crush him. You know, if his opponent has 2 8s, Danny's a big favorite. If his opponent has king queen, well, you're coin flipping. Either way, you have the pot odds. In this case, Danny is a 65% favorite.
Call. All in and a call.
Here we go.
Nick needs clubs or an ace. Oh, now he's flopped a straight draw too. Nick can hit a jack or an ace. He has 7 outs.
This
and
is
now
interesting. Another queen.
Now a queen. He has improved to 10 outs. Ace, jack, or queen.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
Wow. Wow, Danny is just shell-shocked right now.
Well, I know Danny's disappointed. He
Yes.
lost the flip. He got rivered. But he just busted 2 players 2 hands ago. So if he looks at his all-in EV, his all-in expected value, he's still probably running above all-in EV. It just sucks to get rivered, especially in a big pot. Nick getting second life. Make sure you check DeepStacks.com to follow all the live updates for this and every other DeepStacks event. Janine Deeb is doing a wonderful job in interviewing players during breaks. It's an interview with our casino champion, Harvey.
Yep.
As well as an interview with Mike Masso about shot clocks and poker. Howard finds a fold under the gun.
Fold. And fold it to the button. Fold. I just raised 10. Raise 23,000. Fold.
Thanks for everyone on the YouTube live stream watching us. You can also subscribe to the DeepStacks Poker YouTube channel.
Yep, about to put that out there. Last time I checked, we had about 70 people watching.
70? It was over 100, actually.
Oh.
At break, yeah.
Well, hello to the 100.
Yeah. If you want to see how these players got here, you can watch Day 1A and Day 1B. Videos are up on YouTube.
Fold. Raise to 15,500.
So raise to 15,000. and 500. Action to Rob. Sorry, action to Amon. Rob only had 54,000 behind. This seems weird. I probably would have just jammed with a stack. Seems like the raise is going to get through.
Fold it to the small blind and sell that.
Okay, we might have his stack wrong. He probably has more than 50,000.
Big blind. That's right.
Because I'd imagine if he only did have 13 big blinds, he'd go all in.
So where are you off to after this?
Going back home.
Oh,
Going back
nice.
to L.A.
Nice.
Probably going to stay in L.A. for a while. I've been thinking about making a trip to Florida.
Oh, nice.
As well. And maybe to Turlock.
See you there. That would be cool.
Yeah, we'll see. I plan a lot of things more last minute than anything else.
Oh, typical poker player.
Yeah.
Raise to 12,000. Fold. Fold. Button fold.
Danny in the small blind with 8-7 suited. It's a pot against Amon, who is a chip leader at this table. Probably the chip leader of the tournament. Is over a million.
Over
in
a milli.
chips.
A milli.
So when you guys made your structures, were they Alan Kessler approved?
They were Tristan Wade approved.
Because I'm telling you, this structure has every single level. You guys went to 1224.
Yep.
1500 3000.
Yep.
2K 4K.
Yep.
2500 5K. I thought there would be a jump from like 2K 4K to 3K 6K. Nope.
Oh, no way.
No way.
We got some of the best structures in the industry. Yeah, Tristan Wade approved. I like Alan Kessler, but we have our own approval process here at DeepStacks.
Well, Kessler approved is more of a saying than
Yeah,
an
right.
actual approving.
Exactly.
Fold it on the button. Fold. Fold. Button, sir. Thank you.
Armand with another pot.
Is it Armand or Amand?
Armand?
Amand? I don't know. Looks like UConn beat State in the Elite Eight game.
I know. I'd like to know what the Michigan-Kentucky game is right now.
Yes. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Look, your iPad. You're so resourceful, always.
Why, thank you. So tweet hashtag kill you, hashtag love you.
Yeah.
At DeepStacks.
And then we're going to have a really cool promotion after this one from our friends over at offtiltpokertables.com.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I might have to jump into this promotion
Oh,
sometime.
yeah. Same company that built the poker table you're watching right now on the live stream. Winner also taking home the custom green glassed U trophy.
Is that a U?
That is a U.
I thought it was actually modeled after a female body part.
Your mind, man.
Oh,
You're
I was
all
talking-
over the
I
place.
was thinking about the ribs. I don't
Gotcha.
know. I don't know what you were thinking.
Custom trophy. Find all the information out from deepstacks.com on the next stop on our tour at Turlock, California,
Do you have a-
DSPT Central Cali.
Do you have a picture of the 14-inch big black trophy?
The POI, DSPT GPI POI?
Yeah.
No. Unfortunately, I have not
I think
seen
as
one
much
of those.
as we've pumped it up, people want to see it.
Hey, you never know. It could be on your mantle.
Danny with pocket jacks. It'll be my pickup line at bars.
You want to see my 14-inch Big Black trophy? No, really, I have one. It's on my
Oh,
shelf.
wow. Look at this.
Oh, boy.
I'm on with aces in the small blind. Depending on what kind of metagame these two players have against each other, Amon could raise, and this could be a really big pot.
Raised to 27,500.
Actually, if I'm Amon, I think I'm raising it a little bit bigger, just to build a bigger pot. Because if Danny has no hand, I think he's just going to fold. If he has a real hand, like pocket jacks, we're going to play a pot. And I want to play a bigger pot with pocket aces.
Two players.
I want to target his entire stack. King on the flop. That overcard may scare Danny. If Amon has ace-king, he has now got there.
Okay. 25,500.
Amon with a nice size bet.
Very nice.
Danny, you fold, and I think Amon shows. The only reason I show is if I use that information that now I've given Danny against him by bluffing him later.
But, oh, he's not a villain. He's a nice guy. Just want to run good.
There are the chip counts.
Amon with over 1.2 million now. Danny, the second biggest stack, only 330,000. That is still an above average stack in the tournament, but it looks so small compared to Amon's 1.2 million.
Exactly.
This guy could really start running this table over if you
Absolutely. He played really well yesterday too. For the viewers at home, didn't get a chance to watch day 1B. How's the commentary with Matiso? Entertaining as usual?
Yeah. I think Mikey was a little bit frustrated they just busted.
Right.
Action to Danny.
Raise 12,000.
He raises 12,000. I'm out on the button. I would 3-bet him here. I have an ace. I just showed him aces, and he showed me that he's going to fold jacks to me. Are you kidding me? The guy's folding jacks to me. I'm going to raise him. But Amon doesn't. Amon can really start pressuring Danny, because Danny has a stack that he wants to cruise into the final table with. If you understand that, you can start pressuring him to either play a big pot to you or just surrender. And so far, Danny has surrendered to aggression.
Well, I'm not doing anything unless hit a set after that. And then I'm just probably going to open ship, you know what I'm saying? And just crack my mind. That's your last minute, you said? Cross my mind.
Nick with King 10. Folds. Action to Amon. As chip leader, you should be opening almost any 2 cards here. He folds. Steve flipping on the button with 5 high. I'm not a fan of that play. And Keith with aces raises it to 10,000 more. Oh, he makes it 10,000 straight. Min raise. Flops a set. No one else with anything. Best 10,000. Steve with a whole lot of nothing. He has the exact same hand he had pre-flop, which is Quadouche. And a raise by Matt. Matt with just a 6. He's putting in a re-raise. I probably would have flatted and played a turn in position against this guy. He's likely to be bluffing.
Huh?
It's like you held on to most of your chips even though you got kind of cooler.
Yeah, I gave him 27, 50, 27.5.
Only 5 big ones.
I should have folded 3.
I would have been
I was going to, and then I was like, I don't know what's going on right now. I have to say a flop.
It's kind of bogus when you're reserved to set mining with jacks.
I got invited to a game in Portland.
Did you really?
Yeah, Christopher Sigmund says he'd love to meet me. He's enjoying the live stream and wants to invite me to his Big O game.
Wow. Interesting.
Wendy Weissman saying she agrees with the Chinook Wins tagline, better at the beach.
Yes. Agreed.
She lives in Hermosa Beach.
Really?
Yeah.
One of my favorite places on the earth. Let me just tell you that. Hermosa Beach is unbelievable. Shout out to Hermosa Beach.
Matt betting 15,000. That's gonna win it. The pot.
But the fade 3 outers is what I gotta do. I gotta fade 3 outers. Oh, I guess 7
I think if you really want to improve your late tournament game, start folding 5 suited and 5-3 suited. That will save you a lot of money in the long run. People always have this ill-conceived notion that, oh, if I hit a big hand, I'm just going to stack them with 5-2 suited.
I mean, like I said, I don't mind calling. I don't really mind 20 bigs being overshipped with ace 10. Don't want to break.
It just doesn't happen. I'm always Ahmed. Chris Turina is to my right.
What up?
The live stream is to my left.
And we're rocking and rolling here.
And this maple donut is going to be in my mouth soon.
Oh, my Lord.
Matt raising it to 15,000 in the cutoff. Keith just flattening the button. I would probably 3-bet his hand on the button. He's flop top pair. Matt with middle pair. You can't like the fact that it's all clubs. He's checked. No reason for Keith not to bet top pair. Matt with no club in his hand. he's probably going to surrender, and he does.
Are you going to go to the Big O game? Probably don't have time.
Yeah, I'm not going to have time. I'm flying out Monday.
The Big O is a hugely popular game there in Portland.
Yeah. Seems like it.
We are introducing a new chip. It's the white chip. It's worth $25,000. White chips are now in play. $25,000.
KevMath tweeting our live stream link out. Thanks, KevMath. Have you met Kev?
Yeah. He came out to our first Mohegan event. I invited him out. He hosted one of the tournaments.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice guy.
Yeah, great guy. Wow, Rob flopping the nuts. How do you even play that? You just flop the stone cold nuts. You hope your opponent has something to call you with. Rob is checked. I'm on with second pair. He could think about pot controlling here. He doesn't want to get check raised off his hand. He doesn't want to run into an ace either. But he bets. He takes the aggressive line. Doesn't want to give a free card to a medium strength heart. How does Rob play this? Sneaky, sneaky, just calls. Trying to trap the chip leader. Goes check, check on the turn. River brings nothing. Rob has to think about betting here. I'm on likely check back with some showdown value. If you hand read Amon as weak in this spot, maybe betting small will do the trick. Once again, comes down to that timing thing I talked about earlier. Look at how Rob timed down his bet. I think he would be much more likely to have been called if he instantly went all in, rather than think about it and go all in. Amon can't beat a king. Sorry, an ace. He has a king. He can't beat hearts. It is a confusing line by Rob. And that's why Amon might make the call. He's asking himself if Rob would shove just an ace. Rob didn't shove pre-flop, so he's saying to himself, okay, Rob likely doesn't have ace-king. He may have ace-10. That's the whole thing that that Rob might shove with. But would Rob shove with ace-8 here? Probably not. So Amon is thinking either this guy has a flush, ace-10, or nothing. That's making a polarized bet, because Rob is not merging for thin value. I'm on getting a decent price at the pot, too. But as Johnny Chan says, there are no such thing as pot odds on the river. You're either ahead or you're not. He makes a fold. Good fold by him. Now the player's talking about the hands and he's telling him what he had. I don't like that. Keep him guessing.
Keep him guessing.
Yeah. Why give him all that information for free? Matt raising it up. He's calling. I don't like Keith's call. Just goes under some of the fundamental poker theories. Gap theory being the name one. I'd rather raise with King Nine suited than call with it. Especially given that I'm on his big blind. And look at this. This is why Keith should have folded. He has now been coolered. The king high flush draw against the ace high flush draw. We don't know mass cards. Matt has bet. Keith calls. If I'm raising here, I'm drawing to the nuts. I'm also drawing to an ace if my opponent has a jack, or maybe queens or kings. I'm basically not dominated by most hands. Sets obviously dominate me, ace jack, but that's it. Any other holding my opponent has, I'm pretty much ahead of. You also have the chip lead if you're Amon. You can afford to force these people to play big pots. It won't hurt you. You can't go bust. And these guys can go bust. He's announced raise. I'm making it big here. I'm probably making like 85. I want them to know that they're going to have to put their chips in. Makes it only 55. You can get rid of Matt, who has ace-7. Keith with the king-high flush draw. Keith drawing only to 6 outs to win here, a king or a 9. Makes a call. 180K in this pot. Amon is probably jamming every turn. Especially that turn.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was not the turn. The 5's the turn.
5. 5 of diamonds.
Amon picking up a gut shot. What happened there was a dealer actually put the burn card on our flop sensor.
Right.
I just set this guy all in. There's no reason not to. Because you aren't folding if he jams. You might as well make him fold a pair if he has a pair. And Keith gets out of the way.
Amon imposing his will.
Yeah, imposing his will, but he had the best hand and the best equity. Amon now is pocket nines. He's in the small blind. This is against Keith. Keith doesn't have that many chips. I'm probably 3-betting here and getting the money in if he decides to jam. This is only a min-raise. Pocket nines is a fairly strong hand pre-flop. Only 10s through aces beats it. I'm on 3-betting. Oh, it's Armand. Okay, so
yeah, Armand.
Yeah, we changed the spelling. Armand.
Armand Hammer.
Armand imposing his will. That's what we need to see. Just start pressuring these smaller stacks, keep winning pots, and grow that chip lead. Armand is in a spot where he needs to keep trying to accumulate pressure players because of the pay jumps and have a real shot at winning this tournament.
Not sure if you were able to see it, but did you get a chance to view Tristan's interview with Janine Deeb?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Talks the poker industry. You go to the DeepStacks YouTube channel or go right to deepstacks.com and click YouTube to see what Tristan had to say about the current state of affairs in our industry.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I did get to see some live Tristan mingling last night.
Yes, yes. He definitely had a lot to say. Always encourage people to be passionate about the things they believe in.
Passion is contagious.
Yes.
I'm passionate about giving away some Mike Masso pictures. There's an all-in here. Steve going all-in with ace-8 suited. Nick with ace-9 suited. This is an interesting spot. I probably would have folded his hand, but looks like he's making the correct call. Ace-9 against ace-8 here. Has him notched by 1.
Here we go.
Each player with a suited ace.
Oh. There we go. They're 9. A little premature for Steve.
Oh, and the diamonds. So Steve lowering his outs. And Nick with a flush draw, or a flush now.
Good game, gentlemen.
And Steve makes a little bit of money.
Good call by Steve pre-flop.
He has both sides.
They said you could have a straight in there, right? A straight in there with you to get it for It's kind of hard when you're sitting there with the stone.
Another one bites the dust. These players are following as we are approaching our final table.
Were you afraid of those hearts?
Keith with pocket sevens. Looks like he's going to bet. Seeing two overcards. Danny in the hand. Danny in the big blind. Danny makes a raise with a complete air ball. He's making the read that Keith's got none of this. Keith really got himself into the spot by not going all in pre-flop. He was short in chips. He had a decent pair. And his opponents hadn't shown any strength. Good play by Danny. Pressuring Keith for his entire tournament life. Taking it down. Wow, what a rock star Tristan
I know.
is.
He did the interview with his shades on, too.
Keith now announcing all in from the button. So it would have been so much better if you had gone all in last hand. You'd have
Right.
more chips. Everyone folds around, but Keith would have 40,000 more or something right now. We're here live in Chinook Wins Casino. Chinook? Did I say it wrong?
You actually said it closer to the correct way. Than
I was actually practicing at home.
Yeah, I'm sure. Looking in the mirror. Chinook. Chinook.
Yeah, Chinook. Yeah, Chinook. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Chinook Wins Casino here in Lincoln City, Oregon.
Yeah, beautiful. It's beautiful outside, by the way.
It really is. The DSPT Oregon main event.
Yeah.
Live here on day 2. We're playing down to the final table and a victor tonight.
Yes.
I'm Ois Ahmed. Besides me is Chris Turina and a half-eaten donut.
And a banana that we never had one of our dealers.
Yeah. What happened to Shauna?
Shauna went to go deal cash
And she never came back.
And she never came back.
She's never heard from again. Danny betting the flop and taking the pot down.
Got some numbers back from the staff here.
Yes.
Over the course of the 9-day event, we had almost 1,100 players. Not
pretty
bad
good.
for 2.5 hours west of Portland, Oregon.
No.
If you don't know where this place is, folks, it is literally on the beach.
Yeah, it's a great location, but
Great
it's
location.
far from the airport.
Yes, very, very
It's
far.
the type of place that you come out here, go to the beach, go check out the glass blowing.
Yep.
Go to the casino and go golfing. There's a
Yes, beautiful, beautiful country club here.
Yeah, there's a country club that has a shuttle going to and from the casino as
Yep.
well.
Give you some sort of idea how the players here love poker and are loyal to DeepStacks and continue to come out here and take the 2.5-mile drive from Portland to come out here and do battle for the DSPT championship.
Well, when they heard you were giving away big black 14 inches. they just
No, it's only 9 inches, the trophy.
No, but overall.
Overall.
What happened? You put the trophy in a pool?
We got an issue here.
Something about an exposed card?
Yeah. Kim, the dealer. Him, Poff, explaining to Neil, the floor staff, supervisor. See if we
She
worked
says she
out the
thinks
issue.
the card flashed. Okay, the player is not all in. That is a mistake. Okay, there's a raise to 12,000 by Danny. Matt is not all in. That's just an error in the graphics. Danny raised it and took the pot. And on to the next hand. That Mistio kind of caused a confusion with the computer as well. So we're probably 12 or 13 handed right now. So a 6-handed table. So the other table is probably 6 or 7. It also could be 5-handed over there. There we go. 13 left.
13 left.
Round 16. First place. Over $37,700.
Nice little payday.
$27. Over it by one.
Yes. $37,000 would be nice money.
Not bad for 2 days of poker.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have played Friday, got to the music concert here in the casino last night.
That's why the bar was packed last night.
Yeah.
I have been here 4 or 5 times. 3 times with the DSPT event. Twice on my own, actually. Can you believe that? And that is the most packed I've seen that bar.
You know what really is? Is the party follows me.
Is it you?
Yeah, wherever I go, everyone always says, oh, this is the most packed it's been. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
I just have that luck.
Yeah?
Yep.
They must have been so excited to see you sipping on water last night. That's what it is. They saw you in the blazer drinking a glass of water. They said this guy just screams party.
It has nothing to do with me. I'm just saying.
Gotcha.
I just have that luck wherever I go.
Gotcha.
There's always a party.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
I show up to Chinook Wins.
Yeah.
And record-breaking crowd.
Record-breaking.
The biggest poker
Party?
tournament. No, biggest poker tournament main event you guys have had here, right?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, okay.
Slightly bigger.
Slightly bigger.
But I will give you credit for Mikey buying in 3 times to get us over
the
$150,000 guarantee. But yeah, but I did notice that you do bring the party with you always.
People liking my Instagram video of Mike Masso
doing push-ups, yeah.
There we see the trophy in the background. That's what the winner's going to get.
Yep. That's it. Just the trophy.
Not the candles.
Not the candles.
What do you do with the candles?
They're actually not real candles, obviously.
Are they yours?
No, they're the casino's. But we are on Indian reservation, you know.
So no candles are allowed on an Indian reservation?
No, the way it's just dressed up, it's
got it.
It's very centric to the region or to the tribe here at Chinook.
Yeah, right. I was wondering why everyone's getting up.
Keith with a pair. Looks like he's going to bet it. He's going to take it down.
Going to try to convince Tristan to do some final table commentary with you. Tristan is actually one part of the two-part DSPT commentary team with Joe Stapleton.
One part of the two-part?
Yes, one part of the two-part. Because he could be one part of a three-part, right?
Got it. For the Mohegan Sun main event?
Yep. Yep. Which airs April 12th on DirecTV.
The New England Sports Network.
Yeah. Nesson.
So is the New England Sports Network only in New England? Or does anyone with DirecTV have this network?
Anyone with DirecTV.
Anyone with DirecTV.
Yeah, but you have to have the package, I guess. But it is a local channel, too.
What kind of package? The 14-inch?
No,
Big
just
black
the,
package?
just the sports package,
Just
buddy.
the sports package, got it. Basically, if you're a Tom Brady fan. Oh, look at this. What a cooler here. Keith with top pair, top kicker. Danny with a set. They've got it all in. Blind versus blind. This is just a cooler. Oh, Keith turning a flush draw. He needs a diamond.
Oh,
there it
wow.
is.
Oh,
runner,
wow.
Runner for Keith.
Oh my god. I stuck out once. That was my one time.
Keith claiming he's using his one time right there.
No way it was.
Alright, lines are up. 500, 3,000, 6,000, 500, 3,000.
Put all your chips in? Yeah.
Danny can't believe the beat. Runner flush. His opponent trying to a running flush or a running straight. The running flush got there. Action now to Rob. He's under the gun. He's got about 12 blinds. I think this is a all-in for Rob. He's chosen just to raise. I don't know if he's thinking about raise folding. Well, Keith has queens on the button. He can consider just flatting here because of how short Rob is.
What is that?
I mean, 30,600.
What?
Floor.
He's got too much on that end.
I've got a raise. Player announces re-raise. And he said 3,600.
He said raise 3,600?
Yes.
He's at 16,500.
16,500 and he announced 3,600.
Make it look like 10,500 more, 22? Okay.
No, it has to be 27,000.
10,500 because that's your bet right here. So it should
Has to be
at
27,000.
10,500. Should be
Keep the big chips
27
up front,
right
bro.
now.
Keep your big chips up front.
Oh, yeah.
I was also going to say that. Okay, so it's 27,000 now. Go ahead and pull that back and make sure all big chips are up front.
Did you roll?
And Danny with Ace King. Danny announcing all in. This is probably why Rob just min raised. Now he can get away. I can't imagine Keith folding. Queens is too big of a hand. Danny is shoving with hands like pocket jacks. They're hands that you dominate. It's likely a coin flip, but you need to win coin flips. There's no way you can just mutt queens in the spot. Keith with the best hand. By making this fold, you're saying that Danny only has ace of their kings, and that's how he will always play them. That just it seems to give your opponent a lot of credit. He shows the queens and folds. Maybe because Keith used his one time last hand. He didn't want to get into the pot. But I mean, if they're folding the queens pre-flop, you can just start 3-betting them every hand, right?
No, I was going to say that to him.
I'm just reading the
I thought you were going to make it be 36,000. I was excited.
the
I really thought you
the
were gonna
YouTube comments. Shout out to everyone. I have to give a special shout out to everyone on the YouTube thread right now. It is an interesting
Kristen
conversation.
Knight says, great Big O games in Portland.
Seems like the people watching at home obviously know about the players.
I think she's here yesterday, Kristen. I think she's the girlfriend of one of the players.
Well, I'm going to bounce out of here for a little while, if that's okay with you.
We got 20
Always
minutes.
is wondering why I'm always asking him for permission to do stuff.
He's
like,
20
you're the
minutes,
boss,
yeah.
dude. You're the CEO. You get to do whatever you want.
Let's do this.
Let's do the competition.
Yeah.
And then I want to start the competition.
The next handout. All right.
Yeah.
So, what do we have for Kill You?
We don't have much, actually.
Guess not many people want to kill you.
Not many people want it. I would say we're probably at about 17.
17. All right. I'm bringing out the lucky app.
Okay.
All right. This could be you. Number 5.
Number 5.
All
Okay.
right. So one of the early tweeters.
Okay. Congratulations to Jack Bridges. At Jack M. Bridges. You won. Let's see if he's following DeepStacks. Yes, he is.
Oh, there we go.
Let's follow back.
Wow, look at this pot. Danny with a set, Armin with a nut flush draw.
Wow.
Huge pot going on. Hey, Jackson one that tweeted at me saying he really wanted the Kill You picture, too.
Well, he was the 5th person to chime in. Wow.
Armin churning the nuts.
Wow.
The 4 hearts on the board is fairly obvious to both players. There's no reason not to bet the nuts. Your opponent's going to check back with any decent showdown value.
Bet 30,000.
Running good.
Danny making the fold.
Okay. You ready for the I love you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm also ready for the contest.
Yes. Yes, you might enter. You might actually win. I don't know. That'd be kind of...
You missed the joke. You're ready for the I love you.
Oh,
yes.
Very
yes.
nice.
Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't know you had feelings like that for me.
A little too sly for you there.
I know.
All right. What do we got?
We actually don't have any I love yous.
No, there's
Is there?
at least
I only
one.
see kill yous. Oh, there we go. There's one. Okay. 3. We have 3. 3 love yous.
3?
Yep.
Hold on. It's got to be more than 3.
14,000.
Yeah.
All right.
We have 3.
So more people wanted to kill you. I guess that tells you what people want when it comes to Mike Masso. Number 2.
Okay, let me scroll down. Number 2 is No One Special at Prone.
That's probably why he wanted it. He wasn't special.
I know. Let's see if he follows DeepStacks. What a bad beat.
Internal server error.
I know. Gotta love internet. Yes, he does. We're going to follow back. Make DeepStacks his 10th follower.
Congratulations, no one's special.
Yeah.
You're special today, buddy. Mike Masso loves you.
How do you run that good?
Okay, so the next and probably final promotion after this hand.
Oh, we can announce it. Everyone's going to win. Or Armin's going to win. Everyone's going to fold.
So from our friends over at offtiltpokertables.com, the maker of the RFID live stream table that you're all watching at home, their owner, Brian Knott, has offered $200 off.
It's a $200 gift certificate.
Gift certificate, basically, for your next custom poker table.
Okay.
All you have to do is hashtag I am off tilt.
I am off tilt.
And later on today, during the final table at some point, we will pick a winner.
All right, so tweet at DeepStacks, I am off tilt.
Yes, and at off tilt poker.
Wait, 16,500. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Get a $200 gift certificate, basically, for your next custom poker table from Off Tilt Poker Tables. And all you have to do is follow at DeepStacks at Off Tilt Poker and hashtag I am Off Tilt, and we'll pick a winner.
Well, there you have it.
There you go.
$200.
Very generous of Brian Knott over at Off Tilt Poker Tables to be offering that as part of the live stream. And on that note, my friend, I am going to leave you be for a little while. I will see you on the other side and see you at the final table. Mikey just texted me, said he is definitely going to want to do some commentary.
Nice.
For the final table. So.
Nice.
And I will be seeing Tristan here in a few. This is Rob raises with King Queen of Spades. Danny wakes up with King King.
Jamming on Rob. Rob, this is the second time he's min-raised under the gun. He raised folded King Jack last time. See some significant action. He's kind of got a knack for getting away from these hands. This time he can't get away from it. He's just running into it.
Spades. I've been pretty good shape. I've been pretty good shape about 3 times. Okay. Here comes the spades. Believe it. I do believe it. Hearts is gonna go red. For the all red. One more red.
Oh.
Wow.
This
Rob,
is the 10 ball.
Rob flops a straight draw. And turns a spade draw. Look at Danny's face.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh, that was close.
Oh wow. The black 3.
He was sweating that one.
I thought it was a spade. I was like, how do you run so? How do I run so bad? I was just like,
said that. I looked at it. I was like, no, it's a 3. You gotta believe that you're gonna win.
Thank you, Max. I know. I started losing that faith a little
You're
bit.
gonna put that contest out there, and I'll.
Yeah. Something happened with my Twitter, actually.
Well, I've been getting it in pretty good every time right now. Pretty good every time.
My internet cut out on the iPad, so.
All right, guys. Well, I will see you on the rebound.
All right.
All right. Remember,
Thanks
go to Deep.
to Chris.
No problem. Remember, go to DeepStacks.com. See you guys later.
No, I was kind of hoping you pulled one.
Thank you. That's why I did that. Thank you.
Alright, yeah, do what you can do.
Sick turn.
There's actually plenty of people that bring one over.
Wait.
Randy asked me to hold it, so I just...
Okay. Yeah. This is part of his stack, right?
Yes. Oh, I just...
What are we doing? Pausing the clock?
You're on a 30 minute. We're holding action, waiting for another person. You're still going to be ARMAN small blind. They're going to bring us a big blind.
That happened one more time. I'm sorry. I would have gone on live. You don't understand. I was like this close to going nuts. I was like, how can I run so bad? When it matters.
It looks like we're on a break. We'll be back.
I don't know that it'll be that long. No, yeah, we gotta balance the tables.
Patrick, you'll be C3.
Oh, are you guys showing the table? Darn it. Darn it, I was whispering.
We're starting?
Yeah. We're not on a break. We were just holding for a balance.
Yeah, we're just balancing. May I have your name again?
Patrick, you're coming into the big blind here. I'm going to need ante and a
I think
big
if I
blind.
hadn't held that one, I might have had to just knock my chips into your pile and leave. He's like, I'm fine with that.
Keith, can I get your ante? And then he has one blue chip in there for an ante also. Thank you.
And they've moved a player over as part of rebalancing. Patrick back to the feature table. We're down to 12 players in this $150,000 guaranteed main event. The DSPT Oregon main event final two tables. We're on the feature table.
Oh yeah, on purpose. They wanted to make me sweat.
Patrick, can you push that to me? And the hearts, please.
I honestly think the only reason I won the last one was because of this one. No, I'm talking about the Kings. No, they said on this table it's supposed to be stacked at 20.
Patrick, could you put your small blind a little over so that I don't end up...
Seriously, yeah, they told me that already. Just because you're on this table. And they keep track of
get your card too. Without exposing it.
You grabbed his ante already, right?
Yeah, that's exchange.
Oh, they probably give those instructions like
Raise 16,000.
So raise to 16,000 by Keith. He's a suited king in the hijack. Armand in the big blind. Keith's going to take that pot down. Action to Danny in the hijack. Folding an ace. Tighter fold for Danny. Patrick now on the button.
Raise 12,000.
King 10. Definitely a raise on the button. Matt in the big blind with Queen Jack. He's going to call. Oh, he's 3-betting. I like the aggressive play. Patrick folds. The aggression by Matt wins in that pot. Danny raising to 15,000. Keith's calling from the big blind with pocket fives. Danny flopping an ace.
That's 15,000.
Keith folds and Danny wins another pot.
But it makes me feel like I have a chance still.
Oh. Fold. 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 Players all in.
All in. Keith's all in the small blind with an ace. Danny's going to fold the big blind.
Fold.
Action to Armin.
Fold. Raise 12,000. Fold.
Matt's going to win that pot. Matt's been very quiet today.
Fold. Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
Are you watching right now, Kim?
One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Good. Yeah, we're good.
Don't touch the pot, please. shots. Gotta go to you first.
Fold. Fold.
Danny in the cutoff with Queen Jack. He's going to raise it up.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
It's okay, you're still up for your flush on me. Sorry, we're 6-handed, sir. I can't wait till we go on break. I want to go on break. Is it agreed? Let's not break. Let's go home. I didn't say I want to go home. I want to go on break.
These players talking about going on break. Break is coming up pretty soon. Keith under the gun with ace-9. This is a 6-handed table, so ranges are a lot wider now.
Raise 16,000. Call.
Danny with a quick call.
Fold.
Doesn't even consider a 3-bet, given that the last time he raised Keith pre-flop, Keith folded queens.
Fold. Call. Three players.
3 ways to the flop.
Check.
No one flopping anything. 4s are still the best hand. Keith decides to fire. He has betting lead.
26,000.
Bets half pot.
Fold. Fold.
Listen.
Good continuation bet by Keith. Wins him the pot.
We don't have any yellow chips up here, though, right? All the big stacks are down there.
Big blind. Big blind, please. Fold. 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 Call. Option checks.
I said it twice. You hear me? I say it twice.
Heads up. Check, check. Check. Check.
Both players checking it down.
Check. Check.
Keith deciding even to fire with 3 high.
Oh, jack high.
That's great. Yeah.
Are they going to move this again?
I don't want to
draw after the break or what?
Oh.
It wouldn't make sense, but they like to do this thing for the TV, apparently. You should just put it close to the top. You gotta do that, just me hugging. Oh, I thought he was messed it up. I almost smiled again. I'm glad you're on my table. It makes me feel like my ace is more than some not.
You was big.
Yes, he was this big. Yes, he was this big. It's his button.
Nick with pocket jacks here. He's been pretty quiet.
Raise 13,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Folds all the way to Danny in the big blind. This is only a little bit more than a min raise, but Danny only had a raggedy ace. He doesn't want to get in trouble with that hand, so he's going to fold. First place, $37,700. Second, $26,400. It's more than a car.
Fold. 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 Raise 13.
Pretty close.
Fold.
You could do a side bet if you can super pot. A showdown and 7 days offset.
For like 3K. You have to make it worth it at this point. That's interesting.
Ninth place money.
What did you just get ninth place then?
Fold. 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 Fold.
Nick in the small blind with ace-10. He's only min-raised it. Patrick with the same hand. This could get interesting. I always love seeing two people with the same hand. See how they both play it.
Call.
Patrick just calling.
Heads up.
Nick's ace-10 ties with Patrick's ace-10. They both have the best hand.
18,000.
Patrick bets 18,000, or Nick bets 18,000 with the best hand.
Call.
Patrick calls with the best hand. And it's official, they'll chop this pot. Patrick did flop a backdoor flush draw.
Check.
It's an uphill battle.
Nick checks the best hand. And Patrick looks like he's going to bet the best hand.
I'm a survivor though. We'll see.
Not even. Just keep doing
Bet.
your instincts, man.
18 fold.
He gets Nick to fold the best hand. Did I mention that they both had the best hand?
I'm almost back to what I had when I came in from break. You got like 100.
Fold, fold.
Couple folds.
Fold.
Action to Nick. Pocket queens. Let's see if he keeps his raise sizes consistent.
Raise 13,000.
Makes it 13,000. Called by Patrick. Armin with 9-4 suited. Thinking of maybe running a squeeze play here. It seems like a good spot for it. There's a button open, small blind call. He is a chip leader. Armin feels like he can kind of muscle these players around.
Raise 38,000.
There is a 3-bet. Wouldn't be surprised to see Nick go all in here. He has pocket queens. And there we go. There's the all in. It's pocket queens. It's a 3-bet from the chip leader. So it seems like an easy enough decision. Patrick posturing for whatever reason. He only has king 7. There's been a re-raise and an all-in. I don't know why he'd even think about getting involved. Armin seeing if he has pot odds, perhaps just posturing. He has 9-4. There's no way he can ever call this.
Shows queen.
Good fold, Armin.
Good fold, Armin. You only had 9 high. Good fold. 9-4. Wow. What a player. Danny folding the hijack. Probably would have raised his hand. 6-8 suited.
13,000.
Nick raising the cutoff.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Folds it around. Nick wins 2 in a row.
I guess I was hoping you played that. Oh, never mind. I'm happy.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Oh, wow. You gotta walk. It's like, oh, I know. I saw that.
Nice little walk there. almost like free chips.
Today? Today? Yeah, I started today. Well, that's 6 though.
Is that when they said, like, we're talking about the movie?
Yeah, yes. That's when Gilmore told me that. He was here too, they said that. Like, just so they can track whatever, how many chips we have, and like, do the commentating about it. Like, oh, look at 220,000. We do the work, they just do it. Make it entertaining.
Nick with another big hand. Ace King under the gun.
Fold.
Armin with 6-4 suited. Gets out of the way.
Fold. Call.
Keith in the small blind with Ace Jack.
Fold. Heads up.
Pretty dry flop. Any flop with 7 deuce on it is likely going to miss both opponents. Keith knows this and leads right out into the pre-flop raiser.
That's 25,000.
He's just trying to steal this pot.
Fold.
It's going to get Nick to fold. Good play by Keith.
Once we lose one more player, we'll go to a final table at 10-handed. We'll do that immediately. And then we'll play down to 9 and we'll take a short break. Lose a player, hold up.
See the turn so even worse. I'm like, oh god, I thought I was gonna come.
Blinds.
I know, I saw this page, I'm like, oh my god, even more outs, it's coming.
Blinds.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, bro. Sorry, they're just making fun of me when I have the kings and the turn with a spade. They're looking at my face.
Straight draw.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if they saw the other hands
Fold.
before that, they'd understand.
Fold. Raise 20,000.
They're, of course, referencing an earlier pot where Danny got all in, kings against king, queen of spades. His opponent flopped a gut shot and turned a spade draw. Danny was in disbelief. This is blind versus blind action. Danny raises ace-4. Nick with ace-7.
Three raise.
Nick with a very large 3-bet.
55,000.
Danny considering all options. At this point in the tournament, I think it should be a fold for Danny. He hasn't been facing a lot of resistance in general. He has a pretty healthy chip stack. You shouldn't look to make a high variance play.
Let's just say if you had the better ones, there's a much better chance that you would have played that.
What is he laughing at now? They all know me from Florida. I want to see in a second too now what you're talking about.
Fold.
Is it pretty funny? I want to see it.
Stay in your seat. Pay attention.
You must like that brand. Johnny Walker.
Johnny Walker. Fold. No. Huh? All I do is raise my good line every time. There you go. Starting to put me on tilt. Set it up. Fold. Fold. Raise 15,000.
Danny in the cutoff with pocket nines. Nick on the button with ace-10 suited. This could get interesting. Nick just 3-bet Danny a couple hands ago. You have a suited ace on the button. You have a pretty good kicker. There's no reason to give this cutoff raise a lot of credit. It's a good spot for a 3-bet.
Raise 35,000. Excuse me. 40,000.
Danny just calling. I don't like just a call here with nines. I think if you read yourself for the best hand, just make a big 4-bet. Well, until you flop top set.
Okay.
But really, Danny fortunate to flop a set there. If he didn't flop a set, what's his plan on future streets? It seems like he's too likely to get outplayed. Goes check, check. Danny's still playing it slow. Now he's grabbing for chips. I thought he might check another street to let
Bet 35.
Nick hang himself. Instead, Danny bets out. And Nick only with ace high is probably going to fold.
Fold.
If I raise you pre-flop, you call me.
I'm sorry?
If I chip you pre-flop, you call me. I guess I got max value.
I'll give you a full assessment. Same thing.
Oh, you had ace-10 again?
Yeah, button hearts.
Oh, I should have jammed it. Pre-flop.
There are the chip counts for our feature table. There's another table still left in this tournament. We're down to 2 tables. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000. 500 ante. action to Keith under the gun. This is a 6-handed table, so it's a very reasonable open from this position.
Raise to 14. Call.
Danny
Fold.
flatting with a suited ace. Seems like Danny doesn't like to 3-bet a whole lot, except for with big hands.
Big blind folds. Two players.
Heads up here. Keith's flopping a gut shot, Danny with a pair of deuces.
Yeah, that's what I said was, so he just doubled up with his jack.
It's not on like 36, is that what it is?
36,000.
Yeah.
36,000. Bet.
Keith's leading out with a pretty large sized bet.
Call.
Danny makes a call.
Two players.
Keith's turning middle pair. It's currently the best hand. His middle pair and a gut shot.
Check.
Danny deciding to take a stab at this.
Bet 40.
Don't see Keith folding. But who knows? This guy folded queens earlier.
All in.
He's announced all in. Danny with just a pair of deuces. There's almost nothing he can do about it. Sick play by Keith, but he actually has the best hand.
Taking down the 40s. 20, 40, 50.
Danny just posturing for Hollywood purposes, getting his airtime on YouTube. But we both know he's going to fold.
All in for 80,000.
Table, not everybody gets one of the squares.
Yeah, we're not doing the feed during the 10-handed. Just one.
Danny's still in the tank. A little bit surprising. I don't know how he can ever call and be good here. What range of hands is he putting his opponent on? What hand combinations can he beat?
It was 80,000 flat.
80,000.
He only has a pair of deuces.
sorry. Sorry.
Take your time, man.
Wish I had 100,000 more.
Fold.
I think you just made a really good move.
Even if you made a move, you only have a pair of deuces. Do you really think he's making that move with Jack High?
Even though I'm not really. Oh, I just kind of thought he had ace jack and diamonds.
When you put your opponent on a very specific hand combination, that's how I guess you can convince yourself to make a sick call. Then sometimes it can be shown a hand that crushes you.
Oh, okay. Nice hand then. You probably did.
I won't know until later, though.
You turned to king queen, right?
Huh?
You turned king queen or something? You had the best hand for sure.
You had the winning hand, that's for sure.
That's the best hand.
Call.
That's what I've heard. Read that in the poker book.
Dude, I'm a fish.
Fold.
I'm a fish.
Fold. Call. Option checks. 3 players.
3 players to the flop.
Check, check. 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 Bet 6,000, call.
Hey, did Troy take off?
Raise to 22,000.
So raise to 22,000 by Matt. Wow, Matt making the frisky raise.
All right, players, you're on a 10-minute break.
Looks like this is the last hand before break. Matt picking a good spot to bluff.
10-minute break.
Raises Danny off a gut shot with his own gut shot. We're going to go on a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the glass float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1 and check out some beach cities and see what this is all about. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we started out just doing floats because they have this program where they hide floats on the beach here from the year 2000, and they've been doing it every year for the last 14 years. And so if you don't find one, you can come to our studio and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. This is one of the floats that I make, so they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,000, and usually it's pretty slow.
We've been cruising down Highway 1 all day, checking out the different towns, and we got to Newport where we discovered the Oregon Coast Aquarium. But then we looked to our left and we found the world headquarters of the Rogue Brewery. You can come out here, hit the gift shop, take a tour 3 times daily, and they have a different version of an aquarium, what they call the Bee Aquarium. We made our way down to the bayfront where we found this really cool street that has a number of local seafood restaurants. The Oregon coast has so much to offer. Beautiful sights, great food, breweries, and of course, Chinook Winds, where DeepStacks Poker Tour is hosting its event. Make sure you follow all the action this week.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Tristan Creative Wade. We are on our second break, and I believe third break, and I think you are our chip leader. I hear you have a ridiculous table.
Yeah, my table's been pretty crazy. One guy got all in with ace-jack versus aces for about 100 big blinds and won, and then he got in like ace-10 versus aces and lost, and then I just set-over-setted him in a huge pot.
What's the dynamic like playing with local players in all these?
Play a different kind of style, just like any different region you...
What's the style like?
Style is, some people are very solid and tight, other people fire, and they don't really know the values of their hands and such. So, but I mean, it's been great. There's some really good players out here too, and it's action. I'm having a blast.
What do you think of Chinook Winds? We moved the tournament area upstairs into the convention area. I think I like this better.
Yeah, it's nice. It's spacious. You know, you have everything you need in here: liquor, food. I love it. It's great. We got the NCAA game up. I'm getting to watch a little.
We know you love basketball.
Yeah, I'm getting to watch a little basketball.
Not only does he love basketball, but he loves to...
We didn't do a good job. It was bad. I'm glad you guys weren't there.
I'm sorry we missed the action. Well, you have 39 seconds, so I'll let you get back to your table. I know you don't want to miss the juiciness.
Yes, thank you.
For all of you back home, make sure you follow all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Mataso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
223.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the glass float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we've been open since 2005, and we have a contract with the city to have a glass studio where we offer classes to the public. And we started out just doing floats and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. This is one of the floats that I make. So they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,004, like the number of the year every year. So, and then they buy them from about 5 or 6 different artists, and they have volunteers that hide them on the beach. And they do it in the off season because they're trying to bring people here in the winter when usually it's pretty slow.
We've been cruising down Highway 1 all day, checking out the different towns, and we got to Newport where we discovered the Oregon Coast Aquarium. But then we looked to our left. We made our way down to the bayfront where we found this really cool street that has a number of local seafood restaurants. The Oregon Coast has so much to offer. Beautiful sights, great food, breweries, and of course, Chinook Winds, where DeepStacks Poker Tour is hosting its event. Make sure you follow all the action this weekend and stay tuned at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays.
Bolt. Bolt. Raise to 16,000. Call. Seat 2 folds. 2 players. Check. Check. Bet 16,000. Bet 20,000. Call. 6-5.
Oh, nice hand. You turned spade draw too, huh? No. Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Something like that.
That's shot true. I thought my 6 was good when you called me. I was like, I can't pick up the 6.
Well, I thought you were on the first round.
You were right.
24,000. Fold. 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 Raise to 20,000. All in. Put a stack out, please. Fold, fold, fold.
Not nothing. Not nothing. Not nothing. Oh, okay. I said nut nut. Listen.
That's correct. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and I'm back. Stuck in the bathroom on this break. Looks like not much has happened, but right away we see Keith opening, Danny with Ace King,
Raise.
and Danny with a 3-bet. This is kind of the no I said earlier, where it seems like Danny only 3-bets with big hands. He doesn't really flat with his big hands. He doesn't 3-bet with smaller hands.
70,000.
Then 3-bet is going to get rid of Nick. Nick folding pocket eights. Patrick on the button folds as well. No, sorry, there is Patrick. He hasn't folded. He probably will fold. Armand checks out as well. This 3-bet's going to get everyone to fold. Thanks for joining us on the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm Oais Ahmed, brought to you live from the Chinook Winds Casino here in Lincoln City, Oregon. This tournament had 151 entries, creating a prize pool of $151,000. $1,100 was the entry. First prize is over $37,000. Action to Nick, who raises. Armin now with pocket tens on the button. He has pocket tens. It's a really strong holding. He also is a chip leader. There's no reason not to 3-bet here. Just pressure your opponents.
Raise to 40,000.
Armin does 3-bet.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Folds around, and Armin picks the pot up.
Yes. 8. Small blind, please.
Thanks to everyone joining in and watching us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you guys.
Fold. 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 Raise to 24. Sorry, 20,000.
Raise announced by Keith.
All 20,000.
Danny flatting him with King Jack. Very reasonable hand to call with. See a flop in position. Keith sees one overcard to his pocket sevens, and he's going to lead out. Let's see if Danny's going to make a move. We've seen Danny make a move in this spot before.
Fold.
Danny folds. Keith's more than happy to take that pot down. This is a DSPT Player of the Year tournament. The Global Poker Index has teamed up with the DeepStacks Poker Tour to bring a Player of the Year leaderboard. The winner of the DeepStacks Poker Tour Player of the Year will become a 2015 DeepStacks Poker Tour Signed Pro. You get all the VIP treatment, like Mike Massow and Michael Mizrachi, amongst others. You've flown all across the world to play poker tournaments.
Fold.
Armin in the hijack. He's got ace jack.
Raise. 18. Raise.
Danny going with a 3-bet. I don't see his hand yet, but I can tell you right now it's a big one.
Fold.
Ace queen. There's no way he's going to blow the pot against a chip leader out of position without a big hand. Armin folds. And a good time 3-bet by Danny. These players really friendly with each other. They're telling each other what their hands were and what they had.
Raise.
There's a raise.
Fold, fold, fold. Fold.
Armin's raise looks like it's going to get through. Patrick has tightened up. He calls.
Heads up. Bet. Beat.
Patrick leading the flop. Armin saying, "What are you trying to represent, buddy?" Seems like you have a very cap range in this spot. You're probably just trying to take the pot down. And Armin a non-believer. Looks like Patrick is now 3-bet the flop. Going on the next level. He's saying, this guy is making a move on me. Good high-level re-raise by Patrick. You can see if Armin sniffs this one out. Armin saying, what the heck just happened? Does this guy really have a set of deuces? Ace-3? Maybe 5-4?
Fold.
And Patrick gets Armin to fold. Good post-flop play by Patrick.
I don't know, we've seen a couple sets get cracked here today.
Raise. 22. Fold, fold. Fold.
He's all nope. I agree.
Fold. Fold.
Matt raising. And everyone folds. Matt really hasn't got into any confrontation since he's been on the feature table. People seem to just stay out of his way for whatever reason. Seems to have a really good table demeanor. And I think that is part of the reason why people just give him massive respect.
This is just streaming online, right? That's all it is. It's like a YouTube or something.
I don't fold. Fold. Raise. 20. Fold.
Danny wins another pot. It's been smooth sailing for Danny on this table. Other than the big only confrontations where he's run bad, he really hasn't found a lot of resistance. He's gotten away with 3-betting Armand a few times.
Fold. 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 Call.
Matt limping the small blind. Keith checking the big blind. 22K in the middle. Matt flopping a king high flush draw.
Bet. 20. Fold.
Manny, I'm gonna post your blinds in Manny. You got it.
Remember to check DeepStacks.com for any Poker Tour information.
Fold. Raise. 18.
Armin raising it up to 18,000.
Call.
Or Patrick raising it to 18,000. Armin calling. Patrick with ace-5 offsuit. Danny with a suited king. But he's going to get out of the way. Patrick flops a wheel draw. 9-4 deuce rainbow. It's a pretty dry flop.
Bet. 17.
Doesn't fair to hit your opponent all that much. You have the betting lead. There's no reason not to bet. Turn is a 7. That turn helps neither player.
Check.
Patrick checks. Action to Armin. Did he call the flop to steal this pot on the turn? Maybe the plan changed mid-hand.
Bet. 31.
Looks like Patrick says, I still have ace high, I still have a wheel draw. Not going anywhere. Now Armin rivers the best hand. Patrick, after calling 2 streets correctly, is now has now gotten rivered by Armin. 150K pot. This pot has gotten up there. Both players with nothing but ace high and king high till the river. And look at this play. Patrick with a gigantic raise. Armin is asking himself, what has just happened here? I wonder if he knows that Patrick bluffed him earlier. Armin rivering top pair.
Hello, hello. Hello, always.
How's it going, Chris? You've caught us mid-hand. Big hand between Armin and Patrick.
How you doing?
Doing good. Big decision here for Armin.
Patrick with a Mike the Mouth Matiso t-shirt.
Call. Show, please.
Armin calls with King Queen, and Patrick sees the bad news.
Big call by Armin.
Button is good. And he's sleep.
Armin was suspicious. He has over 1 million chips now. I think that chip count is off. Looks to have around 1.4. Action to Patrick, under the gun with suited 7-8. We are six-handed. People aren't opening up their ranges.
Call. Fold.
Keith's calling the button. And now Nick in the big blind with ace-jack. He might be thinking about doing something here. Probably just going to call, though.
Call. Three players. Check.
Nick flopping top 2 pair. Patrick with a gut shot.
Bet. 24.
Keith's betting 2,400. Nick thinking about what he can do to get the most money. He's making this hand look like a flush draw. There are a wide array of draws. His opponent could have one of those draws or put him on those draws. He keeps drawing really, really thin, though. Still can't blame him for the all-in. I think it's a perfect play in that spot.
Just watched the end of the Michigan-Kentucky game. Holy cow.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah, luckily we got the end right on break.
Did you miss me? I'll take that as a no.
You weren't even gone that long. Gone like 10 minutes.
But being away from you feels like an eternity, buddy.
Raise 20.
I have Nick with pocket queens.
Players all in.
Pretty deep jam by him, actually.
Fold. Fold.
Some conversation on Twitter going on about the hand where Danny was tanky with a pair of deuces.
I was thinking around the same thing.
You got someone tanking with a pair of aces?
A pair of deuces on the turn. He had fourth pair to turn check raise all in. Versus a guy that showed him queens pre-flop and folded. So, seemed like a ridiculous tank, in my opinion. Tank for 4.5 minutes.
Fold. Fold.
Lines are 4,000, 8,000.
Fold.
Looks like Danny making 18 this time. Not sure why he just wouldn't make it 16,000.
Fold.
Arm in folds. And it looks like a player has busted. We're now 10-handed. We're going to come together on the unofficial final table.
No, we're just putting them in racks.
We're combining.
We're going to redraw. We'll be on a short break.
You guys, table 39, that means you're.
We're going to be 10-handed. Yep, you'll be right here. Good hand.
Wait, what'd you say about if you pick up 39?
It means your seat 10. So your seat 9. You will be in seat 8. I sure can.
You guys are going to be 10-handed here. You're not going to have whole cards during this time. There will be streaming.
How do we end up right next to each other?
You got my left now? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, there's a horse again there too. I think it's because actually.
You know, I would not be mad at that. I would not. That's Asian folk.
And then you caught me trying to steal.
That's Asian folk gotta stick together. Do you?
Work with 10-handed.
You just don't. You're not gonna use these for now.
Who's that? 65.
See you right. He's right here. Cheating. They're another part of his. I just haven't. I can't reach quite that far.
DC5?
Oh, so they can't
You
see
just
a
need
hole
to put
for
the
it.
big chip
No
back
hole
up
cards
when you're
for
ready.
once we lose one player.
That actually helps a lot.
I know, it was awesome.
You know why he does it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he had $500,000.
No, not that.
He's out?
No, not that. He has no fear.
Oh, of course.
Well,
Look at that
congratulations,
face.
guys. Make the final table. Nice job.
Thank you.
I will take your seat cards. and
We're gonna
you
play,
can hand
and
me
when
all
we
your
lose
reps.
one player, we're gonna take a little break. At that time, we're gonna fill out a couple forms, get your IDs, and get situated for the final table. My card for a button.
When did the stage girls come out?
Stage girls are well.
The confetti, right? You want the confetti too.
When you take it down. When I take it down? Go for it. Alright. Do my best.
We got 1, 4, and 8.
C5.
Pretty good.
Did you just press spacebar? Justin. Can you go press spacebar? And X enter also.
I'm in. What?
Guys, there is an hour dinner break scheduled after 19. I can make that shorter if you guys all agree. When we get there, we'll figure out what we want to do, okay? So just keep it in mind. If you want to make it 45, we can do it, 30, whatever you want. If somebody really wants 60, then that's it. You know, one person says yes, and we'll keep it at 60. So let's go.
All right, congratulations, everybody, and good luck to you.
You don't have to worry about hole cards for this. For right now, yeah. So we lose one more, then we'll be doing that.
All right.
Fold. Fold.
Well, we're
Raise to 20. Fold. Call. Fold. Actions. Fold, fold. Call.
Uh-oh, broken.
Yeah, no, this table's dangerous.
Broken glass.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Looks like we've combined into the 10-handed final table. We aren't going to have hole cards because it is a 9-handed hole card final table. Coming into the booth are two DeepStack pros, Tristan Wade and Randall Flowers. So I'm going to hand the booth over to them.
Call. Need one more pink. Four players. Check. Check.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Bet 40.
Test, test, test. Hello. I am in the booth. This is Tristan Wade.
And I am Randall Flowers, accompanying Mr. Tristan Wade.
We have just made the final 10 players in the DeepStacks Poker Tour Chinook Wins main event. I was eliminated a couple hours ago.
Tristan donked it off with just one pair of pre-flops, so, you know, it's kind of what you get.
Yeah, 80% favorites aren't too profitable.
Should have waited till the river when you knew you had 100%. For anyone that doesn't know, Tristan kind of got bad beat, and I'm just giving him a hard time.
Yeah. There's a big pot taking place right now where we don't know necessarily any of the action, but I see that it looks like there's a turn card out there and a bet of almost 100,000.
Looks like Howard has some chips.
Oh, and it's
that
3
he's reaching
ways.
for.
Yeah, 3 ways.
He's already counted out 100. It looks like he might be counting out more. Or no, is that 75,000, I think?
Yeah.
It's going to change a lot based on their hands. It's going to slow a lot of people down that had a queen without spades.
Call. All in and a call.
An all-in and a call. Oh, this guy gets eliminated.
Wow, and we're down to 9 after King 10 of spades turned a flush and Ace King rivered the nut flush.
And Howard, I think, had the Ace King with the Ace of Spades, and
So-
he is the dominating. Right?
So it looks like the heater continues for Howard as he keeps demolishing people, and we are now down to a 9-handed final table.
Give that to you. The button will be in seat 6.
And lucky you didn't get too much involved.
And we're going to need your chip count, so don't go away from too far.
He done it. He done it.
Guys. Yeah, I'm doing this first, right?
He ain't going nowhere. You might have folded.
Okay, try to square. Could you guys please kindly square up to the squares?
Guys, I need everybody's driver's license.
Does that mean I'm going to be here?
If you don't have
Everybody
your
move
social
to your
security
right.
card on you, then you have to fill out this W-9. Do you have your social security card? Except for him moving left, right? Otherwise, I need everybody's ID. That way we can get it all processed real quickly, get you paid out quickly. Yes. What are you doing now?
Hey, I lay down what you have. I don't want to grab
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm just getting prepared.
Go ahead and line up to your sensors, please. And we are going to need your chip counts too, so.
He done it.
Once they give you a W-9, give them that.
After you complete your W-9, we do have a clear time.
Sorry, bro.
Obviously
You got people
your
telling you
name,
too, huh? I have to
chip
though, you
count,
know?
all that
A little
stuff is
bit, right?
important, But really, in order for the commentators
Love
to
you still.
discuss
ID?
actually something slightly personal about you, because in the end, this is the stuff that actually ends up down to B-roll and put out there for DeepStacks commercials and stuff. I strongly recommend that you fill that out to the best of your ability. After you complete your W-9, go to the buyout.
VA ID too. It's got all spellings right on there.
Can I get everyone's
We need some more pens and. Yes, we need some more of these. I just take Danny's not doing it. I need another one. And some pens. Oh wait. Danny, you have one in your hand? Yes. Okay, I don't need one. 30. 30. March. Yes. Make sure to put that. Oh. We're not done yet.
2014, right?
tell my bio sheet. Tim, write my bio.
You guys are all crazy.
I don't want to write what I read for bio.
Yeah, just, you know, just a couple details. Whatever you want.
Unless you want to eat cold stuff at 8.
Guys, what do you think about taking a dinner break right now since we just brought out hot fresh food?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Half an hour.
Out.
About 45. Like a 45? 45 is good.
45.
50.
50 is good.
Really? Are you going up?
He wanted out.
Oh.
I'm fine with 50. I'm fine with 50. I'm fine with 45.
I
You guys want to do
heard all
45?
these
I'm
low
fine with
numbers
that.
and the foreman went up.
Well,
But I'm like,
It's 5 o'clock if we do a quarter to 6.
Alright,
Let me.
we'll do 5:50 because it takes a couple minutes to do this. 5:50, guys. Everybody hear me? 5:50 p.m. We'll be back doing
Yeah,
it.
and then go ahead and tell me all about yourself.
Do I have everyone's ID?
No, no, Chad.
How?
Let me see your ID.
I don't know. What do I write?
Yeah.
You're good.
Give me a second. Like anything you want to talk about.
Oh, I made a font table in Chinook Winds.
Howard,
Yeah.
here you go.
Write up my profile.
Armin, I took yours already.
What should I say about myself?
Do you have any like online stuff or how long
Let's
you've
play
been
poker.
playing?
Ace players come forward.
How long you've been playing anything?
Do I have your
Wait. Why don't you mention your import? With me being your favorite. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Where Tim deals.
Poker highlight.
No, man, I probably shouldn't say that.
One time.
No.
And successfully.
Oh, Ninja, good.
You're just typing this up. That's good.
Is that your poker highlight?
What's something interesting about you?
This is what I'm writing.
Poker is fun.
It's pretty interesting.
And something in my face, I like that.
Oh my God. Made a font table in DeepStacks.
What does that say? You're a duck? I'm a duck? Quack, quack.
Thanks.
What?
Bye.
Something interesting about you.
Say I'm nice.
Made a font table
You
at
are
DeepStacks.
nice. But that's not interesting. That's to be expected. No, I'm just kidding. There we go. I got it. It's something interesting.
Every time I run a dream, I want a tournament, I want it, so I gotta get in. So we'll see what happens.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully you fire a second bullet. Just show up late. You'll do it. You'll be
Yeah,
here.
but I gotta get up early and sign autographs and stuff in the morning, so.
Got to keep you off your iPad. He's always stuck to his Chinese game.
Nah, I was off it pretty much all day, so.
All right, well,
take
I'll
care.
see you tomorrow. For all of you at home, make sure you're following all the updates at deepstacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here on day 2 of the DSPT Oregon main event. We are down to 11 players, and I am here with one of the tournament staff, Neil Wilkinson. Hey.
What's up?
How's the tournament been so far and the prelim events?
It's going great. It was, really smooth so far. Everybody's having a good time. We moved it up here in this big room, so away from the hustle and bustle. It's just nice room to play in, relaxing, just play poker.
What's been the feedback from most of the players?
They like it. They like it a lot. They like the structures are really strong. The play's great. Dealers and staff have been extraordinary, and it's been a good feedback, I think.
I personally love that you guys always provide food. Always.
Always, like 3 or 4 times a day, they bring it in, and it's always good stuff. So
What do you think about all the changes DSPT and Chinooks made with the live stream and the tournament series champion?
Well, the live stream, being able to see the whole cards makes it, a lot more entertaining for the audience and just a better experience overall in general. And as well as the player of the series, it offers, something else to shoot for. And, if you do well throughout the series, you get rewarded, and that's great. We want to see that. So.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I'll let you get back. I know you guys are coloring up over here. For all of you, make sure you're following all the action and the live stream at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event, and this year we did a special thing for the players. We had a series champion winner, and I'm with Harvey Penites, who took that down. Congratulations. You had quite a run in this series.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible until I got into the main event, then it got ugly. But yeah, in the week's period of time, I had 2 firsts in 2 seconds.
Was that a mix of events, all no limit?
The only one I really didn't cash in was the Omaha, or the Big O, which I play the most of, which is ironic. So yeah, it was all hold'em tournaments, including the real money.
Do you play a lot of poker here?
When they have events up here, like last November, when they had basically the same thing, and certainly we'll be coming back for the next one.
Now, I heard you come from pretty far away to take part in this.
Yeah, I want to shout out to all my friends in Grants Pass, which is about 6 hours south of here.
Wow, that's quite a drive. Well, I hope you enjoy your trophy. You have the signed book from Madisau, you have the dinner, and 2 nights stay when you come back here sometime. Congratulations.
Well, I want to thank DeepStacks for putting on a wonderful event, and the feedback I've gotten is so much better than it was in November, and congratulations to the staff. They did a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. Congrats. Safe drive back to where you got to go.
Thank you.
For all of you, make sure you're following all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon at Chinook Winds, and we took a little break to talk to the players about something that's been pretty controversial lately, the shot clock. So Tristan, I want to know what your thoughts are on this new shot clock idea.
Well, I think the NBA shot clock 24 seconds is fairly accurate, but college should probably lower the shot clock to 30 seconds.
We're talking about poker here.
Oh, shot clock for poker? Okay. Well, I think that a shot clock in poker is a good idea for the most part, but it might turn away a lot of amateur players who are forced to make big decisions in an allotted amount of time when they're not used to making decisions like that, especially in a big tournament.
30 seconds is up. All right, Randall, tell me what you think about the shot clock in poker.
I think it would be a good idea. I'm a little bit biased because I act a lot quicker than most people and try to get as many hands in as possible, but I think that it's a little bit better for the game so that people with excessive thinking can't, I don't know, just sort of, make the game super slow, and it hurts everyone, I think.
You play a lot online. Do you think that's why you have such an advantage with the clock?
That's definitely one reason, but I'm also pretty ADD, and I kind of tend to do things a little instantly and hastily, and I just try to get them over with, so I'm always like kind of annoyed waiting for the next thing to happen.
Your 30 seconds is up anyways. That was quick. All right, Mike, so we've been talking about the shot clock lately, and I want to hear what you have to say about the shot clock.
I say the shot clock. All these people that take 8 minutes on their hand and do this Hollywood bullshit, just tell them, play your hand or you're not allowed in our tournament anymore. I mean, there's only 3 or 4 of them. Everybody knows who they are. So, why it up for everybody else? Or give everybody a time bank, a little plastic thing that has 10 minutes on it, and use a time bank. Or program the tables that everybody that get in, they get a certain time bank, and the dealer pushes the button once they start their time bank. And when they move, they get a card with how much time they have left, and the dealer programs that in. But a shot clock is stupid because there's so many times where you're going to have to make a decision. They talked about maybe 2 1-minute buttons. Well, okay, 2 1-minute buttons and 1 5-minute button, okay? And you have 1 5-minute button per tournament or whatever. You want to do that, but it's...
So you are okay with it?
No, I'm not okay with what their thought process is. It's, you have 30 seconds and you get 2 1-minute buttons. You know, there's times you have to make a decision. I mean, and it's all kind of stems from the people that, the Doc Sands and the Gus Hansons and the and John fans and the rest of the ones who know who they are. So, I mean, it's just retarded. I mean, every hand, what the f***? Just bet your hand. I mean, it's stupid. So, I mean, I love them all those guys. I'm not talking bad about them, but, you know, everybody knows who they are. I mean, everybody knows who the fucking jackoffs are that take it forever and just fix it.
Hurry up, basically.
Hurry the f*** up. Play your cards. It's not going to change. When you take 3 minutes to do this you think that it's changing the guy's going to do with his hand? He's like, oh my God, what does he have? Oh my God, oh, he's playing with his oh my God, what does he have? Oh my God, look, he's taking 3 minutes on his hand. You think people are thinking like that? It's just stupid.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here with Tristan Wade, and we were getting into a little conversation earlier where we were asking you what you think about the future of the poker industry.
Yes, I'm a little scared of the future of the poker industry. Like I was telling you earlier, you know, my generation is really the first generation of poker player in the new age to bring up this online area, and you know, that's kind of where poker's going. It's an online area to play now. And even though there's a lot of live events, most of the poker wants to be done on the internet. And it's just scary to think about where poker is going, because I see a lot of companies that are trying to make poker an avenue and a facility to promote more gambling. You know, they want to draw in recreational players because of the appeal of poker and have them playing slots and casino games or sports betting. And they don't want players like me to win money because I'm not going to circulate it back into the, you know, getting more raked or circulate it back into the economy. Yeah, the house.
You mentioned you had a problem with the way some of the online sites and companies are doing things. Can you get into any specifics?
Well, it has been documented on some websites such as 2+2. There's been some videos circulating talking about certain games being hidden from better players. So if you're a winning poker player or you're one of the better poker players, there might be some tables hidden from you of more fishier players because they want the fish to be segregated from the good players. They want the fish's money to be circulated, to be raked. And so there are things like that happening in the poker world. It's out there. I don't want to get too specific about it, but it is out there. It's been documented. People have made videos about it. And things like that are happening in the industry, and not everyone knows about it. How would you know about it when it's happening on the software side of things, unless you were directly related with the software or you worked with that company? And yeah, there's things like that going on. Who knows what's happening? Who knows what some of these companies are doing? And frankly, it's good that it's getting regulated and legalized in America, but it concerns me too. How well is it being regulated and legalized in America? These are the same people that have been running other companies. How are they running these companies? And that's why, you know, with DeepStacks, it's one thing. We really are trying to do things the right way, not only to benefit the poker community as a whole, but all the people within the poker community too. You know, we think about everybody. We want everybody to win. We don't want, you know, one part to get sucked out on, you know, per se.
Unless it's against you.
Right, of course. You know, it's something, there's a lot of issues going on in poker right now, and people really don't know the proper things to focus on. Like, I know we're talking about a shot clock, or, you know, we're talking about the latest drama, or Daniel Negreanu's last rant. Like, who cares? You know, talk about something that actually matters. Let's talk about the industry, what we're going to do to actually promote the industry, to build the poker industry. You know, that's why I give a lot of props to Poker Stars. You know, they've always done things right. They've kept it poker. It's the same thing with DeepStacks. What we try to do, we try to keep it poker. We try to keep it a positive experience for the customer, and not just make it about gambling, make it about some casino experience, because, you know, there's more to the poker industry than just sucking out every penny you can get. Now, I don't know of everything that's going on with every poker site and what have you, but I know that they're still releasing certain Zoom products. Now there's that new full tilt tournament that you can play where you just you flip the first round and then you're in the money. Well, great, yeah, let's all just flip for, you know, that's not the point of poker. I have an edge, not by flipping a coin. I have an edge by seeing a flop with someone and outplaying them, you know, after the community cards are dealt. So things like that are trying to milk more money and create more rake for the business, but not a lot of people can actually consider how it affects them in the totality of their poker career. A lot of the route that we're taking to make poker appeal to more of the recreational player by making it more gambly. So I don't know the best way to balance it out. I'm glad that people are trying things, and I'm not, I don't know how any of it will pan out, but I wish that there was more of a direction towards actual geared toward like professional poker players, like we are an industry, but we are the 1%. And that's something I realized, all you poker players out there, you think, oh, we're professional poker players, we're the greatest. We are the 1%. They care about the recreational players. They care about the people that are going to come spend money, keep spending money, keep getting raked, not take the money and leave with it. And that's something that the poker players need to know.
But you care about that too, because that's where you make your money.
Right, exactly. So it's like, it's a catch-22. It really is. And it's very hard to figure out how to stay atop being a poker professional when you deal with all the other aspects, with the casinos, with the gaming, with the online sites, and with the recreational players. I mean, we could talk about it for hours.
All right, well, thank you. Hopefully something comes from it in the future, and I know you're always trying to figure out ways to make everything better, so I'm sure you'll get around to it.
Well, we'll try. Yeah, hopefully we do something as an industry. Like I said, poker's young. We got to figure it out, and I'm sure we will.
And everyone's kind of a big family.
Yeah, right. A big hated family.
Everyone thinks they're the best. Well, thank you for tuning in, and make sure you're following all the action and updates at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the Glass Float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1 and check out some beach cities and see what this is all about. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we've been open since 2005, and we have a contract with the city to have a glass studio where we offer classes to the public, and we started out just doing floats because they have this program where they hide floats on the beach here from the year 2000, and they've been doing it every year for the last 14 years. And so if you don't find one, you can come to our studio and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. This is one of the floats that I make, so they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,004, like the number of the year, every year. So, and then they buy them from about 5 or 6 different artists, and they have volunteers that hide them on the beach. And they do it in the off season because they're trying to bring people here in the winter when usually it's pretty slow.
We've been cruising down Highway 1 all day, checking out the different towns, and we got to Newport where we discovered the Oregon Coast Aquarium. But then we looked to our left and we found the world headquarters of the Rogue Brewery. You can come out here, hit the gift shop, take a tour 3 times daily, and they have a different version of an aquarium, what they call the Beer Aquarium. We made our way down to the bayfront where we found this really cool street that has a number of local seafood restaurants. The Oregon coast has so much to offer. Beautiful sights, great food, breweries, and of course, Chinook Winds, where DeepStacks Poker Tour is hosting its event. Make sure you follow all the action this weekend and stay tuned at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Select Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Select Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Tristan Creative Wade. We are on our second break, and I believe third break, and I think you are our chip leader. I hear you have a ridiculous table.
Yeah, my table's been pretty crazy. One guy got all in with ace-jack versus aces for about 100 big blinds and won, and then he got in like ace-10 versus aces and lost, and then I just set-over-setted him in a huge pot.
What's the dynamic like playing with local players in all these different regions when we travel around? You know, we come to Oregon and a bunch of coasties is a lot different.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the poker up here is a lot different. It's a different kind of crowd. The game is different here. People play a different kind of style, just like any different region you...
What's the style like?
Style is, some people are very solid and tight, other people fire. And they don't really know the values of their hands and such. So, but I mean, it's been great. There's some really good players out here too, and it's action. I'm having a blast.
What do you think of Chinook Winds? We moved the tournament area upstairs into the convention area. I think I like this better.
Yeah, it's nice. It's spacious. You know, you have everything you need in here: liquor, food. I love it. It's great. We got the NCAA game up. I'm getting to watch a little.
We know you love basketball.
Yeah, I'm getting to watch a little basketball.
Not only does he love basketball, but he loves to rap. And we got you. We got you last time. We were karaokeing.
Yeah, that was.
We gonna see some of that?
Maybe. I karaoke'd last night, Randall and I, but
what?
We didn't do a good job. It was bad. I'm glad you guys weren't there.
I'm sorry we missed the action. Well, you have 39 seconds, so I'll let you get back to your table. I know you don't want to miss the juiciness.
Yes, thank you.
For all of you back home, make sure you follow all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matisow, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matisow, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Mike the Mouth Matisow, just recently eliminated. Take me through your day.
I was having a great day. I had like 80,000 like 5 minutes ago, and he says, I check and I call all bets. Oh, I was like, thought about raising right here. I said, nah. To me, it's a free all-in on the river, and he can't call. And, yeah.
Do you feel like the standard moves that players would make, maybe that you're usually used to, it's kind of out of range when you're playing in tournaments like this?
I don't make moves at this tournament. This
morning you showed up early and you guys did an autograph signing, and I know you have your book that you were signing. Tell us a little bit about what it was like writing a book for you.
Well, you know, I wrote autobiography in 2008 after I got out of, after all the stuff I went through and after I won my third bracelet in the Deuce to 7. It was a good kind of final chapter from all the stuff I went through in 04 when I got set up and got put in jail and all this shit, and then 05 when I final table in Maine and won the Tournament of Champions, and then so pretty much talks about all the stuff I went through. It's a great, it's just a great read and stuff, and I like my book. I love my book. It's selling, people love it, and I enjoy letting people into my life a little bit. But
what's it mean to you coming to towns like this, and you do have such a good following, and everyone's so excited to see you? That must mean a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. The people here are really, really nice. I might shoot a second bullet tomorrow only because it's such a it's a good tournament. But if I do shoot a second bullet, I'm not going to buy into at least the 153 or 2,400 level where I don't have to grind. So we'll see.
I know you went through a lot in your past in poker, but what's your future look like? And what do you think about the future of poker?
Well, I had a dream I won the $1 million buy-in this year, so I'm going to get in that tournament and win it. That's what my future looks like.
You got to pull an Oasis Ahmed, right? That's what you were saying at dinner last night.
I just got to get in it. I mean,
I had like him.
I had no plans on getting in it, but when I have a dream, I won the $1 million buy-in, and every time I've ever had a dream, I won a tournament, I've won it. So I got to get in. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, you fire a second bullet. Just show up late. You'll do it. You'll be here.
Yeah, but I got to get up early and sign autographs and stuff in the morning, so...
Got to keep you off your iPad. He's always stuck to his Chinese game.
I was off it pretty much all day, so...
All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow. For all of you at home, make sure you're following all the updates at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here on day 2 of the DSPT Oregon main event. We are down to 11 players, and I am here with one of the tournament staff, Neil Wilkinson. Hey.
What's up?
How's the tournament been so far and the prelim events?
It's going great. It was, really smooth so far. Everybody's having a good time. We moved it up here in this big room, so away from the hustle and bustle. It's just nice room to play in, relaxing, just play poker.
What's been the feedback from most of the players?
They like it. They like it a lot. They like the structures are really strong. The play's great. Dealers and staff have been extraordinary, and it's been a good feedback, I think.
I personally love that you guys always provide food. Always.
Always, like 3 or 4 times a day, they bring it in, and it's always good stuff. So.
What do you think about all the changes DSPT and Chinook's made with the live stream and the tournament series champion?
Well, the live stream, being able to see the whole cards makes it, a lot more entertaining for the audience and just a better experience overall in general. And as well as the player of the series, it offers, something else to shoot for. And, if you do well throughout the series, you get rewarded, and that's great. We want to see that, so.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I'll let you get back. I know you guys are coloring up over here. For all of you, make sure you're following all the action and the live stream at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event, and this year we did a special thing for the players. We had a series champion winner, and I'm with Harvey Penites, who took that down. Congratulations. You had quite a run in this series.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible until I got into the main event, then it got ugly. But yeah, in the week's period of time, I had 2 firsts in 2 seconds.
Was that a mix of events, all no limit?
The only one I really didn't cash in was the Omaha, or the Big O, which I play the most of, which is ironic. So yeah, it was all hold'em tournaments, including the real money.
Do you play a lot of poker here?
When they have events up here, like last November, when they had basically the same thing, and certainly we'll be coming back for the next one.
Now, I heard you come from pretty far away to take part in this.
Yeah, I want to shout out to all my friends in Grants Pass, which is about 6 hours south of here.
Wow, that's quite a drive. Well, I hope you enjoy your trophy. You have the signed book from Madisau, you have a dinner, and 2 nights stay when you come back here sometime. Congratulations.
Well, I want to thank DeepStacks for putting on a wonderful event, and the feedback I've gotten is so much better than it was in November. And congratulations to the staff. They did a wonderful job.
Well, thank you. Congrats. Safe drive back to where you got to go.
Thank you.
For all of you, make sure you're following all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon at Chinook Winds, and we took a little break to talk to the players about something that's been pretty controversial lately, the shot clock. So Tristan, I want to know what your thoughts are on this new shot clock idea.
Well, I think the NBA shot clock 24 seconds is fairly accurate, but college should probably lower the shot clock to 30 seconds.
We're talking about poker here.
Oh, shot clock for poker? Okay. Well, I think that a shot clock in poker is a good idea for the most part, but it might turn away a lot of amateur players who are forced to make big decisions in an allotted amount of time when they're not used to making decisions like that, especially in a big tournament.
30 seconds is up. All right, Randall, tell me what you think about the shot clock in poker.
I think it would be a good idea. I'm a little bit biased because I act a lot quicker than most people and try to get as many hands in as possible, but I think that it's a little bit better for the game so that people with excessive tanking can't, I don't know, just sort of, I don't know, make the game super slow, and it hurts everyone, I think.
You play a lot online. Do you think that's why you have such an advantage with the clock?
That's definitely one reason, but I'm also pretty ADD, and I kind of tend to do things a little instantly and hastily, and I just try to get them over with, so I'm always like kind of annoyed waiting for the next thing to happen.
Your 30 seconds is up anyways. That was quick. All right, Mike, so we've been talking about the shot clock lately, and I want to hear what you have to say about the shot clock.
I say the shot clock. All these people that take 8 minutes on their hand and do this Hollywood bullshit, just tell them, play your hand or you're not allowed in our tournament anymore. I mean, there's only 3 or 4 of them. Everybody knows who they are. So, why it up for everybody else? Or give everybody a time bank, a little plastic thing that has 10 minutes on it, and use a time bank. Or program the tables that everybody that get in, they get a certain time bank, and the dealer pushes the button once they start their time bank. And when they move, they get a card with how much time they have left, and the dealer programs that in. But a shot clock is stupid because there's so many times where you're going to have to make a decision. But they talked about maybe 2 1-minute buttons. Well, okay, 2 1-minute buttons and 1 5-minute button, okay? And you have 1 5-minute button per tournament or whatever. You want to do that, but it's...
So you are okay with it?
No, I'm not okay with what their thought process is. It's, you have 30 seconds and you get 2 1-minute buttons. There's times you have to make a decision. I mean, and it's all kind of stems from the people that, the Doc Sands and the Gus Hansons and the and John fans and the rest of the ones who know who they are. So, I mean, it's just retarded. I mean, every hand, what the just bet your hand. I mean, it's stupid. So, I mean, I love them all those guys. I'm not talking bad about them, but, everybody knows who they are. I mean, everybody knows who the fucking jackoffs are that take it forever, and just fix it.
Hurry up, basically.
Hurry the up. Play your cards. It's not going to change. When you take 3 minutes to do this, you think that it's changing the guy's going to do with his hand? He's like, oh my God, what does he have? Oh my God, oh, he's playing with his oh my God, what does he have? Oh my God, look, he's taking 3 minutes on his hand. You think people are thinking like that? It's just stupid.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here with Tristan Wade, and we were getting into a little conversation earlier where we were asking you what you think about the future of the poker industry.
Yes, I'm a little scared of the future of the poker industry. Like I was telling you earlier, my generation is really the first generation of poker player in the new age to bring up this online area, and that's kind of where poker's going. It's an online area to play now. And even though there's a lot of live events, most of the poker wants to be done on the internet. And it's just scary to think about where poker is going, because I see a lot of companies that are trying to make poker an avenue and a facility to promote more gambling. They want to draw in recreational players because of the appeal of poker and have them playing slots and casino games or sports betting. And they don't want players like me to win money because I'm not going to circulate it back into the, getting more raked or circulate it back into the economy. Yeah, the house.
You mentioned you had a problem with the way some of the online sites and companies are doing things. Can you get into any specifics?
Well, it has been documented on some websites such as 2+2. There's been some videos circulating talking about certain games being hidden from better players. So if you're a winning poker player, or you're one of the better poker players, there might be some tables hidden from you of more fishier players because they want the fish to be segregated from the good players. They want the fish's money to be circulated, to be raked. And so there are things like that happening in the poker world. It's out there. I don't want to get too specific about it, but it is out there. It's been documented. People have made videos about it. And things like that are happening in the industry. And not everyone knows about it. How would you know about it when it's happening on the software side of things, unless you were directly related with the software or you worked with that company? And yeah, there's things like that going on. Who knows what's happening? Who knows what some of these companies are doing? And frankly, it's good that it's getting regulated and legalized in America, but it concerns me too. How well is it being regulated and legalized in America? These are the same people that have been running other companies. How are they running these companies? And that's why, you know, with DeepStacks, it's one thing. We really are trying to do things the right way, not only to benefit the poker community as a whole, but all the people within the poker community too. You know, we think about everybody. We want everybody to win. We don't want, you know, one part to get sucked out on, you know, per se.
Unless it's against you.
Right, of course. You know, it's something, there's a lot of issues going on in poker right now, and people really don't know the proper things to focus on. Like, I know we're talking about a shot clock, or, you know, we're talking about the latest drama, or Daniel Negreanu's last rant. Like, who cares? You know, talk about something that actually matters. Let's talk about the industry, what we're going to do to actually promote the industry, to build the poker industry. You know, that's why I give a lot of props to Poker Stars. You know, they've always done things right. They've kept it poker. It's the same thing with DeepStacks. What we try to do, we try to keep it poker. We try to keep it a positive experience for the customer, and not just make it about gambling, make it about some casino experience, because you know, there's more to the poker industry than just sucking out every penny you can get. Now, I don't know of everything that's going on with every poker site and what have you, but I know that they're still releasing certain Zoom products. Now there's that new full tilt tournament that you can play where you just you flip the first round and then you're in the money. Well, great, yeah, let's all just flip for, you know, that's not the point of poker. I have an edge not by flipping a coin. I have an edge by seeing a flop with someone and outplaying them, you know, after the community cards are dealt. So things like that are trying to milk more money and create more rake for the business, but, you know, not a lot of people can actually consider how it affects them in the totality of their poker career. A lot of the route that we're taking to, you know, make poker appeal to more of the recreational player by making it more gambly. So I don't know the best way to balance it out. I'm glad that people are trying things, and I'm not, you know, I don't know how any of it will pan out, but I wish that there was more of a direction towards actual geared toward, like, professional poker players. You know, like, we are an industry, but we are the 1%, and that's something I realized. You know, all you poker players out there, you think, you know, oh, we're professional poker players, we're the greatest. We are the 1%. They care about the recreational players. They care about the people that are going to come spend money, keep spending money, keep getting raked, not take the money and leave with it. And that's something that the poker players need to know.
But you care about that too, because that's where you make your money.
Right, exactly. So it's like, it's a catch-22. It really is, and it's very hard to figure out how to stay atop being a poker professional when you deal with all the other aspects, with the casinos, with the gaming, with the online sites, and with the recreational players. I mean, it's we could talk about it for hours.
All right, well, thank you. Hopefully something comes from it in the future, and I know you're always trying to figure out ways to make everything better, so I'm sure you'll get around to it.
Well, we'll try. Yeah, hopefully we do something as an industry. You know, like I said, poker's young. We got to figure it out, and I'm sure we will.
And everyone's kind of a big family.
Yeah, right. A big hated family.
Everyone thinks they're the best. Well, thank you for tuning in, and make sure you're following all the action and updates at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the glass float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1 and check out some beach cities and see what this is all about. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we've been open since 2005, and we have a contract with the city to have a glass studio where we offer classes to the public, and we started out just doing floats because they have this program where they hide floats on the beach here from the year 2000, and they've been doing it every year for the last 14 years. And so if you don't find one, you can come to our studio and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. This is one of the floats that I make, so they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,004, like the number of the year, every year. So, and then they buy them from about 5 or 6 different artists, and they have volunteers that hide them on the beach. And they do it in the off season because they're trying to bring people here in the winter when usually it's pretty slow.
We've been cruising down Highway 1 all day, checking out the different towns, and we got to Newport where we discovered the Oregon Coast Aquarium. But then we looked to our left and we found the world headquarters of the Rogue Brewery. You can come out here, hit the gift shop, take a tour 3 times daily, and they have a different version of an aquarium, what they call the Beer Aquarium. We made our way down to the bayfront where we found this really cool street that has a number of local seafood restaurants. The Oregon coast has so much to offer. Beautiful sights, great food, breweries, and of course, Chinook Winds, where DeepStacks Poker Tour is hosting its event. Make sure you follow all the action this weekend and stay tuned at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Solet's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Solet's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach.
Shane, darling, don't Shane. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas.
Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Tristan Creative Wade. We are on our second break, and I believe third break, and I think you are our chip leader. I hear you have a ridiculous table.
Yeah, my table's been pretty crazy. One guy got all in with ace-jack versus aces for about 100 big blinds and won, and then he got in like ace-10 versus aces and lost, and then I just set-over-setted him in a huge pot.
What's the dynamic like playing with local players in all these different regions when we travel around? You know, we come to Oregon and a bunch of coasties is a lot different.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the poker up here is a lot different. It's a different kind of crowd. The game is different here. People play a different kind of style, just like any different region.
What's the style like?
Style is some people are very solid and tight. Other people fire, and they don't really know the values of their hands and such. So, but I mean, it's been great. There's some really good players out here too, and it's action. I'm having a blast.
What do you think of Chinook Winds? We moved the tournament area upstairs into the convention area. think I like this better.
Yeah, it's nice. It's spacious. You know, you have everything you need in here: liquor, food. I love it. It's great. We got the NCAA game up. I'm getting to watch a little.
We know you love basketball.
Yeah, I'm getting to watch a little basketball.
Not only does he love basketball, but he loves to rap. And we got you last time. We were karaokeing.
Yeah, that was.
We gonna see some of that?
Maybe. I karaoke'd last night, Randall and I, but
What?
we didn't do a good job. It was bad. I'm glad you guys weren't there.
I'm sorry we missed the action. Well, you have 39 seconds, so I'll let you get back to your table. I know you don't want to miss the juiciness.
Yes, thank you.
For all of you back home, make sure you follow all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names like Mike the Mouth Matisow, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names like Mike the Mouth Matisow, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Mike the Mouth Matisow, just recently eliminated. Take me through your day.
I was having a great day. I had like 80,000 like 5 minutes ago, and he says, I check and I call all bets. Oh, I was like, thought about raising right here. I said, nah. To me, it's a free all in on the river, and he can't call. And, yeah.
Do you feel like the standard moves that players would make, maybe that you're usually used to, it's kind of out of range when you're playing in tournaments like this?
I don't make moves at this tournament. This
morning you showed up early and you guys did an autograph signing, and I know you have your book that you were signing. Tell us a little bit about what it was like writing a book for you.
Well, you know, I wrote my autobiography in 2008 after I got out of after all the stuff I went through, and after I won my third bracelet in the Deuce to 7, it was a good kind of final chapter for all the stuff I went through. In 04 when I got set up and got put in jail and all this shit, and then 05 when I final table in Maine and won the Tournament of Champions, and then so it pretty much talks about all the stuff I went through. It's a great, it's just a great read and stuff, and I like my book. I love my book. It's sold, people love it, and I enjoy letting people into my life a little bit, but.
What's it mean to you coming to towns like this, and you do have such a good following and everyone's so excited to see you? That must mean a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. The people here are really, really nice. I might shoot a second bullet tomorrow only because it's such a it's a good tournament. But if I do shoot a second bullet, I'm not going to buy until at least the 153 or 2400 level where I don't have to grind, So we'll see.
I know you went through a lot in your past in poker, but what's your future look like? And what do you think about the future of poker?
Well, I had a dream I won the $1 million buy-in this year, so I'm going to get in that tournament and win it. That's what my future looks like.
You got to pull an Oasis Ahmed, right? That's what you were saying at dinner last night.
I just got to get in it. I mean,
I
had no plans on getting in it, but when I have a dream, I won the $1 million buy-in, and every time I've ever had a dream, I won a tournament, I've won it. So I got to get in. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, you fire a second bullet. Just show up late. You'll do it. You'll be here.
Yeah, but I got to get up early and sign autographs and stuff in the morning, so.
Got to keep you off your iPad. He's always stuck to his Chinese game.
I was off it pretty much all day. So.
All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow. For all of you at home, make sure you're following all the updates at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here on day 2 of the DSPT Oregon main event. We are down to 11 players, and I am here with one of the tournament staff, Neil Wilkinson. Hey.
What's up?
How's the tournament been so far and the prelim event?
It's going great. It was, really smooth so far. Everybody's having a good time. We moved it up here in this big room, so away from the hustle and bustle. It's just nice room to play in, relaxing, play poker.
What's been the feedback from most of the players?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They like it. They like it a lot. They like the structures are really strong. The play's great. Dealers and staff have been extraordinary, and it's been a good feedback. I think.
I personally love that you guys always provide food. Always.
Always, like 3 or 4 times a day, they bring it in. It's always good stuff.
What do you think about all the changes DSPT and Chinook's made with the live stream and the tournament series champions?
Well, the live stream, being able to see the whole cards makes it, a lot more entertaining for the audience and just a better experience overall in general. And as well as the player of the series, it offers, something else to shoot for. And, if you do well throughout the series, you get rewarded, and that's great. We want to see that. So.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I'll let you get back. I know you guys are pulling up over here. For all of you, make sure you're following all the action and the live stream at DeepStacks.com.
Some of these players, I
Visit
already have
DeepStacks.com
kind
to
of
find the next
somewhat
stop
of a
near
prediction
you
on how I
and
feel like
get
they're
in
going to
the
play.
I didn't quite make it as far as Tristan, so I only have experience playing with a couple
Hey everyone,
of
I'm
these
Janine
guys,
Deeb
but
here at
I
the
did sit in the
DSPT
booth
Oregon
about
main
a
event, and this
hour
year
or
we
two
did
the
a
other day
special
and,
thing for the
seen a
players.
fair bit
We
of these
had
players.
a series champion winner, and
Mind
I'm
you,
with
some of
Harvey
these
Penice,
guys at the
who
final
took
table
that
are
down.
very good
Congratulations.
players.
You had quite a run in this series.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible until I got into the main event. Then it got ugly. But yeah, in the week's period of time, I had 2 firsts and second.
Was that a mix of events, all no limit?
The only one I really
the
didn't
stack sizes and how it affects
cash
IC.
in was the Omaha or the
So
Big
you
O,
have 2
which
really
I
bigger
play the
stacks
most of,
that
which
are
is
kind of,
it
more
was all
than
hold'em
double
tournaments,
anyone
including
left in the
the,
field.
real money.
And
Do you
have
play
to
a lot of
think
poker
Armand
here?
and Howard are pretty big
During
favorites to at
the
least
when
make
they
the
have
final
events
5.
up here like last November when we
Yeah.
had
I
basically the same
wouldn't
thing,
expect to see a
and
lot of
certainly when it comes
conversations
back
between Howard and Armand.
I heard you come from pretty far away to take part in this.
Well,
Yeah,
Armand
shout
does
out to all
have
my
position
friends
on
at Grants
Howard,
Pass,
and
which is about
Howard.
6 hours south of
Wow, that's quite a
although
drive.
we know
well,
Howard to be
I hope
fairly
you
tight
enjoy your
player.
trophy.
He,
You have the
has a
signed
big
book from
limping range.
Madisau.
Well,
You have the dinner and 2 nights stay when you come back here
previously,
sometime.
Howard
Congratulations.
does.
Well, I
I
wanna
think
thank
that
you
actually is huge for Armand.
wonderful
The bit I
event
did
and,
see Howard play the other day, he was a
feedback
little
I've
bit
gotten.
passive, but he loved to limp in pre-flop and see a flop. And I think Armand eventually, with that stack advantage and the ICM
Thank
situation,
you.
could
Congrats.
have a
Safe
huge
drive
edge taking
back to where
advantage
you
of
gotta
isolating
go.
his limps and
For all of you, make
putting
sure
a lot
you're
of
following
pressure
all
on
the
him.
action at
Then all of a sudden,
DeepStacks.com.
Howard in a mediocre
Visit
spot
DeepStacks.com
may
to
not
find
want to
the
get
next
too
stop
involved
near
with all the
you
shorter
and get
stacks
the
left
action.
when he can just move up the pay jump ladder, letting the shorter stacks take themselves out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Hey everyone,
I
I'm
think Howard's
Janine
going to
Deeb
play
here
pretty
at the
snug.
DSPT Oregon
I
at
agree
Chinook
with that.
Wins, and we took a little break to talk to
And
the
the
players
table
about something
position,
that's been
the seat
pretty controversial.
assignments, that's pretty interesting. As far as I know, a couple of the good players are kind of seated next to each other in later position. So that should be interesting how their hands play out differently than the other guys to the table.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see which of these guys kind of takes a back seat, trying to move up a couple $1,000s at a time, and which of these guys really just wants to win it all and just makes fearless plays and putting pressure on others, knowing that they're afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, enjoy the show, and I do appreciate your cooperation. Good luck, everybody.
All right, guys. 1,000, 4,000, 8,000. 140. Shuffle up and deal.
So with the big blind at 8,000 and the ante at 1,000, the short stacks are going to be playing really tight. I think there's 2 players, Matt and Patrick, in the 3 and the 7 seat, who both have just under 20 big blinds, which you would expect that to be an all-in or fold situation. But I've been seeing a lot of interesting shorter stack plays here, where a lot of people have been limping in and just seeing flops even under 20 big blinds. Howard here picks up a huge hand with pocket jacks. His heater continues.
And he actually raises, makes it 18,000.
I like that raise size. Not too big. A lot of people would have maybe made it 24,000 and 3 exit, but I don't think that's necessary with the effective stack sizes.
Here's the guy who 3-bet called and busted you with 10-7.
Let's see if he wants to move up or if he wants to take a shot with a pocket pair. Nope, he's going to fold. That's a pretty sad fold for me to see. I would have loved to see him rip pocket fives there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I think he knows Howard's reputation.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are probably aware that Howard's limping in so many hands that his raising range has to be pretty strong, especially under the gun one, the first hand. I think the first hand, everyone is super timid. Now, I have seen Harshit be very aggressive in early position with weak hands, but he doesn't pick up a playable hand there with Jack 5 offsuit. Harshit also has been one of the more active players of late on the final table bubble.
Okay, so here's Armand with the ace-3 of diamonds. He makes a pretty tight fold with his stack.
Wow, yeah, with 100 big blinds, a suited ace there with the ICM implications, I think, as an auto raise. Patrick here probably just going to make a large raise to commit himself or either just move all in altogether. I think I'd probably just move all in altogether. I think these blinds were more likely to flat and correctly call flops, but with the ICM and you know, you just really want to make people have to pick up something to call you with. And, and you really don't want to get involved in a post-flop spot where you don't necessarily flop much, and you could have just picked up the pot to begin with by just moving in.
Yeah, especially given your opponents in the blinds there, I think all-in's definitely the right play. Here are the chip counts. As you can see, you got Howard with 880,000, Armand in second with 830.
Huge drop-off.
Yeah,
big
very
disparity.
big drop-off, and our short stacks have 18 and 20 big blinds. So, you know, they still have room to play, but there aren't certain situations they can't pass up.
Raised to 18.
Howard continuing to pick up very premium hands.
Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
It sometimes can be very tough when a tighter player just keeps playing every hand. You just really start to question the math of, can he really have it every hand? But the answer is yes,
Yes,
they can.
he can. Yes. That always gets me too. I'm always like, man, this is such a great spot for him to raise here.
I'm like, oh, this is 5 hands now in 8 minutes. But
Yeah,
nope.
they just have it. Howard continues to have it. All right, great. So we just got handed some biographies.
Some pertinent information.
Some autobiographies. Yeah. Let me flip through this, see if I can find out some interesting information about our participants.
Also, Seat 5 Cal, a buddy of his, wanted me to give him a shout out as Dokes. His friends
Dokes.
wanted to hear
What's
on
up,
the
Dokes?
stream.
We would like an explanation of that nickname, but we like it. Dokes.
Reminds me of the character on Dexter.
On Dexter?
Yeah.
Which one?
The African American cop that got killed in the earlier seasons. Anyway, it's a show.
Spoiler alert.
It's a show on Showtime. Yeah. Oops.
I've seen it.
Our bad. Okay, looks like we got another hand here. I'm going to guess Armand's folding 7-5 since he folded ace-3 suited. Yep.
Okay. Well, since Randall started this final table broadcast questioning which players cared about making the money and which didn't, first player's biography I'm looking at, Harshit, he says that it's his first big tournament. He started day 2 with 25,600 chips. I'm here for the trophy right from day 1. I don't care about the cash. and with 2 little smiley faces in that paragraph.
I like it.
Yeah.
Already a fan.
So best of luck to him. He's only been playing poker for about 2 years as a hobby, and this is his first big cash.
You gotta love that attitude. You're not gonna get first unless you're really trying.
From Hillsboro, Oregon.
And not necessarily based on payouts in ICM, but, you know, sometimes if you're not first, you're last. That's how a lot of competitors think.
Yeah, that's a competitive theory. There's only one winner.
A lot of people picking up some premium hands in early position here, so everyone just playing pretty snug and straightforward. Armand picking up 2 jacks. Dokes with a fold on to Chad.
Dokes.
Let's go of the dominated Motown Jack 5. Nick getting rid of the dead man's hand. So many nicknames.
And we have Howard who flats in the big blind.
Looks like he's the small blind.
No, small blind.
Be curious to know Howard's cards. Well,
whoa,
that is a huge flop for Armand. He flops middle set on a somewhat coordinated board. It's unfortunate for him that Howard has no interest in this pot.
Yeah, Howard will immediately be out here, and I expect a continuation bet all the time here.
Yeah, you have to get 3 streets from an ace there, especially as the 2 big stacks.
Yeah, it's just not a good flop to check. There's too many bad cards.
That's correct. Howard could even float a gut shot, and then when he hits it, just check raise all in for 80 big blinds like we saw him do versus Brett the other day when Brett had the second nut straight. And that's how he got a lot of his chips early, doubling from around 85 to 190,000 yesterday.
Howard is actually a retired electrical contractor enjoying the Oregon coast. It's good to know he's from Lincoln City, so he's right here from hometown hero Howard. And he's been crushing the tournament so far. Harshit here with King Jack suited, and he just decides to call on the cutoff.
That is a raise.
Yes, the value of that hand is way too high, especially in the position he's in. He should be attacking, not limping. It's just bad strategy.
Matt with a monster flop, flopping the second nut straight in a limp pot after completing 6-4 off. You can only dream of these things.
And Harshit here is not going to raise pre-flop, but he's going to float the king set or 5-7-8 flop.
After he gets led into in a limp pot when their range is significantly weaker and hitting that board. Matt with just a smooth call here with only about 11 big blinds, and that card's going to kill any action. Not that he would have gotten a ton anymore. I think Armand was making a stab, just hoping no one.
And this is a spot where Matt has to bet, and Armand might actually pay him off here.
I think that Matt, when he overcalls the small blind, always has a 6. I think that a lot of weaker made hands, like, say, Queen 8 or something, might just check raise all in on the flop protection. But with 6-4, his hand is so strong, he wants to trap and let more action in since there are 2 players that are giving him action.
So do you feel like his betting range here and just calling range on the flop is too strong that you should fold trips here every time?
I think I would always fold trips here pretty much because even an 8 that didn't shove or something, Matt's just never going to turn whatever his showdown value hand is that you can beat into a bluff here to try and get you off trip 5s.
Like a hand like 9-10 or something he would be checking.
Yeah, it's pretty evident that Harsha doesn't really have a 6. So that's, I think, what Armand's most difficult decision is. But I think he should just be more into reading Matt's hand. Also, the bet on the flop was $12K, and 33 is, just under half pot. It's kind of a please call me bet.
And also, Matt is one of the shortest stacks at the table.
That's
is
very,
he really
very
going to be
important.
betting any hand weaker than a straight here? I think it's highly unlikely. I mean, as you see his stack behind, he's only got about 100,000 behind.
Matt, a Magic the Gathering fan, trapping with a Hobgoblin on the flop. He's also a poker dealer, so he certainly sees a lot of poker. Armand really taking a long time here. It would be actually pretty cool, I think, if Armand raised. I don't think Matt could call it just a 6. And with his leading range on the flop, he would definitely lead 2-pair always. Maybe not always, but he can definitely represent leading 2-pair. And then he was always going to check his 2-pair when the straight card comes on the turn. I think a river raise there would have been a very reputable bluffing with trips. But that might be
that
a little bit more difficult to think through in his spot.
In theory, you're absolutely right. It would be an awesome, unbelievable bluff. That would really put Matt to the test.
That
but
would be
given
really
the pot,
sexy.
given the chips he'd committed there already, I don't know how he would respond.
Yeah. I mean, if he made it 150,000 there.
Well, he would have had to put them all in. He only had 80,000 behind, I believe.
Yeah. But the cool part about making it 150 is the Harshit really isn't ever getting involved behind you.
Yeah.
So it looks a lot stronger, even though it covers him, and it's the same as making it 90, which gives him way better odds.
Yeah, good point.
I think that'd be pretty neat. But that's just a guy who played the tournament and lost his opinion in the booth while all these guys are at the table. So,
yes.
To them, I wish them
opinions
the best of luck.
are like, the saying. They told me to keep it PG. Can we cuss on this? Can we cuss on this? Can I?
I
know. I was just messing. I'm just adding a little fun back here.
Pretty standard hand.
We have some stats. Yes, the Magic the Gathering.
Patrick here, his first to act under the gun. Been playing for about a year or so. Says he loves it all. He started reading all the books. Self-employed contractor. From Salem. I like this raise with ace-jack here under the gun. You're going to get played back at very straightforwardly with the 9-handed final table going. Armand kind of debating if he wants to make a move in passing. Ooh, Dokes here with Big Slick. Very interested. Gets really excited, shuffling his chips that he's ready to put in there.
49?
It looked like a little more, but maybe not. Chad here with pretty easy fold with pocket eights after under the gun raise and then another re-raise, especially at with the ICM stacks. And he's one of the guys without 800K plus. Patrick here, I think, as a short stack, this is possibly an easy fold, especially considering he's from under the gun. He definitely gave Howard a lot of respect when he raised in first position or second position, and then he folded pocket fives, which I think is a standard fold, but I think Patrick really going into the tank here. There's nothing wrong with taking extra long on your decisions at the final table. It's definitely the most important decision of the tournament for him.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to make the right decision. Oh, he moves all in. Wow.
This is going to be an easy call for Cal.
Yeah, I don't know why Cal is thinking about it after.
I think
already.
It's just a live poker thing, just to, get everything set. Cal's definitely not too happy here, though. That he
will be once he sees the hands are revealed.
Oh, yes, he's definitely kind of not that happy at the moment. But he will be calling and then soon hoping that his ace-king wins 3 out of 4 times like it does.
Yeah, as you see, like Randall says, he's not ecstatic about it, but he eventually
knows he
looks like
has
he
to
will
call. He knows he has to call.
Yep.
We have an all-in call. After Patrick Rea made a raise from under the gun.
Patrick's going to need a lot of spades, a straight, or a jack.
All in. He's been called by Cal Seikow. Cal has
more
chips. He has ace of hearts, king of clubs. Patrick, the short stack, has ace of spades, jack of clubs. See a flop?
Right in the door. Oh, that is painful for Cal. If Cal loses this pot, he is going to be hurting.
Be running hearts or running straight cards.
Picks up 4 outs. He can hit 3 kings or 4 tens, or else Patrick's going to double up to around 335,000. Patrick sucks out for his tournament life. Wow, what a hand. Cal is not happy. He is down to around 220,000, and that puts him near the bottom with Matt and Nick and the other stacks that are not doing too well and just trying to move up.
Yes.
If he would have won that hand, he'd be at 550,000 and coming for the chip leaders, well above anyone else that has 360.
Yeah, 8-handed too.
Yeah, that would have been a good position to be a lot more aggressive. That's really unfortunate for him.
And that is part of poker. You cannot do anything once the decisions have been made.
26% is still a lot.
Yep, you cannot control that, unfortunately.
And Patrick with new life, new confidence,
and
stacking
the
castles.
Lovely Mike the Matiso logo we have here that just stares you in the face every time. Yes, that. Look at it.
If you still want one, they might be available for $20 here. Get
I
them
don't
while
know
you
if
can.
that is a Matiso blow-up doll or what, but that is pretty bad. The kitty game's down the street, he says.
The graphics department couldn't get the teeth, It's tough enough.
Actually, I have a behind-the-scenes story about that.
Folds the cow here on the button here, and he is over this. He opens Jack 4 suited and says, "I'm taking some of my chips back from your big blind, buddy." Let's see if Patrick gets a little stubborn with Queen 8. I think he will. Not.
Yeah, the backstory behind that logo revision was he actually had one with his glasses on, and he didn't like it, so he had it redone.
Nice, nice.
I heard that just the other day.
Cal picks up another pot here. Or not another pot here, I should say. He picks up a pot after losing the last one.
And I mean, things like that happen at final table. It's very unfortunate, but you can't let it get you down. You can't let it affect any of your decision making. You just have to now play and continue to make every correct decision that you possibly can. That's one thing that probably goes unnoticed a lot is just the mental toughness and the mental stability you need to have when things stop going your way or start going against you.
It's like they say in Rounders, Tristan. Sometimes pros can't even handle the swings of no limit.
It's true.
One wrong decision.
Yeah.
And boom, all your chips are gone.
Yep.
Can't lose focus at all. Howard with a raise here. Retired electrical contractor, just enjoying the Oregon coast. Can't hate to see a guy like Howard doing well. Ooh, I like that he's opening King Jack off here under the gun +2. I think later in the day on day one, he might have been a little bit more tired, and he was just limping a lot of hands like that in ace-10. Now I like to see that he's taking advantage of his chip stack here at the final table, pushing some other people around while he's running hot and while everyone's afraid of him and not going to play back at him unless they have something, because they always think he does. I wish Howard would have continuation bet now that we know that Danny and Matt each didn't connect with the flop, but I'm actually completely fine with Howard checking the flop there.
And it looks like Danny's about to take a stab at this with no equity in the hand.
That's nothing but heart there. Well, the best part about taking a stab here is you know Howard's a straightforward player. He's going to bet if he has it. He's going to check if he doesn't. And, you know, Matt, he started the hand with about 25 big blinds, so his flatting range is something like middle pairs and ace-10 and ace-jack and king-queen, maybe even ace-queen against Howard just calling. So when he checks back the flop, it tells Danny that, you know, Matt's range is fairly weak here. Who knows if Matt's capable of just calling pre-flop here with pocket queens to trap either. A lot of heart there by Danny. Picks up the pot.
That's a nice pot for Danny to pick up too. In a spot where some people might not even be calling there with 9-10 offsuit,
I really like that overcall in the big blind.
Yeah, I like it.
It's getting great odds, and he's definitely not always dominated by those tight ranges by Howard and Matt there.
Yeah, it's not a pretty hand, but it has high value, 9-10 offsuit.
Danny here enjoys long walks on the beach, specifically here at Chinook Winds, where everything is better at the beach. Gotta love the Oregon coast. I've had a great time here.
This is his poker highlight, being at the DeepStacks Poker Tour Chinook Winds main event final table. So that's quite the accomplishment.
Seems like he is a dark horse in my opinion, because at least he's making moves and plays and trying to move up, even though his stack is only at around 300,000 or 400,000. I think that's what's going to separate who wins and who doesn't, is which of these middle stacks really gets aggressive and goes on a little heater.
Yeah, and here we got Dokes.
I love it.
Raising King 7 suited.
He's 3.1xing, which I don't know if I would do that, but he's definitely trying to get people to fold. Patrick, after doubling, he is a little comfortable and would love to see a flop with this hand, but he doesn't know if he can call 25K, which might work out for Dokes here.
Yeah, I think Patrick, from playing with him for quite a while.
I think that one hurt him a lot.
Yeah, that one.
Especially on the button.
That one definitely hurt him, without a doubt.
Especially on the button.
He would love to see
he's
what
just
guys here.
He's so tired of that suck out that he's just decided that he's just going to take his destiny and control of his own hands. Gotta like to see it.
He is a duck.
Gotta like to see some aggressive playing here.
U of O alumni. He's a duck. I actually watched the Mighty Ducks on television a couple weeks ago. Quack. Quack.
I'm a D2 fan personally.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
The knuckle puck?
Yeah, it's all about the knuckle puck, man.
I used to do that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was, street hockey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would just,
For sure.
I tried to do the knuckle.
Howard here picking up a pair under the gun, going back to his limping ways since he missed the flop last time, thinking he could have probably just saved 10K by
right,
limping.
even though he lost a sliver to his stack, he should definitely be raising a pocket pair here, just because it has a good equity in the hand and it also can get through and pick up the blinds without any resistance.
Just goes to show how huge the hands before, if you pay attention, affect people's actions the hand after. Dokes gets sucked out on, opens light 2 hands in a row, but no one knows it, but he is steaming. Gets his chips back. Howard here loses 1 pot after winning a ton in a row and goes back to limping a hand that I think he could have gotten away with a raise.
And luckily he gets a good flop, but he's not even going to bet it and protect
I don't
the
like
equity
this
that
at
he does
all.
has.
He needs to bet it on the flop, in my opinion, but hey, it works out for him, and Harsha doesn't really connect with the board at all, so Howard won just as much as he'd have won if he'd have raised, in theory.
But with a lot more risk there, Tessina flop against Jack 8 suited. He's lucky that there was no connection
Yeah, if Harsha would have had a gut shot or anything like that, or any kind of significant equity draw, he would have probably led the turn versus Howard after Howard checks back the flop.
Yeah, Howard just really he's capable of putting himself in a bad spot, limping, even mediocre hands. Not taking control of pots can really hurt you.
Nick and Chad here, the only two yet to play a hand here at the final table of 9. Let's see if whenever they get involved. Looks like they might be a little card dead as well, though.
And the blinds are now 5,000, 10,000. Although we didn't announce that before, they just recently went up.
Well, it says 10K to call here.
Yes, it does. It does.
So the viewers at home are well aware with our awesome graphics here at DeepStacks. Patrick here with 2 paint cards here in the hijack. Definitely going to get frisky with a 21K raise. Howard never letting go of his deuces here in the big blind.
This is a great spot to have a pair in a big blind.
Oh, it's so sneaky. Looks like Patrick's probably going to win this pot, barring some kind of crazy play. I don't mind his check back there. You want to have a decent hands in your check back range so you can call a turn bet from Howard. And I don't know how many worse hands call you on the flop when you bet. Maybe a couple draws. Probably not a 6. And Patrick's going to take down the pot. Patrick slowly creeping up after his nice all-in suck out with ace-jack.
It also seems like that all-in and double-up might have taken some of the life out of the table, too, it seems like, you know.
Well, you know, every single person at that table is 100% rooting for whoever the short stack is to bust so they can move up. So the whole demeanor of everyone on the table goes down when the short stack busts, you know. They're all just like, gosh dang it, I was so close to another how much thousand. So everyone else feels like they took that bad beat, too. Because in theory they did. The money has been entering that much now. Wow, King 9 off, fold on the button. I do not believe you are playing for the trophy, Harshit. I would probably have raised that hand, but looks like it's going to probably work out for him. Wow, a 3.5x raise from Howard in the small blind. We don't know his cards, but Matt, I actually like his only call with ace-10 here, because I don't know how light Howard is. Maybe he should shove. I'm not sure of his stack size. It's about 220.
Check the mat, and he automatically moves all in.
I don't
love that.
I don't really love that play at all either. I don't know what hand is going to call you that you're beating. You even have the ace of clubs, so you're never afraid of a club rolling off. Yeah, I think he was just ready to take the pot and thought that Howard was never calling, and so he just moved all in. But Howard has shown a propensity to take a stab after there's a little weakness on the flop or the turn. His aggression frequency is 48, while his VPIP so far is 57 here at this final table. Albeit he's been getting some hands, he's also been limping in and seeing some flops when none of these other players would have. I think he's also taking advantage of how many chips he has, thinking he can afford it all. But it'll add up eventually, so he should be careful with that. 3-5 offsuit for both Nick and Danny. I feel like Harshit is almost just afraid to open King 9 just because Howard's on his left, and Howard loves seeing so many hands. But King 9 is in position, I think, is okay to raise. Matt here with a flashback to last time he had 6-4 offsuit in the small blind, and how great that was. But he doesn't try to chase the 6-4 profits this time.
Yeah, he got out early.
He thought about it, though. He's in a tough spot between the two chip leaders. I think tight is right for him. You can see Daryl's matching shoes and notebook in the back there. Oregon Duck colors even.
Yeah, he really embraces the culture on our tour stops. that
That's
he
right.
visits. And this Mike Madiso logo is really freaking me out. It's like he's staring into my soul.
Oh man, he always stares into your soul
Yeah.
if you're at the poker table. Danny, not even thinking about a suited ace. I feel like everyone is petrified of playing a pot with Howard.
And Howard keeps entering pots. And did he just limp the cutoff for 10,000 with ace-9 offsuit? I believe he did.
Fact. If we only knew what Matt had.
And I would assume that Matt has to have a better hand than ace-9 offsuit. But maybe he has some kind of suited paint hand. King, queen suited, king, jack suited to isolate Howard.
Cal calls in the big blind with 10-7, getting a great price, knowing Howard's calling 100% of the time. I don't mind that much. Maybe a little loose, but that's okay. I don't like Matt's sizing before the flop with whatever he had. Min raising plus 1K when there's a limper. It's almost like he's just trying to gain the initiative and get the blinds out. But he's definitely not representing a strong range by only putting in that much money. If you had a good hand, you obviously want to build the pot more. Howard debating an extremely loose call here.
Howard already did call, I believe.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if Matt has a hand like ace-king with a spade or
Yeah,
ace-jack with a spade.
maybe.
Maybe even pocket jacks with a spade. But you can't think that someone would want to play pocket jacks. So, oh, well, there's the jack of spades. So he doesn't have that.
Howard makes a straight.
You have to think that we're going to get to see everyone's hand, Matt's hand here at the river. You wouldn't. Wow, Howard's going to bet a straight on a 4-flush board with Matt left to act. Matt's sitting up in his chair. I think he clearly has a flush if he hasn't folded by now. He's just trying to think. I think he's trying to think. I'm trying to think if. Oh wow, he's just got a pair of jacks. Okay. So king jack wasn't that strong. He was just trying to isolate. But I hate his flop check back.
Yeah,
with
same
king
here.
jack.
I was gonna say.
That is bad. Now Howard wins this pot because he played the pot as passive as possible.
Yeah, when you isolate with king jack there in position and you flop an open end there, I think you should be betting almost all the time against those opponents.
I think if you miss and you can check back, that's fine. But there's no need to let 70,000 plus in the pot sit there while you have a ton of equity and draw, to the nuts versus people who are willing to put chips in right now.
Again, if you're going to be the pre-flop aggressor, you should try to be the post-flop aggressor when you get such a well-connected board as well.
Yeah, I
mean, you really have to pounce on those pots, like Randall said, 70,000 chips at this point. Every chip has a monetary worth to it.
Shorter stacks of this table have 200 and 240 and 170. Now Matt has 170. If Matt would have picked up that pot, he would have increased his stack by almost 75, 100% or something close. No, 50 to 75%, yeah. Patrick, first stack. Gonna probably let go of this deuce 5.
Nick has his chance to play his first pot here, given his stack, though. I like to see him open.
Gotta think that he's happy to finally get a playable hand here. It's a nice spot for an open after you've been card dead the whole final table, I think.
Now, if I had a hand like Queen Jack offsuit, I might not be raising it probably, but
suited
I think
is awesome.
Queen Jack suited, has a little more value.
Queen Jack offsuit is garbage there, I'd say.
Yeah.
Unless you're a chip leader and you want to really take advantage of pushing people around with the ICM. Chad with Jack of Hearts, 3 of clubs, gonna probably let it go, and now Nick wins the pot.
Special shout out to the DeepStacks Poker Tour and the Live at the Bike crew that is running the RFID software and technology, as well as the commentary and live stream, and all the people in the booth this week, as well as my co-host. The production was great. Everyone who's been watching has thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Here it's on Danny under the gun. Harshit limping in with 8-7 suited.
This is the second limp we've seen with him. The last time was King Jack suited in late position. He's in earlier position here, but I still like the aggressive route of raising.
I like Cal's raise here on the button with King Queen of Hearts, recognizing that Harshit's been limping more than once and that his King Queen suited is definitely ahead of his range probably. Chad here. Wow, I did not realize that Cal had raised it to 55K. Chad is so scared, he just folds ace queen. Wow.
And that goes to show that Cal, he showed only ace king, even though he's been a little more aggressive the last orbit, and his image is still tight at the table. And I mean, it actually is a tough spot for Chad as well, given his stack size, having 30 big blinds, and the table image that Dokes has.
Yeah, Dokes hasn't shown down many hands besides ace king, and we know he's been up to no good. But you know, with ace queen there versus someone that has 20 big blinds, when they make it 5.5 big blinds, it's like they're trying to effectively go all in pre-flop almost. But he could have definitely folded to a re-raise there with king queen from Chad. He definitely isn't getting the right price with his stack versus that strong range. Especially a range that's folding ace queen to that open.
And Harshit here has queen jack offsuit, decides to raise, and we see Howard as ace jack offsuit.
Harshit's worst nightmare has finally come alive. The first time he finally raises, Howard just flats it no problem.
Yeah. And mind you, that wouldn't have happened most likely on some of those other hands. Armand has a hand that he should be in the pot with too.
He's gonna fold king jack suited there. Wow.
I would never fold there with the position that you're in and having such a well-connected suited hand with your
80
stack.
big blinds effective with Howard. He could stack Howard at some point in the hand. It's pretty wild.
Patrick has a pair of 10s here in the small blind. How do you think he's going to play this, Randall?
Looks like he's just gonna call. I think they're pretty wary of Harshit after he's just limped a couple of times, and now he is, you know, finally opened a pot in an even earlier position. And Howard is gonna scoop it up. Big flop with top pair here. You can't think that Harshit's gonna try and beat either of these guys by c-betting anymore. Howard can actually balances his check back range here. I like it a lot. And give one of these guys a chance to fire at it because he's either way ahead or way behind situation.
Howard with a very small bet of 16,000.
I like that actually a little bit. Now that, you know, especially since we can see their whole cards and know that that's about the most that Patrick can call.
Yeah.
But in general, I think I might bet like half pot there.
Yeah, I think this bet sizing is perfect for Patrick. He's a sucker for a small value bet. And why should he not be? He does have two 10s on an ace-high board, so his 10s could be good, even though against Howard most likely. And Howard makes trips, even though the backdoor flush gets there. Howard decides to check. That's a spot where he definitely should be betting for value. I guess he's just a little scared, but he can bet and fold to a re-raise or bet and get worse hands to call.
I agree with that, Tristan. Spot on analysis. Spot on. Howard just keeps winning pots, but you got to think that just winning small pots might not be enough to win this tournament. You really got to go for value and not miss any value bets if you're going to win.
You have to know when you have the best hand, or at least when to bet when you think you have the best hand, because you're going to make more money, you know, if you're betting more than less.
Agree with that.
And that's one thing too, you know, it helps if you can just play aggressive, try to eke the value out, and against opponents like Patrick right there. Patrick might have called a bet of 35,000 on the river after the ace pairs because he might now think his 2-10s are good. You know, so I don't think necessarily that card was a action killer or a card to kill the value.
So we got a little action here. Harshit limps under the gun with ace-10 off, which I don't like at all. It's not going to really be that great of a play for you. I think if he raises or folds, that's a better play. Armand decides to be a little passive in a overlimp Jack-10 suited.
I don't mind the overlimp with Jack-10 suited after Harshit limped under the gun, although he's been limping often. I'd like to see a flop with Jack-10 suited.
Yeah, I actually like the limp considering Harshit's limping range actually is somewhat tight, even though it contains some 8-7 suiteds and whatnot.
But now once you get this flop check to you, I think you should definitely be betting with the Jack-10 suited. Although, since you didn't, now this is about to cost you.
Devastating turn for Nick and Armand. Harshit makes the best hand here and decides to try and trap Armand, I guess, which is going to work because Armand actually does have a 10. It's a pretty fortunate trap. I don't know how often Armand bets that turn with nothing, considering he checked that flop with nothing when he had a great price to steal the pot on the flop. And he just check calls. And now I guess they're both going to check afraid of a flush. Yep.
And now we're going to see, the table will see a little bit about what Harshit's been limping. And that might hurt him a lot, actually, seeing that he's limping ace-10 offsuit under the gun. That might actually give them a realistic read as to what his hand range for limping is.
Yeah, you have to think that people are still a little hesitant to attack limpers here.
I think it's deep enough into the final table where you're going to see some of these other players start to open up. I think one player in particular will be Chad. I think Chad will open up a little more, given that he gets the right spots too. I played with him frequently. Yeah, Chad right there in the blue hoodie.
Yep.
He's a very good player. He knows how to find his spots, and I think that he will be one of the players that decides to turn it on at this final table. If he can win his first pot he enters, it's helpful if you see a flop in your 30 big blind stack to try to win your first pot.
Cow with ace-jack suited here makes it 26,000.
And these type hands, king-7 suited, I think these are hands that were once playable, but now have realized their value has decreased.
And Cal is going to be in a tough spot here. Even though Nick hasn't played many or any pots at the final table, they're both short stacks, and Cal has been ready to win his chips back with hands like king-queen suited. So you have to think ace-jack suited is probably not getting folded here by him. I think he is ready to gamble a little bit. Maybe not. I think he knows that Nick hasn't been playing any hands at all and that he's never messing around there.
Yeah, I didn't think that we would get a call there. I think that he's... Oh, we have a little banter about when he'll be able to see that, so he does want to know.
Blinds 5,000, 10,000. Howard now over $1 million with Armand around 830,000. A lot of people around 300,000. And then a couple under 200,000. Matt and Cal.
Clubs. Ace of clubs is the burn.
Armand picking up an ace queen here. Gotta think he's gonna open.
Raise. 22,000. Fold.
Danny here picking up a monster in the cutoff with a couple of kings.
Oh, yes.
With how passive Armand's been playing, even with all those chips, though, you have to think that he might not give a ton of action to Danny on a re-raise since he just straight up folded king-jack suited to open by our boy Howard earlier. Everyone else getting out of the way of rags. Let's see what Armand decides to do.
And Danny does have a stack that he can move all in with or try to get Danny, or Armand can try to get Danny all in here if he does want to play the hand. If he decides to 4-bet, I don't think he's going to be 4-bet folding, since he'll essentially price himself in if he does 4-bet.
He might be thinking about just calling as well.
Yeah, a call is definitely an option.
And he gives it up. A lot of correct tight folds going on today.
Danny tells him good fold. Friendly guys. He almost wanted a flat. I would have loved a flat with 2 kings, but I can never be mad at someone for re-raising on a 25 big blind stack with 2 kings.
Yeah, flatting is a fine play there, I think, especially if ace-queen's not going to give you action on a 3-bet.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get action and get a full double if there's only, 3 or 4 hands that will gamble with you.
I think it just goes to show that a 3-bet here by any stack that's not 800,000 or more is just significantly strong with all of them trying to move up. You got to think that, Cal, even though he only has 170,000 in, at least he's playing pretty aggressively and picking up pots when he can. Maybe he can come back and be one of the players to catch up with the chip leaders. Chat's just a little card dead.
Patrick's picking up some more hands. He picks up 2 10s once again. Makes it 21,000 from middle position.
Seems to be his standard amount.
Folds around to Matt in the big blind. He's got 6-9 offsuit, and it looks like he's going to peel here, which could get him in a lot of trouble. And this is not a high enough hand value to be calling out of the big blind.
Especially since he's the shortest stack left. I really think he should be playing as tight as possible, and I assume he'd be playing a little bit tighter just to move up in chips or move up the pay jumps. But looks like he couldn't resist his immediate pot odds for only 11,000 more.
And Patrick with a bet at 10,000 here. I love it. But
that's pretty awesome considering Matt only has started the hand with 135,000. Kind of don't want him to go anywhere since your hand's so strong. And any draw is just going to go all in over that bet anyway. Patrick with the best goatee at the table. Here we're on Cal first act. Let's go weak ace. Not a whole lot of hands going into each other so far. Not a ton of action, but here Howard makes a button raise to 25,000, it appears.
I will predict that Howard has 2 9s.
I'm going to say ace-8 suited.
Ace-8 suited, okay.
I think Matt might have a difficult decision, like a king 10 or maybe some weak ace.
What about pocket sixes here? What do you think Matt would be doing?
Oh, he would definitely have already moved all in, I think. Not already, but he definitely would. I definitely don't think he should be calling any hands here, though. Maybe aces, actually. That would be kind of neat. Let Howard flop something, and then maybe you can get his chips, but he probably won't call off before the flop.
Would have been interesting to know what Matt tanked for a little bit there, but
yeah,
maybe he just had a marginal hand that he decided to wait for a better spot. But I don't know what marginal would be, considering 6-9 offsuit was just defended in the big blind.
Yeah, yeah. What did he say he had?
2 9s. No, I'm just I did not hear it.
Too good. Howard now nicely over $1 million.
Yeah, sitting pretty. I busted the tournament a few hours ago in, I believe, 26th place to the hands of Armand right there in the 4 seat. Danny with ace-jack offsuit in early position makes it 25,000. I like it. And Dokes decides to call. King 8 suited.
I don't think that's that, big of a deal. And he gets a really great flop for his hand. He's definitely going to be check raising all in if he doesn't lead out first. Danny going for a c-bet, but that's, he bet so small. Oh, never mind. I thought he bet 14. That's 37.
I don't like a call here with
Dope
stack.
no.
Definitely got to be getting it all in.
Yeah, we definitely got to shove, especially with that backdoor diamond draw. You don't want to whiff the turn and then have to check fold. You have too much equity versus him.
And even when your opponent was bluffing, how do you win the pot when you check the turn?
Wow, Danny firing another barrel here with ace-jack, showing a nice bit of heart. Putting the pressure on Cal.
Wow. And this pot the roles should have been reversed in this pot, and Doak should have won the pot on the flop. Just check raising all in. Once you defend with that low of a stack, only having 15 big blinds, and you flop an open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw plus an overcard, there's no other play you can do aside from check raise all in.
I completely agree, and all it takes is Danny to get dealt a couple of kings and win a little 3-bet pot and feel a little confident, and he can just double barrel someone off of a hand that they should have probably check raised all in on the flop with when a turn comes that they can't really play against.
It's pots like that change how a tournament plays out.
Yeah, if Cal check jams there, he wins the pot. Now he's down to 10 big blinds, and him and Matt are vying for who can move up to 8th.
Howard with the ace-8 offsuit here. Just limps. Again, as we spoke about before, limping with those hands, you should be aggressive when you're the chip leader, put the pressure to the other players. Although he runs into Armand, who has a huge hand with ace-king suited here on the button. And now these are the spots Armand wants to be in with position and a dominating hand on Howard.
Well, Cal picks up 2 kings in the small blind, and with Howard already having an ace, it's going to be a little harder for Armand to catch up against Cal.
This is definitely going to get in here without a doubt.
Yeah, Cal is just Hollywooding at this point. Armand is going to be priced in with most hands here anyway.
Wow. I hate it. I say I hate this play because given that you only have 10 big blinds, you want to isolate against one player. You don't want two players to come in here, although he
Wow,
gets,
Howard even gets out of the way.
yeah, Howard
knowing
gets out
that
of there getting incredible odds with ace
He
8.
knows something's fishy with Cal calling with that stack, and he needs to just get away.
And the ace still flops.
Wow.
Incredibly, it still flops.
Wow, Cal has to have his blood boiling right now.
Yeah, Cal is
Armand
without a doubt.
gonna trap and check back. I like that play a lot, knowing that the only hands he can get action from are hands that don't have an ace, most likely.
And here we have Cal betting 35,000.
I don't understand what's going on here.
Now, it looks like Cal has a little more chips than exactly 10 big blinds. So maybe he started with about 15 or so. But still, not enough chips to be betting here on the turn for value.
Nope. And now when you get put...
And he bets again.
He leaves himself a lot of 1K
60 chips at 60,000, it looks. Armand just calls, or does he go all
Cal
Armand?
turned his kings into a bluff versus ace-king and loses the hand.
And see, that's the one reason why I just like getting it all in pre-flop. First of all, there's a lot of money in the pot with Howard limping, and you have no chips to play a post-flop pot. And
You're
mind
right
you,
on.
yeah, and mind you, there's just no point to call out of position there. You can't really do too much being out of position and given your stack.
And if Cal would have check jammed the king 8 suited, the other hand, he would have had about 18 big blinds there, and he probably would have still called, but then he would have given himself a chance to get up to 400K by shoving and trying to double through Armand.
Yeah, and I know some people might look at that and be like, well, the ace flopped. It doesn't matter, you know. Mind you, he would have gotten kings all in versus ace-king with one ace already out, and he lost. You know, that's the point of this game, is to get in as most profitable as you can.
That's right.
And, like, yeah, that hand was quite the hand, and it was interesting to see two streets bet. But
Howard calling with a mediocre to good hand with king 10 offsuit here.
I would have loved to see Armand isolate there with king 6 suited. I know it's a little light, but given the fact that Howard's limping a lot and you just showed a very good hand, I think he would be able to abuse Howard a little bit and take advantage of his position.
And Cal's all in for about 59, 58,000, not 3,000, just to let you know. You got to think Howard's going to call here. It's not that much
Well,
more.
Patrick might call here with ace-9 offsuit in the big blind.
Yeah, I think Patrick is a prime candidate for a call as well.
I think this is a spot where they both might actually call.
54,000.
54,000 all in. So it'd be 44,000 to both players in the pot still. Oh, he might be isolating. Is that an isolation?
I think that that's a call.
Call?
Everyone's definitely on team move up the ladder. I don't think he wants to get Howard out. I don't think he necessarily... Oh, man. Lets it go. Wow. Somehow dodges a bullet.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that fold take place. Howard has
Howard
all
with a
the
shrug.
chips in the deck.
And teases everyone by
Teases
folding to the
everybody.
5.5 big blind shove.
Wow. Yeah, that should be an automatic call by Howard.
He's getting an insane price.
Yeah, his price is so great, and his chip stack more so. He can afford to lose 55,000 there, and it's not going to affect him whatsoever.
Even the results-oriented style thinking would say they both made good folds because both of them were dominated. This isn't a one hand at a time thing. It's a long-term game, so in the long term, they're not making a great fold there, in my opinion.
Great point. Just because that one instance shows that these players were dominated, we're looking at ranges. We're not looking at particular hands.
Up to Armand here. Who has a cat named Leon.
Meow.
Cow here with 8-3 suited, a double down hand if you like to play blackjack.
Chinook one's known for their extraordinary blackjack dealership.
Yes. Danny getting aggressive. He wants this tournament. He's sensing weakness and pouncing with no equity. The 10-9 lead, the ace-jack double barrel. Danny is my pick to win this tournament. Once it gets shorthanded, when all these guys keep making no hands, he's going to keep picking up the pots. Danny plays poker at the Aces Players Club in Portland, Encore. Hometown hero representing. He's got the shades on, just like Tristan.
Yep.
So Tristan
Shade.
definitely has to be a fan.
Shade gang.
And the action's going to be here in the 1 seat on Harshit. He's going to limp. Nope, he went for a raise this time with King Queen. Glad to see it, Harshit. Good for you. Oh, you just run so bad when you finally decide to raise, though. Someone behind you just picks it up, a hand to play back at you with. Armand getting dealt a lot of big slick here. Worked out pretty good for him last time. Looks like he's going to make a small 3-bet, about 50, nope, 70, 46,000. I clearly didn't get deep enough in the tournament to know what the yellows and the whites stand for.
Clearly didn't.
I know the pinks and oranges, though. That's 1K and 5K.
I didn't see those chips either, so don't feel bad. Those are new chips.
Okay, good.
A couple players getting up. I don't know if...
Harshit has to be getting out of the way here. A little bit frustrated that he keeps running into hands behind him. People just aren't going to be making moves on him there. Got a nice shot of Nick's Hurley hat. Paul, the TD, hanging out in the cut, letting some other people do a little work. Neil working the floor. Got a nice staff here at the Chinook Winds Casino and Resort. Back to the action as we get a dealer chains here.
DeepStacks trophy in the background.
Wow. We still didn't find out if you get the candles, too. The candles are just...
Yeah, they set the mood.
I
we
mean,
have how...
the trophy's already sexy, but
yeah.
You know, you throw in the candles and the mooding. And
the ambiance,
ooh,
the 2 logs, too.
That would be that's a nice win, you know?
Yeah.
Could lay you down by the fire, get the trophy, nothing can go wrong.
And as you just saw in the graphic, we have Howard, the big chip lead, Armand, as well in the same chip lead category, and everyone else is 435,000 or less.
And Howard
2 short stacks.
And Howard is playing over 40% of his hands, almost twice as much as anyone else at the table, and with all those chips, he can afford to. Armand coming up though after that nice ace-king hand, almost near $1 million as well. So now you have a lot of stacks that are between 300,000 and 100,000. Then you have Danny, who's on the come up with a little over 400,000 himself, who's kind of separating himself from that third tier of chips. Danny here with a raise on the button, I believe. Yep, 3 times the big blind. Aggressive with an ace suited. I like it. Now notice earlier Danny didn't even think twice and open folded ace-2 suited in a spot. But that was before he won that king's hand and got on a little bit of a roll. It seems that he's picked up a ton of confidence here and winning a lot of pots in a row, and he's going to keep riding that until he gets confronted, or maybe Howard picks up a hand against him. Matt with just 12 big blinds folds under the gun. Now to the other stack who folds, and creates an interesting dynamic with just a 12 big blind and a 7.5 big blind stack. Now all these other stacks between 20 and 30, 40 big blinds really can't get out of line and let themselves bust before the other stacks, or it's somewhat of a big mistake for them.
First time we hear from Chad with the Queen Jack offsuit open and
seems he's
late middle.
Seems he's picked a good spot finally. I don't mind his ace-queen fold that much earlier. It was a pretty tough spot. There aren't that many hands you're doing great against, and he hadn't seen any hands that Cal had shown down that he was bluffing. And when Cal 3-bets and tanks with that ace-king that hand before he calls, it really gives him a way tighter image than it gave him, so it actually worked out for him pretty good. Here, Howard to pocket fours, playing it passive and trying to check it down, but you have to think that Howard probably is going to check call that turn a lot, so I don't mind that check back from Chad, but I think that Chad should try and bluff this river, maybe. Wow, Howard going for the value bluff, not really knowing what's going on, but just betting. Well, when he bets 20,000, maybe he's just trying to get a call from ace high here. I've seen Howard check down a lot of showdown hands, though, so maybe he thought he had the best hand and was going for a little value, but I'm not sure. All he knows is that when he puts chips in the pot, he gets them back, and he keeps winning. So if it's not broke, don't fix it, Howard.
Don't fix it. That's the electrical...
Retired electrical.
Yeah, retired electrical...
Contractor.
Contractor motto. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Just enjoying the Oregon coast, winning pots, living the life. It's going to be on Armand here, first act. Lets it go. Cal picking up the rockets.
And he limps.
Not afraid to continue his just call with an absurdly short stack style. Trying to trap to the fullest. He's gonna get Patrick to get in there, though.
He is definitely trying to trap to the fullest.
Last time Patrick folded ace-9 to him, and this time he got Patrick in there.
Oh my God! He might even get called here. Limp in the cutoff.
It's gonna be hard for Nick to not. Wow, Nick just shoves, saying he's tired of these limpers. I don't mind this shove, actually. There's no way to think that Cal could have aces here, even though Cal just flatted the kings the other hand. It's hard to think that Cal can have that good a hand. And even if he does, Cal only has 7 big blinds, and he knows that Patrick doesn't have that good of a hand. Howard wanting a count and then deciding he doesn't want to throw off a third of his stack.
Doak snap calls.
Doak's with a Phil Hellmuth like, I'm all in.
I got you. I have you trapped.
He got him good. And he's already shaking his head, which I'm not a fan of, the negative energy all in before the flop.
Yeah.
You need to be positive here.
Once you get
Things
all
have
in.
definitely been going bad for him, but that doesn't mean that they have to continue that way.
Yeah, you're 81% here to double up, and you have some extra chips in the pot. Hope for the best.
He's going to have to dodge a 9 here.
And he does have the suit diamonds covered.
Nick with a couple of runner straight possibilities with 8-10 combination. A 9 of diamonds would be spicy here. But we get the 2 of hearts.
Nick's going to need a 9 on the river to knock out
Cal is 19-1 favorite to double up here.
River's a 10.
Ooh.
Cal will double up.
Ooh. Ooh. A club 3 cross.
Four-sider.
So close, yet so far for Nick. And Cal's early position limp with aces works when someone picks up a hand too strong for them to let go of behind him.
Now, if Cal would have moved all in there, he might have got a call from Patrick and another call from Nick.
Yeah, he could have picked up
Could have maybe tripled
extra
up.
65,000 there, and it could have cost him.
When you're that short on chips with 5 big blinds, you need to shove your entire range, whatever hand that is, if it's anywhere from your junk to aces, because you are going to get looked up by the same exact range that would be probably limping or seeing flops with you anyways.
I wholeheartedly agree with all of that. Dokes with some
Dokes
with a lot of physical
U of O alum
with a lot of physical chips now, but you know, not a whole lot of actual chips. But he's on the come up here, up to about 18 and a half bigs.
Let's say this: had he not just called with his kings, he would have been eliminated. I'm sure he's thinking about that.
Oh, that's true.
Even though we don't necessarily view that as something we should be stating,
Well,
but
hey.
he is still here and he's
Well,
fighting.
hey, if he didn't randomly bet his kings twice as well, he could have won a lot more chips on that shove from our man Nick in the 9 seat who
That
had
is true.
9s.
That is very true, Randall.
So, you know, poker's a game of coulda, shoulda, wouldas, but that's why they play the game, because you can't go back in time.
No, I wish we could.
Danny with a min raise here to 20,000 with ace-jack suited.
And an all-in from Matt.
Let's see here. Matt has
Looks like
about 10 big blinds, or a little over 10 big blinds here.
It looks like we'll probably
I
see a
think
call here.
Danny's probably gonna have to call. It's a short. It's not that much. That's what he said. I wish it was more so he could fold, which is true. If it was more, it'd be I think an easier fold.
Now there's still a couple hands he can be in decent shape against,
Plenty of
aka
pairs.
flipping. Yes. I doubt there's many hands, if any, that he has dominated
I
here.
don't know about ace-10 and king-queen being in Matt's range here.
Yeah. So you can only hope for maybe 10s or 9s, maybe even 8s. But it's probably likely he's up against a hand that he's only got 30% to win. But given that, the math still says get in there.
And we're going to see what Matt has, even though I couldn't pick it up on the RFID. He double taps the table after turning a race jack, so yep,
Ace
he's
queen,
in
yes,
trouble.
he is dominated, but there's still life, and there was math, and that's the game. You need to gamble. You need to win these scenarios to win a tournament sometimes.
Royal flush draw. Hard to make a royal flush, but now he can. Just 3 away. Let's see the flop.
Flop comes 8 of diamonds.
Not a good flop, but some better flops than others because you can hit running straight cards for our Danny.
You can even run out of chop with a pair of the board. Oh,
And that
he
is a
actually
great card.
He actually improves there and picks up an extra out. Now can hit 4 10s instead of 3 jacks. Will they do him dirty? They will
No,
not.
they will not.
And Matt, who is a huge Magic the Gathering player, will scoop up some hobgoblins.
Chip count drops down to
Have you ever seen that clip with Roland DeWolf where he talks about talking to David Williams at the table about like, oh, what you got over there, pocket hobgoblins?
No, I did not.
It's really funny. You should check it out.
You
That's the hobgoblin reference.
You
for
are one
anyone
of the
that doesn't
most.
know.
Yeah, I did not know that reference either.
It's pretty funny.
You know more about random poker internet stuff than anyone else I know, Randall.
Well, you know, I'm on the internet a lot, and I play poker, so
Yeah.
it's a combination that
I
will end that way.
I might need to get on your email list for YouTube video of the week.
Yeah, just subscribe to all
All
my
right, yeah,
favorite
please.
YouTube vids. And another short stack doubles, and everyone is saddened that this is going to take even longer. It's going to be on Chad here, first act. Patrick letting go of 10-2 suited. Matt with a raise to 23,000 here on the button after a new double up. Nice momentum. Just kind of like how Danny did with winning a few pots. And it's a standard button raise with ace-10 on the button. Takes the blinds. Now Matt's double up. And Cal's double up takes away that interesting dynamic we had with the two super short stacks with ICM, where you had all of the stacks under 400,000 playing a lot tighter, not trying to bust before them. But now they're all even again, so everyone's going to have to get in there and gamble or decide if they want to keep waiting for people to maybe lose an all-in, which hasn't gone so well for everyone so far. Nick here, a couple of 10s.
He just jams.
And he is over it and just ships it in for 18.7 big blinds. Well, he gets Howard to fold 2 overs, which the way Howard's running, ooh, and Harmon's most likely folding here always as well. That's just a massive shove. He's interested, but I don't think he can call this. I don't even know if I could call it ace-queen. He's going to cap his cards and take a minute to think about it at least.
150, 160, 170, 179.
Always important to take your time here. The final table, when every decision could cost you a lot of money.
Fold.
And he will take down the pot, assuming Chad doesn't call it Jack 7 suited, which he doesn't.
How do you feel about that shove there, Randall?
I think that it is a profitable shove, that you make money doing it, but I also think that it is not the best way to play the hand. I think the optimal way might be to just make a raise. You got Howard calling tons of under pairs and maybe giving you a little action on the flop, and you know, the only reason that it somewhat in real time worked out for him is he got 2 people that with a shared combination of 3 overcards to fold, which he's not dominating, and he just picked up the pot. But I think you kind of have to raise there and just get your value and play the hand post flop and not be afraid. Partially living ace-queen suited here, which is weird. I don't understand the queen-jack offsuit raise and the ace-queen suited limp. I think that those should be inversed, if anything, but I would have folded the queen-jack. Here, Cal with Jack 9.
Whoa.
Isolating the Harshit limp. Maybe Harshit's limp is going to trap Cal. Patrick probably getting out of here with ace-9 offsuit pretty easily. Yeah, he's holding and thinking right before he folds. In 5, 4. Here we have Harshit definitely not intending to fold once he limps ace-queen suited.
So it looks like he just wants to call and see a flop and not play any more aggressively.
Pot's right, 2 players.
Wow, huge flop for Cal.
Fold.
And he just instantly all-ins the flop and steals one from Harshit. Wow. Gotta think if Harshit raises there, Cal just folds pre-flop and he wins the pot. And instead he limp calls 36,000, misses, and loses the pot. That's not good for Harshit, but that's good for Cal. I don't really like that play much at all. I don't think he's playing for the trophy. I think he's one of the stacks that are, you know, satisfied, just trying to move up and get the best payday they can get without risking anything, without trying to make a mistake.
Yeah, you can definitely see which players are taking the more assertive route. And I'm surprised to not even see Armand playing a little more aggressively than he has been or at least playing more pots than he has been?
Well, you know, he's been getting so many value hands that he probably feels like he doesn't even have to, you know? Sometimes when you're getting that many hands, you don't need to be bluffing because you're playing enough hands where your frequency is already pretty high.
Very true.
Cows with a raise here to the cutoff with King Jack of Diamonds. Ooh, but it comes to Danny here in the big blind, and I think he knows that he's ready to play for cow stack here. I wonder if he's going to make it 50. 75 is a pretty big 3-bet. Danny's showing a big discrepancy from when he 3-bet Armand earlier with kings and only made it 5 big blinds to go. Here he makes it 7.5. Albeit Armand opened a lot smaller in his hand at the 22,000, and Cow here made it 26. And also, Cow,
he's out of position.
Yeah, he's out of position this hand, whereas the other hand he was in position. So I don't mind this size, but with Cow stack, I think you can maybe make it smaller. But if Cal's going to make a call here, which he has shown a propensity to do with a lot of hands, it could be more valuable. If Cal calls, though, and hits the flop, he's going to get put all in and double up.
Show it to me now, so show me what you're raising me with. Alright? What am I supposed to do with that, though? What am I supposed to do with that? If I had 100, I'd call.
These guys are arguing about.
Oh, these guys taking it personal. What are you raising me with? What are you raising me with? Then they show each other and are both satisfied.
We're on a break
with
for
their
a few
decisions.
minutes, so we will be back.
Have a good break.
Run to the potty.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon at Chinook Winds, and we took a little break to talk to the players about something that's been pretty controversial lately, the shot clock. So Tristan, I want to know what your thoughts are on this new shot clock idea.
Well, I think the NBA shot clock 24 seconds is fairly accurate, but college should probably lower the shot clock to 30 seconds.
We're talking about poker here.
Oh, shot clock for poker? Okay. Well, I think that a shot clock in poker is a good idea for the most part, but it might turn away a lot of amateur players who are forced to make big decisions in an allotted amount of time when they're not used to making decisions like that, especially in a big tournament.
30 seconds is up. All right, Randall, tell me what you think about the shot clock in poker.
I think it would be a good idea. I'm a little bit biased because I act a lot quicker than most people and try to get as many hands in as possible, but I think that it's a little bit better for the game so that people with excessive tanking can't, I don't know, just sort of, I don't know, make the game super slow and it hurts everyone, I think.
You play a lot online. Do you think that's why you have such an advantage with the clock?
That's definitely one reason, but I'm also pretty ADD, and I kind of tend to do things a little instantly and hastily, and I just try to get them over with, so I'm always like kind of annoyed waiting for the next thing to happen.
Your 30 seconds is up anyways. That was quick. All right, Mike, so we've been talking about the shot clock lately, and I want to hear what you have to say about the shot clock.
I say the shot clock. All these like people that take like 8 minutes on their hand and do this Hollywood bullshit, just tell them, you know, play your hand or you're not allowed in our tournament anymore. I mean, there's only 3 or 4 of them. Everybody knows who they are. So, why up for everybody else? Or give everybody a time bank, you know, a little plastic thing that has 10 minutes on it, and use a time bank. Or program the tables that everybody that get in, they get a certain time bank, and the dealer pushes the button once they start their time bank. And when they move, they get a card with how much time they have left, and the dealer programs that in. But a shot clock is stupid because there's so many times where you're going to have to make a decision. You know, they talked about maybe 2 1-minute buttons. Well, okay, 2 1-minute buttons and 1 5-minute button, okay? And you have 1 5-minute button per tournament or whatever. You want to do that.
So you are okay with it?
No, I'm not okay with what their thought process is. It's, you have 30 seconds and you get 2 1-minute buttons. You know, there's times you have to make a decision. I mean, and it's all kind of stems from the people that, the Doc Sands and the Gus Hansons and the and John fans and the rest of the ones who know who they are. So, I mean, it's just retarded. I mean, every hand, what the just bet your hand. I mean, it's stupid. So, I mean, I love them all those guys. I'm not talking bad about them, but, you know, everybody knows who they are. I mean, everybody knows who the fucking jackoffs are that take forever, and just fix it.
Hurry up. Basically.
Hurry the up. Play your cards. It's not going to change. When you take 3 minutes to do this, you think that it's changing what Guy's going to do with his hand? He's like, oh my God, what does he have? Oh my God, oh, he's playing with his oh my God, what does he have? Oh my God, look, he's taking 3 minutes on his hand. You think people are thinking like that? It's just stupid.
Thank you.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here with Tristan Wade, and we were getting into a little conversation earlier where we were asking you what you think about the future of the poker industry.
Yes, I'm a little scared of the future of the poker industry. Like I was telling you earlier, you know, my generation is really the first generation of poker player in the new age to bring up this online area, and you know, that's kind of where poker's going. It's an online area to play now. And even though there's a lot of live events, most of the poker wants to be done on the internet. And it's just scary to think about where poker is going, because I see a lot of companies that are trying to make poker an avenue and a facility to promote more gambling. You know, they want to draw in recreational players because of the appeal of poker and have them playing slots and casino games or sports betting. And they don't want players like me to win money because I'm not going to circulate it back into the, you know, getting more raked or circulate it back into the economy. Yeah, the house.
You mentioned you had a problem with the way some of the online sites and companies are doing things. Can you get into any specifics?
Well, it has been documented on some websites such as 2+2. There's been some videos circulating talking about certain games being hidden from better players. So if you're a winning poker player or you're one of the better poker players, there might be some tables hidden from you of more fishier players because they want the fish to be segregated from the good players. They want the fish's money to be circulated, to be raked. And so there are things like that happening in the poker world. It's out there. I don't want to get too specific about it, but it is out there. It's been documented. People have made videos about it. And things like that are happening in the industry. And not everyone knows about it. How would you know about it when it's happening on the software side of things, unless you were directly related with the software or you worked with that company? And yeah, there's things like that going on. Who knows what's happening? Who knows what some of these companies are doing?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DSPT Oregon main event. I'm back in the booth. I'm Oais Ahmed, joined here by Tristan Wade. Randall Flowers was commenting before he stepped out. Looks like we have a hand underway. Let's cut back to the final table. There we go. Still nine-handed. How was your experience commentating on these players that you played with? Because you made it deep yourself in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's nice to see some of the players play, although the players I was playing with, I played with them for quite a while, and they were able to play aggressively and play often, and they've been a little more handcuffed at this final table.
Yeah. So did any of the guys here at the table give you a hard time?
I
did not have too many big confrontations. I only played a few pots against the good players at the table, but Chad's a very tough player, and
yeah, he looks like a tough player.
Yeah, I didn't get to play too much with Patrick here, although he was playing a lot of pots frequently. There was one big pot I played against Patrick where I missed a little value, but aside from that, Armand, I played my all-in huge pot to
oh, okay.
get eliminated.
That was the one where you had queens and he had nines.
Yeah, I had queens in the small blind for about 45 big blinds at the time, and he had 2 nines in the big blind.
So basically, just you're looking at a stack and thinking what could have been.
Yeah, what could have been. Definitely.
I have an edge.
If I had his stack right here at the final table, I would be salivating.
Thanks to everyone tuning in here on Sunday night. We are broadcasting live from the beautiful Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City.
You know, not a lot of people can actually consider how
we have a pot underway where both players have pocket pairs.
Howard actually opened and Patrick called as well.
Poker appeal to more of the recreational player.
It looks like the turn went check. And both players probably content to just check it down, hoping that they win. Well, Howard was actually counterfeited by the board, and I'm surprised that he didn't at least try to bluff, given he had no showdown value. But that's really been Howard's MO. I've noticed, in general, he's just been very passive with his medium strength hands, or even when he gets cooler. But he'll randomly make some big bluff. I don't know if you guys saw that earlier today at all.
And I have not seen him bluff big
But
yet.
you care about that too, because that's
I wouldn't
where
put it
you make
past
your
him,
money.
considering he even went
so
for
it's like
value.
it's a catch-22. It really
he
is.
made a
It's
straight
very
earlier
hard
in
to
the hand with a
figure
gut
out
shot, and
how
he
to
went
stay
for value on
atop
a
being a poker
flush
professional
board.
when you deal with
So
all
I
the
wouldn't
other
be surprised to
aspects
see some
with the
off
casinos,
the wall
with the
bluff
gaming, with the
for a
online
lot of
Yeah,
chips at some point.
he surprised me earlier today
We could
where
talk about it for hours.
he floated with king high
All right, well,
on
thank
a
you.
jack high
Hopefully
flop
something comes from it in the
against
future.
a 9.
And I know you're always
And,
trying to figure out ways to make everything better. So
the
I'm
9's
sure
check
you'll
back
get around
and
to
ended
it.
up rivering a 9, and
hopefully we do something
Howard
as
just
an
leads
industry.
pot on the
You know, like I
river.
said, poker's
And I was like,
young.
oh, okay, he's
You
running
gotta
the
figure it
reverse
out,
float.
and,
All right,
I'm
I'll
sure
give it
we
to him.
will.
And everyone's kind of a big family.
Yeah, right. Big
And-
hated family.
Matt raising up here.
Everyone thinks they're the
Matt,
best. Well, thank you for tuning
out
in,
of
and make
everyone
sure
at
you're
the
following
table,
all
I
the
think he has
action and
the
updates
best
at
table demeanor.
DeepStacks.com.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not talking to everyone. If you notice, these guys are all talking to each other. Oh, what do you have? This and that. Matt, not one word. And I feel like that gives
Hey
him
everyone, I'm Janine D
a
here
bit
at
of
the
a
Chinook
psychological
Winds
edge.
Casino Resort,
People
kicking
just
off
don't
the
want to mess with
$1,100
him.
DeepStacks Poker Tour
It
main
seems like
event.
every
We're
raise
down
he
here
makes
on the beach
gets
outside
through.
of our
People are just
hotel,
like, oh,
and we got
okay,
word of
yeah.
something called the glass
Don't want to mess with that guy.
So we're gonna go
He looks
cruise
scary.
down Highway
And it's
1
funny
and
you
check
say
out
that
some
because
beach
Danny
cities
actually
and
makes
see what
quite a
this is
loose
all
call
about.
with Jack 10 offsuit on the button against Matt Stack's eyes.
Yeah, it seems like the math isn't in his favor for that call. However, Danny can own Matt in position.
Yeah, without a doubt, yeah.
I discovered the
Even though they're not that
lighthouse
deep,
in Oregon,
he can
standing at
still
over 93
definitely
feet
take away
tall.
pots that happen when they're checked.
Well, Danny has now
Kelly
flopped the
Howard,
best
who is
hand.
one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows
Action
glass
to
here.
Matt.
Could be
Tell
a
me a little bit
seemingly
about
good
this
flop
place.
for everybody in the pot. The sixes might like the continuation bet here. Harshit's going to have a second pair, but I think he'll be able to easily get out of there once this action takes place.
Action to Danny. He has top pair.
We started
Well,
out just doing floats.
he's obviously not folding. He's probably not raising, so that only leaves one option, right?
Yes, one option there to call. You want to have a plan for the hand. And
basically, it's one of these
given how
little
Matt's played
circular
previously,
floats, right?
it's not like he's going to get too out of line on the turn here.
Yeah, unless Matt picks up some sort of straight draw, I could see him just check folding.
Oh, actually, I didn't see
Oh,
Danny raise.
Danny
We're both
raising.
confused.
Okay, so I guess we called the action too quickly. Danny did throw in some white chips.
Can you explain what
Yeah,
the
and that
glass
is interesting.
float
I
is and
guess,
when they put 'em out and how it kind of works?
You know, I don't really like Oasis and I were saying. I don't really like the raise here, just because the range that typically does move all in on top of you is going to be beating you for the most part, unless you know that you can get a player like Matt to shove all in here with an underpair, which I think is highly unlikely given this point of the final table.
Yeah, we still are 9-handed. There are pay jumps in account. I feel like a lot of people in Oregon, since I've been here, I've seen this a lot, and I haven't seen it in years. People raise to see where they're at constantly. And I'm like, what is this? Who raises to see where they're at anymore? I think that's already been accepted as a concept that just value owns yourself. And essentially, what I mean by value owns is if Matt ever continues here, he's got Jack 10 crushed.
Yeah, without a doubt he does, and that's what's even interesting about Danny's raise too, you know, and it's just like, what is Danny planning to do? Because I don't think Danny's the type of player to fold once he gets shoved on here. So he must maybe know something about Matt that knows that he might shove in 2 overcards here or an underpair or something. Because other than that, like you said, he's just going to be valuing himself out of pots.
Well, has Matt called? No,
I think they
no,
pulled
he
in
had
bets, I
the
believe.
bets pulled in. What Matt's confused about is that Danny's range in the spot is just very unbalanced. It's almost never a set, and it's unlikely it's an overpair. Wow, Matt calling here.
This might actually shut Danny down for a street.
But the problem, has Matt raced?
40, 50.
No, I think they're just getting the proper chips in the pot.
40, 50, 50.
Now, if I'm in Danny's spot and I'm playing the hand how he's playing it, I'm probably not betting many turns. Although, if he does believe he just has the best hand, then I assume that he will put Matt all in on the turn if check to him.
Well, the question is, now from Matt's perspective, why is he calling and what's he expecting to do on the turn?
Yeah, he's hoping that this pot gets to showdown somehow. I doubt that he's just going to stop and go the turn.
All in.
And he has stopped and go the turn.
Wow.
And Danny calls. Matt drawing to 2 outs.
And Danny says, I thought you had something like that, which is fair.
So Danny making the read on Matt.
Daniel Kim holding 10 of diamonds, jack of clubs.
Only has to fade 2 outs here to have our first elimination at the DeepStacks Poker Tour Chinook Wins main event final table.
This is the spot you want to be at in tournament poker.
Yes.
4 on the river. And that's all she wrote for Matt.
And the man with the voted best table presence is our 9th place finisher. That was a good run for Matt, who was a 2007 Player of the Series at the Pendleton Roundup. The Magic the Gathering player, and he is actually a poker
he's a Magic the Gathering player.
Yes.
Well, Matt, if you go home and watch this, go to magiconabudget.com. It's my friend's website. Buy Magic cards on a budget.
Nice.
Danny taking down that pot. It's funny because I would have made almost every opposite decision he did. I probably would have just folded pre-flop. On the flop, just called. But Danny, I guess he had a read.
And that's the beauty of this game. There is not one proper way to play it. We are just 2 professionals who think we know how to play, but you can disprove our theories and come to the DeepStacks Tour and play with us and show us that you know better than us. And that's just the greatest thing about poker. Everyone has their own strategy. You know, we have ours, you have yours, and, you know, we wouldn't even have eliminated a player right there.
Well, if you want to come to the DeepStacks Tour, the next stop will be at the Turlock Poker Room in Central California. You can find more information at deepstacks.com. 8 players now.
Still have 4 stacks that are very short, 20 big blinds and under, as well as 2 chip leaders and Danny, who is now making steam to the mountaintop to reach the other 2 chip leaders.
Yeah, Danny climbing up there. Well, I wonder what Danny would have done if Matt shoved. I guess he would have called.
Yeah.
Because Matt shoving on the turn was basically like him shoving on the flop. The deuce was such a blank card. If your hand was good on the flop, it's good on the turn type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Players all in. Fold.
We have an all in here.
All in.
And a fold. Action to Howard. He has an ace. He has a chip lead. This is for over 20% of his chips, or around 20%. What do you think the cutoff is in a correct calling range here in the big blind?
Correct calling range would definitely be ace 10 plus probably. I mean, if you see Nick shoving ace-9 offsuit, I'm sure he's shoving weaker, but given that he's only shoving 18 big blinds, I think it's not too balanced of a range. So my range would probably be ace-10 suited plus. I might throw the suited in there. Ace-10 suited, king-queen suited.
And 18 big blind seems like a really deep jam to me.
Yeah, I guess given your 2 opponents there, it's okay. I don't mind it considering you're on the button. If you were on the hijacker cutoff, I might say differently, but button, I think it gives a little more merit to shoving, yeah.
18 big blinds? Do you know how many big blinds that is?
Ace-9 offsuit is a pretty good hand with 18 big blinds.
Then why not raise?
Because Howard defends his big blind with a wide range of hands. So I
Isn't that what you want, though? If you have a good hand, and don't you want someone defending with a wide range?
I think given that stack size, you would prefer to have 22 to 30 big blinds, or 22 plus. You know, when you only have 18, I think it's just a good enough win to pick up the blinds and antes until you can pick up a hand that has double up value or more showdown value, I would say.
Interesting. I personally don't think
you would rather raise there?
I don't think I've ever shoved 18 big blinds, open shoved.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously 3-bet shoved or 4-bet shoved, but I think 18's way too much. Harsh flopping top pair. Armin with none of it.
After limping pre-flop. And
yeah, that's really been Harsh's MO all day,
yeah.
Today and yesterday. He limps a bunch for whatever reason. It's interesting because he thinks it keeps the variance down. However, you generally let in more hands when you limp, thereby ruining your percentage of winning the pot.
Yep.
It's better to, as I call it, clean up equity. Just raise. When the hand folds, that hand starts to gain. It becomes 0 equity, and that equity is assigned to the hands that are still live. That's a snazzy-looking button, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It looks like they took a nice stone from the beach and polished it up.
Yeah, it almost looks marble. We are running a Twitter competition for an off-tilt poker table coupon.
And they are great poker tables. I actually have one myself.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In your
custom made, yeah.
In your mobile home?
Yep, my mobile home.
Okay.
No, but I actually do have one that was made, custom felt, everything. Really awesome, yeah. They make really good tables. Shout out to Brian Knott, who works. It's his company.
Howard flopping top set. Checks back.
And
he lets Cow hit middle pair, and maybe he can extract some bets from him now.
No.
Nope. Cow is having none of it.
Wow, I'm surprised to see that quick of a fold there. Turning second pair, but I guess everyone knows.
He smelled something fishy. We are by the short side, so there is a lot of fishy smell going around. We're here live in Lincoln City, Oregon, the Chinook Casino Winds Resort. I am Oais Ahmed, joined here by Tristan Wade. Bracelet winner Tristan Wade.
Yes, sir.
Also the Director of Poker Operations for DeepStacks.
Yes. Not many people might know that, but that is
so
true.
So you're the one that came up with this insanely deep structure.
I took part in it, yes.
All right. I want to know who's responsible. You and me are going to have a talk after this, buddy.
Yeah, it's great structure.
I'm kidding. I actually mentioned to Chris earlier today, I said, this structure is definitely Kessler approved.
Oh, yeah. Kessler would love to play this tournament.
Yeah.
He could still have 3 big blinds and be at the final table.
There we see Cal on the button. That means Patrick's in the big blind. These players still are deep. the shortest stack is still like 17 big blinds, which I think is plenty coming from a sit and go background. I'm comfortable with 8 big blind stacks, so I look at 18, I'm like, holy shit, they got so much room to maneuver, it's ridiculous. Raise, fold, 3-bet fold all day.
Danny is getting a little aggressive. Jack 10 offsuit under the gun. Harsh is going to call with ace 8 suited.
It's interesting that Harsh chooses to play bigger pots when calling with weak hands, and he doesn't raise his strong hands himself, and thereby plays smaller pots with his stronger hands. When he enters the pot, he just limps, and he's going to play a smaller pot by default.
Yeah, and I mean, and now he's put himself in a position here with ace 8 suited. I mean, mind you, it is the best hand, but typically against an under-the-gun raise here, I think you're going to be dominated, and you're playing a bigger pot.
Yeah, and Danny flops top pair.
The other aspect of that is, given his stack size, he does not really have the playable factor to him to be able to see flops.
Yeah, he's going to be playing fit or fold way too often, and that's why I don't like to call pre-flop. He's pretty much relying on hitting an ace, because even when he hit an 8, there are going to be some overcards.
Yep.
And if those overcards hit your opponent, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And although he's not that deep stack to really think about reverse implied odds, the reverse implied odds are his tournament life.
Yeah.
By the way, I like Cal's personal sheet. I'm a duck, O of you alums. That's it. That's the information he told us. Are you an alumnus of any institution?
I am. I went to the University of Central Florida, graduated with a degree in psychology.
Nice. UCF.
UCF. Go Knights. Golden Knights. What about you?
I'm an anteater from UC Irvine.
Nice. Yes.
We have never made the March Madness tournament.
I've been there before, actually. I had some friends that attended that school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What year did they graduate?
Must have been 09, I believe.
09, wow. 24. A little bit past my time.
Yeah.
Ready, 24.
We have Patrick in the small blind raised to 24,000, and Danny defends with queen 4 suited.
Heads up.
Danny has flopped his queen. Patrick with an ace.
Patrick checks fairly quickly, and Danny bets even quicker.
Danny, a very tough player in position. Looks like Patrick's going to surrender.
Flashes his ace and gives it up.
Now, given that, I'm assuming Danny's going to call pretty wide from the big blind in that spot, because we saw him call with queen 4. Would you suggest to Patrick maybe raise bigger? Maybe 3.5 exit?
I don't like creating bigger pots like that out of position, so I wouldn't be raising it more than 3x. If you wanted to 3x it, I think that should still price out a lot of hands that maybe you shouldn't be calling with. But I wouldn't go over 3x, I don't think. But I think 3x is okay.
I've never raised more than 3x, open raised more than 3x in, I guess, in years. Probably did back in the day. And obviously, cash games are different. I'm talking about tournaments.
Yeah.
But I seen some guys on the tournament trail that they raised to 3.5, sometimes 4x. They just open raise to 4x, and it's been working for them like crazy, because when 80 or 90% of the table and 90% of the raises are like 2.5x, they don't want to play a pot where it's 4x raised. And it's so crazy how it actually decreases the variance, when the concept of putting more money in decreasing variance is a little bit ridiculous if you think about it, but realistically it's working.
Yeah, no, I completely understand what you're saying. I have some of my friends that actually imply some of those same strategies, and I think there are a time and a place where those are definitely optimal. bet sizing to go, with the bigger bet sizing.
And one might be when you're against a more skilled player out of position, such as Patrick and Danny, just say, hey, you got to play a big pot here. That might be something to think about, too. Because Danny's probably not calling a 4X open very light at all. He also has no incentive to. He has no incentive to try to win that one pot with a weak hand. Now, just talking from a purely theoretical standpoint.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Howard with 4 deuce. Chad with the speed limit. Oh, wow. I would say that's an all-in.
Chad with the fold of 22,000. So you would move all in there?
How many bigs is that? What's the big blind?
12,000.
12? So you've got
about 18 big blinds.
No, I'd raise.
Okay. Which is fine. I think
Yeah.
a fold is I think any of those plays is okay. Some being better than others, but I think all are acceptable.
Really? You think folding a pocket pair in that position is okay?
Yeah, given the fact of he was still kind of in middle position. He was 1 off the hijack, I believe, 8-handed, and given the stack sizes and just how the play's been playing so far at the final table, I think he can still work his way up, and ICM might say that's a fold.
Interesting. Do you ever...
Although I do like your open... I do like him raising there. That's my best play.
Do you ever think in terms of M in this spot, or are you always thinking in terms of big blind?
No, I definitely consider M. M is it's a great thing for tournaments, but the final table probably holds over any other those thoughts, as in M or big blinds.
Just the fact that's the final table?
Yeah. Just the fact about being at the final table and that all your chips have their money's worth essentially instilled in them. I probably, differ my strategy according to that.
And actually,
big
for
blinds, I guess.
All these 8 players, you mentioned ICM. There's an inherent ICM in winning this trophy because this is actually a DSPT GPI Player of the Year tournament.
Yes.
The DeepStacks Poker Tour has partnered with the Global Poker Index to bring you a Player of the Year leaderboard. The winner of the DeepStacks Poker Tour 2014 Player of the Year will become one of your colleagues, a 2015 DeepStacks Poker team member.
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe winning points is part of the ICM. Because how can you put a price on being infamous? You're talking about,
price.
You're talking about being in the same sentence as Mike Massow, Michael the Grinder Mizraki, yourself, Tristan Wade, Randall Flowers.
Yeah.
I mean, just those 4 names, if you take them out, bracelets and WPT championships alone that you guys have won, I lose all my fingers. I don't even know.
Yeah, it is quite the cast, but we will be having someone guest star in it as well.
Yeah. And who knows?
And as you saw, that pot right there that just happened, it was just Harsh limped with a queen 5 and Howard checked a jack 5, both flopped a gutter, and Howard was able to take away on the river after it went check, 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 check.
Yeah,
check,
that's
check,
just
check
the
back.
power of position.
Yep.
To me, a general rule in poker is if someone checks you twice, just bet. Don't even look at your cards. Don't even look at the board, just bet. And that will work so often, it's just going to show a profit.
Okay, and now that Chad moves all in with a king-queen offsuit, I'm to fold 5s in the last spot and then shove king-queen here. I think they're very similar spots. So I'm a little surprised to see not a raise but a shove. But, I think he could have shoved his 5s, and I think shoving the king-queen here is okay as well.
Well, the reason why shoving king-queen is slightly better is that when you do get called by those middle pairs, you have outs. You also have 2 cards in your hand that people used to call all-ins with, so ace-king and ace-queen are less likely now that you have 2 of them in your hand. But I would rather raise with king-queen and let someone flop a pair worse than yours and get value for your hand.
Yeah, and that could have been likely given who was in the blinds.
Yeah, Armin was in the blinds. We saw that he had king-7. Just raise it up, let him see a flop, and let him flop a king.
And given the way Chad has been playing, I doubt that he's going to get much resistance if he does decide to start opening a few pots. And here it looks like Patrick's going to make a huge raise with ace-jack, just trying to take it down pre-flop. We'll see if these guys get adjusted and, you know, loosen up and play a little more openly now that there has been a player eliminated.
Yeah, so Patrick essentially buying himself the button. He's getting everyone to fold. Ooh, Cal almost with the pocket aces. Essentially the transvestite aces. You ever do that? You like peel an ace and you're looking, you see the corner.
All the time.
You see the corner and you're like, yes, yes.
All the time. I looked at ace-4 suited so much this week, or ace-4 this so much this weekend.
Yeah.
It was such a tease. The points do definitely get you eye, and that is my #1 most relooked hand at. I just like to envy it.
You know what I've been having a problem with is queen 6. For some reason, the 6 looks like a queen.
Yes, it's gotten me before as well.
And then obviously 9-6. You're like, wait, do I have pocket 9s? No, what? How did that happen? Howard limping the cutoff. Armin on the button with ace-king. He's just deciding how much to raise it. When you get ace-king on the button in the spot, are you just like thinking, cha-ching?
Yeah, cha-ching, I can't wait. Who wants to be silly?
Yeah.
I'm just making a move on the button. Don't ever believe me. And, I mean, it's great to have Howard here out of position, although I don't think he's going to be calling here too much.
Oh, Howard.
Oh, he is
when Howard limps, he defends his boys.
Okay.
That's Howard's
I'm surprised because I saw him limp fold earlier, but, yeah, I guess he is defending his boys here. And, I mean, still not a bad flop for ace-king. Definitely one you should be c-betting on. Without a doubt, I just think that your hand's too strong, and you need to try to win the pot here as well. You can rep a range that Howard is not capable of repping.
Yeah, you basically can represent overpairs, which Howard can't really rep. And just making sure he doesn't hit that queen or 9 on you.
Yep.
Howard is almost never raising that flop. And if he calls, you can choose to check back and hit your ace or king.
Yep. Or you can even try to double barrel Howard, which
no.
I would think would work.
Really? I don't think would work.
If he 7-5-3 flop and he calls and then you get like a jack to turn.
You haven't seen Howard play that much,
Okay,
have
I
you?
guess
Yeah. Howard does not fold.
Spots like that yet.
No,
So
Howard does not like to fold.
all right, I guess we will see.
Earlier, player raised a cutoff with 7s. Howard flatted the button with 8s. Patrick flatted the button, or the big blind with 10s. Well, comes 10-6-5. 10th checks. I think it's Danny, so Danny bets 7s.
Mhm.
Howard calls. Patrick check raises. 7th fold. Howard calls, and Danny barrels, and Howard just calls. And Danny ended up filling up with the river.
Yeah. Wow.
So.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that yet, but and here, Harshit limps king 10 suit offsuit. Like you said, his strategy has been to limp, and it's cost him half his stack so far at this final table.
Yeah, we've seen the effect of it. With aggression, you're just giving yourself a price to take down what's in the middle right away, and that in itself has value.
Yeah, to not have to see a flop and win pots is what poker is about. And the fact that you are letting everyone see flops with hands that have worse equity than you, that wouldn't be in the pot if you were to raise, well, that's half the battle there, and you're already losing it. Especially when you have people playing tight and wanting to fold hands at a final table. You know, they want to fold their small blind and not even get involved in pots if their hands aren't any good.
Well, Harsh winning that pot. Action to Nick now under the gun. Oh, okay. I was going to say, if Harsh plays Jack 7 suited, someone's got to go give him a pep talk. Action to Chad on the button. He mucks it. Little too deep to jam any two.
Here we got Patrick with Queen Jack offsuit, and he decides to limp. Danny with Jack 5 offsuit.
It's interesting that he raises Ace 6 off and not Queen Jack. I'd rather raise Queen Jack and limp Ace 6.
Last time he did limp, though, he got re-raised, and last time he raised, he got called, so maybe he wanted to try to keep the pot smaller, and that's what he's doing now, check calling here, this King Jack 8 flop.
Do you ever try to establish a limp 3-bet range?
Occasionally, but it depends on my opponents and the flow of the game, the tournament.
Oh, and look at that.
Oh,
Danny
man.
rivering a flush.
And there's no way Danny's going to fold, it looks like.
Well, Patrick bet so small. It's almost a blocker bet. That's another thing I've seen. I've seen a lot of blocker bets this week. Something that you don't see professionals do all too often. Apparently Patrick didn't see the spades. He looks at the board. He's like, wait, what?
Yeah,
what
it looks like he didn't see the spades, and he looks a little in shock right now.
Yeah. Well,
really
Patrick, I'm rooting for you, buddy. Get your head together. You can definitely win this. He's got the Mike the Mouse Matisow t-shirt. He's got the best goatee on the table. I'm telling you, if there's one guy that I want to win, it's Patrick.
You want Patrick? Okay. It's good to know.
Yeah, he looks like a nice guy. Well, why wouldn't you root for Patrick?
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to root for anybody.
That's true. And there's no way that anyone could ever fold Patrick's hand.
Yeah, both players made a backdoor flush, and it's just, like you said, very, very hard to know that you're beat there for either player.
It's actually a front door flush, but if Patrick folded there, I was going to get up and leave this tape right now.
Oh, yeah, you are right. It was a front door flush.
I was just going to leave. I was like, this poker is just bamboozling me. We're in Bizarro world. The guy is folding queen high flushes to a one-pot bet. I don't even do that in pot limit Omaha. Let alone hold them.
And here it looks like Chad's only gonna be able to win the antes here since he has one ante chip left. Can't win the value of the big blind since he doesn't have any chips that are going to be accounted for.
Yeah, Chad by default is going to be all in. Well, there's a saying in poker called a chip in a chair. After Jack Tree Trot Strauss won the 1983 main event with one chip behind. He famously thought he moved all in, got busted, got up, grabbed his cocktail drink. Underneath the napkin was one chip, sat back down, and won the tournament.
This is actually great news here for Chad that both these players are sharing an ace and wheel cards as well.
Well, Chad is going to need a miracle over and over again.
Yes, he will, but this could be the start to that. Hopefully. We have diamond fading.
Well, Cal has one diamond.
Oh,
well,
the ace on the river might
that's
just ruin
the
it
river.
all.
Oh, does Chad have a queen?
No, he had a king, I believe.
Oh. Wow, sick river for Chad. Oh, my
Chad
God.
had kings up.
They're going to chop this pot.
That is a sick river for Chad, considering he can only lose to an ace or a diamond. But with one chip left, he had quite the uphill battle to get back into this match.
Well, congratulations to Chad Wasmuth. I hope I'm saying that right.
Okay, man, your hand looks good.
You got 8th place in this tournament. What a run. Hope to see you on the DeepStacks Poker Tour.
Yeah, and shout out Chad. You know, he owns a car dealership, travels to play poker professionally whenever he can, and he's engaged with a 6-year-old girl, Ashlyn, as well as a 4-year-old son, Peyton. So, you know, congratulations, Chad. You played great. A little bit unlucky there in the end, but go celebrate your good fortune and run with your family.
Is that Indiana he's from?
Lewiston, Indiana.
His son's name is Peyton? I think I know.
Yes.
His next son's name is going to be Andrew, right?
Possibly. Possible.
Yeah, I wonder how you picked the name Peyton. Very mysterious. Someone from Indiana naming their son Peyton.
And back to the action here. We still have Howard limping, which is probably going to happen this whole time, and I should adjust. But
are we going on break or something? Are players getting up for that reason?
I think the players are just a little excited to be down to 7-handed right now. They're a little antsy, and they want to keep the action going. And Howard is going to see a flop against the 6-8 offsuit and 3-9 offsuit in the blinds.
Someone needs to tell Howard this is not a limit hold'em tournament. Patrick flopping a pair. Howard with a gut shot. Checks around. If I'm Patrick, I'm probably betting my pair.
And Howard decides to bet the turn, which, hey, Patrick, I'm glad you're showing aggression. So I like any kind of aggression you're going to show.
Well, you mean Howard.
I mean Howard, yeah, sorry, Howard.
But Patrick folding a pair there, I don't like that at all.
I think it's one of those situations. He just won a big pot, and he's got a bottom pair on a very wet, textured board where he's just going to give up, and he doesn't want to get in a battle where he doesn't know any idea where he is, especially against his opponent. I just think a lot of people assume that Howard's not bluffing there, and he's probably got a queen.
We're now 7-handed after 2 busts out this level. Chad just busting an ace place, rivering a jack high flush against Patrick's queen high flush for most of his chips. That makes Cal and Nick our shorter stacks. Harsh raising with...
This is Harsh's third raise at the final table. And he actually has a big hand, 2 9s.
With Harsh's stack size, actually Harsh is the shortest stack. I feel like it's just an open jam. I don't think anyone at this table is rejamming with 4s or 5s. So if you're never inducing hands you dominate to rejam, I feel like I just open jam and take it down.
Yeah, I definitely agree that open jam is the best play there. But, yeah, I guess he was trying to commit himself there and show he was serious and going with the hand regardless. But 100% agree. Open shove is the best and only play there.
Yeah, when I play tournament poker, when I get on that 12-ish big blind stack, I'm actually very open jam happy, probably a little bit too much.
Well, one thing, too, that is a big factor is the fact that we are now playing 7-handed. That's huge, especially since hand values increase. So a hand like 2 9s under the gun there, even with 14 big blinds or 15 big blinds, is very profitable.
Yeah, I just have a propensity to jam stuff like pocket 5s. And,
and sometimes
rejam those hands and things like that.
Right.
Well, I just busted 2 big tournaments last year with 5 specifically both on a 12.5 big blind stack jamming, and I'm just like, man, maybe I should just fold it. Just decision or results oriented type thing.
Here again we have Armand staying out of the action. I guess he's just comfortable with his chip stacks and he's staying out of the action, not trying to pick on Howard.
Danny on the button.
Yeah, Danny on the other hand has a real hand with 2 10s on the button.
I have no issue with Armand tightening up. He's a chip leader. He can wait before making his move.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. My only pet peeve with that is the fact that this early or this late in a tournament and this early at a final table, there aren't going to be a lot of chances to win up pots without showdown, pots easily, especially against someone who has a lot of chips as well. And the blinds will be escalating, so I feel like that needs to be capitalized on, especially when you have a weaker opponent in direct position on them. I think you should try to win every single pot possible against them if they're going to play pots with you with inferior hands. But yeah, you are absolutely right though too. There's the differing in strategy where just folding and coasting and sitting on your stack and waiting other people do the damage is also very worthwhile.
Almost like a Helmuthian strategy.
Somewhat, yes. Although I think Helmuth would have been a little more aggressive.
It really depends what tournament it is and how much he values his tournament life in that tournament. I think if it's a bracelet event, Helmuth really tightens up, from my experience anyway. That World Series of Poker Europe main event he won, he boss moded that. I don't know if you saw that final table, but Helmuth really, really crushed it. If you guys want to see final table of just a pro owning amateurs or recreational players, that's Helmuth at the top of his game. Seven-handed final table here.
16 to call now.
And the blinds are up, as you see in the graphics, 8,000, 16,000. So there's going to be a little more action. Nick's very short. We have Dopes in seat 5. Cow, who's really short.
Let's be honest. It's not that big of a blind jump.
It's not, but it still matters, and it's still effective. And mentally, it definitely changes some of the opinions and how the players play their stack sizes, I believe.
It's going to create a few bigger pots, but wow, Nick jamming now. Harsh in the small blind with Queen Jack. He's going to get out of the way. Howard's going to fold, and Danny's going to fold too. Nick so far has been just abusing Danny's open raises. Nick can essentially jam over Danny with almost any 2 cards. Because Danny's just going to fold because he raises so often in that spot.
On the button. That's all. You'll see it on the thing, man. Oh, what do you have all these times? Better.
2,000 for the antes, guys.
So the ante is 2,000. 8,000, 16,000 are the blinds. You can still buy in for the starting stack and have 1.5 big blinds.
I would love to do that.
Yeah. Buy in and get 8th place. That'd be fun. Patrick with pocket deuces. Looks like he's going to raise it up. Oh, no, he just limps. Nick folds Queen Jack. Howard with King Queen here. Looks like he's grabbing some chips and just limps.
And Armand's not going to do anything else but check here.
Yeah, Armand just... If you flop something, he's going to put a chip in the pot. Otherwise, he's already mentally checked out of the hand. Howard with the queen. Let's see if his slow play will cost him. Patrick drawing to 2 outs. If I'm Howard, I just lead. There's just no reason to check there. There are flush draws out there, straight draws. I don't want to give my opponents a free card.
Yeah, lead here is the only option for King Queen. There's just no other good option.
Even on the flop, like, what are you trapping? It just doesn't make any sense. Harsh looking at himself saying, man, I Queen Jack.
Harsh is really feeling it. You can tell he's not comfortable with a short stack, and his style of play is not conducive to playing on a short stack either.
Yeah.
You need to be aggressive when you have a short stack, and you cannot see flops with 20 big blinds or under. Limping is just never an option in my
He actually
opinion.
only has 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I'm talking about previously when he was playing.
Yeah. It's interesting because with Harsh's stack, I would have shoved Queen Jack last hand. I see a limp. I have Queen Jack. It's a shove, in my opinion. I might even shove it over a loose open.
Players all in.
Harsh moving all in. I like this shove.
Yep. Definitely has to make his stand. And even though ace-6 offsuit here is ahead, ace-6 offsuit is the worst ace you can possibly have, more or less.
Yeah.
So it will probably be a fold, just because if Harsh is shoving any two hands, any two cards, his range and equity against the ace-6 is still decent, where ace-6 is not a big favorite. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah,
for
we
people
see
who don't think like that.
We see the odds. Armin 54%, Harsh 46%.
Yeah, and yeah,
you don't have anything invested. You can trap the guy later. I mean, he's still going to be moving all in. You can pick a better spot than ace-6.
Yeah, poker is definitely about making the right decision, making a profitable decision, but you don't make your money off 4% differences. You want to be a bigger favorite than that.
Yeah, and you have no incentive to flip. You don't need to flip as chip leader. Harsh taking the pot down. Huh? The DeepStacks Poker Tour will next going to be going to Central California, the Turlock Poker Room. After that, they're carrying on to the Bicycle Casino in May, as well as a few events in Canada later this year. The first Canadian event will be in September in Alberta. Check DeepStacks.com for more information. You can put your name in the hat for a 2015 slot as a DeepStacks Poker Pro. All you have to do is win the DeepStacks Player of the Year. You get points by playing in any DeepStacks event with a 1,100 or higher buy-in.
Option 6. Four players.
4 ways to this flop.
And look at how big Harsh has flopped. Cal is top pair. These are two of the short stacks. This is going to get all in. Harsh moving all in.
Wow, Harsh just open stuffs all in.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with a 2-pair and a flush draw, although I would rather bet call it off because I feel like you might get a hand. You want to get called in this spot if – okay, well, he's getting called. Just to explain that a little bit, I don't necessarily like shoving for 2 times a pot. You might get worse hands to fold, and you're only going to get better hands to call, really. So that's why I would prefer to bet smaller and keep other people.
You also might get
big equity.
a hand like King 7 to fold.
Yeah, you might make the occasional king fold. Even King Jack maybe would have folded here, but I just feel like your hand is very big that you should try to make this the hand that you try to get the most chips in, because you know you're at least 50% unless someone has a set.
Our sheet is going to need a heart, a 9 or a 10 to improve.
50-50
here.
here.
50-50, nothing else really to say.
And Harsh has now picked up a straight draw as well, a jack.
A jack will give him a straight as well.
We'll give him a straight, but 10 no longer any good.
River is a 6 of clubs, brick.
Wow. So the pair and the flush draw bricks against the top pair.
Well, we gotta see if Cal has him covered.
Yeah, and it looks like he does. So Harshit Maish Patel
Mahesh Patel.
Mahesh Patel, thanks for translation. He is our 7th place finisher. And, poker is a hobby for him. He's only been playing a couple years. He did a great job getting his first big cash. Congratulations.
And hopefully he learned from this experience and will come back.
Yeah, he started day 2 very short on chips, so I'm sure he's ecstatic to have finished 7th place, and he should pat himself on the back.
You know what the great part of this experience is for Harsh? Is that his entire play was recorded on a live stream, or most of it, and he can go back and watch. He can watch himself play. That's such an important tool that a lot of poker players don't even understand.
Oh, yeah, totally.
To be able to watch yourself play, to look at your own body language, look at how opponents react to your body language, look at how you're putting chips in the pot, everything. You even have hand histories now.
Yeah, you can see how hands were dealt and what he could have done in certain spots to have been more profitable and played with a higher expected value. Howard, we still have Howard limping. Short-handed, your hand values increase so much, and the power of being aggressive when there is short-handed poker to be played is second to none. That's the first thing anyone needs to know when it comes to short-handed poker. You have to be aggressive, and there is no other way to play it. It's the only way.
Any poker, actually.
Yeah. But specifically short-handed poker, you will just get eaten up if you are not aggressive. We've seen the limping strategy work. I think now we're going to see the limping strategy hurt Howard unless he continues to make big hands. Oh, I thought that was going to be a 7. And that
checks around. Danny playing a little bit slow, trying to trap Howard. Looks like he's going to get at least one bet out of him. Howard picking up a straight draw. It's only a gut shot, though.
And filling up on the river, and it's going to go check.
Looks like Howard betting, but there is a one-liner to straight out there.
Bet small enough where he gets snap called. And he's going to show his full house.
Wow, nice river.
Danny says nice river, sarcastically, and throws in 2 chips to signify 30,000. It's a little peeved there, but Howard's limping strategy continues to rake him in another pot. Congratulations, Howard.
Well, the DeepStacks Poker Tour has been coming to the Chinook Casino since February 2013. It's the 3rd event here. The last 2 DeepStacks Poker Classics here were in February 2013 and the Oregon State Poker Championships in October 2013. Chinook Winds Casino Resort is #1 destination in Oregon for gaming. If you're ever in the area, come check it out. It's beautiful. There's so much to do out here. There's a spa, a golf course, sauna, you name it, they got it. And a great seafood grill. I mean, I've actually been dying to go check it out.
I've had some delicious meals.
Yeah. My diet went out the window day 2. Day 1, I came in and I was eating salads and cutting out the carbs. And, oh, man, I've stuffed myself with so many pastries and donuts.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, the selection of food we've had has
they have
been
this,
enticing.
They have this white chocolate coconut cheesecake.
Ooh.
I've never had anything like it before.
Sounds fairly delicious.
Cal raising it with King 10 of spades. Action to Nick in the big blind. Nick thinking of rejamming, and he folds. I like the fold by Nick, but it's close. He could consider calling to flop decent equity and check jamming the flop. But Nick ultimately deciding, look, Cal's been pretty tight. He hasn't opened a lot of pots lately. I'm going to give him credit. I'm going to fold Queen 9.
Yeah, I think the fold is definitely okay, given the opponent, but a hand like Queen 9 suited has fairly good value. So there were a few options he had there.
Well, Tristan.
Yes, sir.
This isn't your first time commentating. You actually will have a TV show airing soon.
I do have a TV show. We are going to do the episode 3 of the DeepStacks Poker Tour, where we filmed our championship event from last year, 2013, at Mohegan Sun. So that should be coming out in a couple months, being aired up in the New England area.
Yeah, April 12th, the New England Sports Network for all DirecTV customers. It's Tristan Wade and Joe Stapleton doing the commentary.
Yep.
The Mohegan Sun
And
World Championship event.
Yeah, and I'm here with you now, Wace, trying to get some more experience and learn from some of your skill set. Doing live at the bike for a little while.
Yeah, thanks.
We got a little pot brewing here where Danny bet 60,000 and Howard called with King 6.
Check.
And he is somehow floating, it seems like, out of position with King High.
Howard has done this before.
Check.
And it goes check, check, and Danny picks up a great turn card for him. And now he's going to river a straight. That's a great-looking board for Danny, and Howard might consider bluffing, but I guess his plan for check calling with King High was hoping that his King High was good and get checked down.
Bet 60,000.
And Danny's going to win this pot.
Yeah, I can't really figure out how Howard plays. He he seems to check call at the most awkward times and fold at weird times as well.
Yeah, that he has played a couple goofy hands, but like I said, it's been working for him.
Yeah.
So he is our chip leader, and he has been our chip leader for quite some time.
Yeah, him and Armin so close in chip stacks. Nick now the shortest stack at 16 big blinds, but after him, Patrick and Cal each with about, 25 big blinds?
Here,
Action to
Madiso.
Patrick. Yeah.
Here, Madiso in the background talking about being at the craps table. Welcome down to the tournament area, Mr. Mike, the degenerate gambler, Madiso.
And we hear some crashing going on.
We hear some crashing. I wish we could flip the camera around to see this maniac.
There's Mikey boy. Oh, hey, watch where you walk, buddy.
With the Seinfeld-Kramer entrance, Mike Madiso has now entered the booth. It's bright in here, man. It's bright in here, Mikey. No, they aren't. But, one of us plays well enough to...
Two players.
All right. Thanks. We got Mikey in here telling me how screwed I got today.
Well, Mike's going to check in for me.
All right, Mikey's getting out of here. We have Howard turning the second nut straight. Patrick has an under pair to 3 of the cards on the board, so I don't see that he will be getting too out of control here. All right, and since this pot's going here, let me punch Mikey in. And I have Mike, the Mount Madiso, next to me. One of my good DeepStacks buddies, one of my good friends.
What's going on, man?
Not much, just watching the final table. As you can see to the right here, we're down to 6 players.
Yes.
Howard is still the chip leader. Armand is in second. Our Danny has made a huge comeback up, who's in the 8 seat. He's at 800,000. And then we have a few other short stacks.
This is my man I'm pulling for right here.
Nick?
Yeah, I played with him all day one, and we hung out, had dinner. He's a good guy, man.
Nice. Yeah, I did play
with
with...
pretty solid player.
That's good. Yeah, I played with him as well today. He played well.
Yeah, he don't give nothing away. He needs to get a little more aggressive, but that's okay. So who's got the chips? Howard, of course.
Howard, Armand, and Danny have most of the chips. They combined have over 2/3 of the chips.
Danny is, let me take a look. What seat is Danny?
Danny's in the 8 seat. You will see him.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Here it's folded around Armand in the small blind.
I watched a hand earlier on the thing. I was Armand, he just likes to just try and outplay everybody on every hand, doesn't he?
He hasn't been lately, but he's played a few interesting pots. And
I mean, he
he's been
floated
doing
the guy
well.
with the king queen, and then this got he got on the river and got check raised really big, and he almost folded when he got there. It was pretty funny, and the way they both played it.
And we had Armand raised to 35,000 with 6-8 offsuit, and Dopes.
It's tough to get the
folds the Jack 6 offsuit.
It's tough to get the two gappers. You know.
How have you been today, Mikey?
Uh,
what did you think about the NCAA tournament today?
My God, that was maybe one of the greatest games I've ever witnessed in my life. Was that sick or what?
Yeah, the Michigan-Kentucky
game.
For
Did you
anyone
see
who
that?
didn't know,
That play went doing, bounce,
oh
doing,
my God, yes.
bounce.
Incredible finish, and Kentucky hit a
off-balance three with a guy in his face from 30 feet. Oh
with 3 seconds left to ice the game and win it.
That was the most unbelievable game. Even Jerry doesn't watch that much basketball. Was like, wow.
Yeah, it was. Danny here has a 9-10 suited under the gun and decides to make a raise to 40,000.
This kid here is a really good player. How many chips does he have?
He's got about 400.
Yeah, I played with him all day, both yesterday and today. He's a very good player.
His name is Dopes.
Dopes.
It's his nickname.
Very
his buddies
solid.
call him.
He looks Asian, but he's not. He doesn't play like an Asian player.
Yeah, no offense to any of our Asian viewers or listeners. He doesn't play like an Asian player.
Yeah, I
don't know what you mean by that, Mike.
Well, we joke around.
Could you maybe elaborate on that?
We joke around like when we started the day today. He was at our table, and this other Asian who had a ton of chips to my left was at our table, right?
I remember seeing that guy.
And they're like, we were like, oh, he doesn't play like an Asian. And they all go, well, he does. I go, yeah, well, I know he does. I've seen him play, right? And he's the one I went broke to, and then I went back out 2 minutes later, and he had chips left. I go, what'd you do? He goes, oh, I gave him all the Dopes. So it was pretty funny.
Nice.
My man Howard. He can do it. I don't know, man. This could be his last hurrah in life or something, because this guy is running so good. I mean, this guy here is like, it's like, you know how you ever heard the old saying, you hit lightning before the lightning hits you? I mean, this could be like his swan song or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
guy
right?
has ran so good and super nice guy, amazingly nice guy. I mean, I enjoyed playing him all day.
But you're wishing for his death.
No,
right
I'm not
now.
wishing for his death. I said this could be his swan song. This could be like, you know, going out in style or something. You know what I mean? This is like
this is his Super Bowl.
Yeah, this is
He
definitely
can retire after this.
This is definitely his Super Bowl of poker.
Okay.
It's definitely his Super Bowl.
Here he goes. He's getting out of position here with the dominating hand, the ace-9 versus the ace-7 suited of Dopes. But Cal, a.k.a. Dopes, has position and control of the pot.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
It
Howard,
means everything.
He doesn't ever fold. You think that Howard's going to fold this here?
Howard flops bottom pair on a very well-connected board, and he has the ace-high flush.
Like I said,
draw
did you think he was going to fold the pair?
And he's obviously not.
So when you said control, I started laughing. I'm like, don't worry.
If he doesn't hit a pair, though, it's awfully hard to call.
But he always hits a pair.
Well,
you have to play with him like I do. Like I said, this is his swan song.
Oh man, Mikey.
Dopes will not bet again. He knows that fucking Howard is like always trapped with the nuts. Ooh, no, he'll be able to bet that card.
Nope, he has the gutter, so he wants to play with his ace. Oh, wow. Howard's probably betting this river for value 100% in his eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Just throws out a bunch of chips, and Dopes is going to have to relinquish his hand.
I love when you said position in the hand, because I know that Howard doesn't fold anything. It was funny to I see he's still running great. Let's see. He wouldn't make a move against Howard. That'd be like really crazy. He knows that Howard never only.
It's nothing new to you.
Listen, I'm not a big fan of tournament poker, man. It is what it is. The World Series are fun because you get to play all the mixed game events, which you don't get during the regular year.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh-oh, Howard's got ace-10.
Here we got a raise from Cal with king-queen offsuit, and Howard has ace-10 offsuit in the big blind.
Who's in position? Oh, he's in the big blind. Not small blind, big blind, right?
No, hijack, big blind.
Oh, hello, Howard flops.
Howard flops.
Bet 60.
He always continuation bets against Howard, man. I always check right behind because I know he'll never bet it without it. So I check right behind. If he checks it again, then they can take a small stab at it. Yesterday I was playing against him. I raised it with, I think it was 2 queens on him, and flop came in ace. 2 kings. I had 2 kings. Flop came in ace. His eyes light up. He checked. I checked behind. He checked again. I made a $2,000 bet. He called, and he went check. I checked again. He had ace. I mean, it was like so. You know that.
Howard turns his flush, leads right out into the better, which I don't agree with, just because of the fact that if you lead out into someone here with a 10 high flush, you're only getting called by better flushes.
Listen, nothing Howard does is optimal, but he's a nice guy and he sure makes a lot of hands.
Mike the Mouth with the honest, raw truth.
Right.
The raw truth.
Yeah.
No holds barred.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta go run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, I can
so
smell.
I don't kill you guys.
I can
you know?
smell that.
So we're gonna let Randall Flowers jump in here.
Let Randall Flowers jump in here.
Have a little fun with Randall.
Yeah, have a little.
How you
fun
doing
with
over there, Randall? Are you stoned? No. Well, okay, so you're gonna get a real good Randall Flowers. He's pretty straight now. So here he is. I'll be right back.
We have another change. Randall Flowers back in the booth. We are playing musical chairs.
All right,
I am Tristan Creative Wade.
It's a tough act to follow, but I
Yeah.
am on the stream sober. So
Mikey's on his meds, and
Would
he
appear.
is excited, as you can see. Back to the action. We have Patrick, who has now implemented the limp everything strategy that Howard has made successful in this tournament.
Well, you know, they see Howard doing it, and it's working for Howard, so why not do a little mimicking?
3 players.
So we got a limp pot, and wow, Patrick could get a full double here. That is sick. And it checks around on the flop, of course.
Check.
Well, the board is Jack 4, not Jack 10, but Jack 10 is still in good shape here. Although there are a lot more chop outs.
You were talking about last night. Howard is my hero. I'll be right back. I just gotta run the bathroom. Oh, I'll fall in. I might be like.
Heads up.
So, was that a min bet and a call?
Howard, got bad base.
Bet 75.
This is why you have to bet the flop to get the pot bigger.
Show, please.
Oh my goodness. Well, can't be too safe with your chips, I guess, but Patrick lost about as much value as possible that hand.
Wow.
This deal. Something wrong. Count the cards. Count the cards.
What about Patrick's reaction?
This deal. You're right. This deal.
You did miss a hand previously where Patrick rivered a queen high flush against Chad's jack high flush, and kind of tank called the river after getting shoved into. So
wow,
yeah, there has been some value left out there.
Wow. Well, that is. I don't have many words for that, but all I do know is he could have made about another 300,000 on that hand if he really tried and bet flop turn river. When Howard calls flop, if you bet, you know he's got a 4 or jack, and when he calls the turn, when you bet, you know he's got a jack. And if it's a limp pot and he can have any jack in the big blind, then you can just bomb the river.
Yeah, definitely.
Call. Fold.
Did I just fold?
Careful.
Okay.
We don't want to do that.
Check.
60.
Left. 16.
16?
That's all. Bargain.
Call.
So Howard has outflop pocket nines here with queen nine, button versus big blind.
Sir, did you check before he? Did you check before he entered? Okay, now it is 16.
So Howard has min bet the flop, it appears.
Min bet the turn.
Oh, the turn, yes.
Knows how to really squeak out value. And Cal just has no idea where he stands here with his 2 9s, but he is thinking that he might be beat.
Wow, it's pretty good fold, pretty disciplined fold. Howard's definitely not semi-bluffing too much.
H-bomb. H-bomb.
Howard just having a great time making tons of hands over there.
You got that lucky.
Gotta like to see that.
Yeah, this is pretty incredible to watch someone who is just consistently limping and consistently winning. It's not something that's commonly seen in poker, especially tournaments. And like I said, for him to have another person who has a lot of chips and position on him, I'm surprised to not have seen more clashes between the two, which would have been my preferred strategy.
Danny, since I last left, seems to have a lot of chips.
Danny now has close to $1 million. He's actually second in chips now.
Who I think is probably the favorite to win the tournament just because he raises pre-flop, to be honest.
Yep, and I completely agree with that point.
He was my favorite to win, probably 9-handed, once he started going on that run after he won that hand with kings.
Howard still in here with another pot. He is at ace-10 offsuit.
Of course, Howard gets a playable hand. He doesn't get dealt many bad hands.
No, it doesn't seem like he has.
And even if he does, he'll get to the flop.
And as you see, he's
a way.
VPIP of 42%. He's played a ton of hands.
And the most interesting part of that stat is that his pre-flop raise percent is only 10.
Yes.
So he is limping the majority of his hands and calling.
Here's a spot where Danny has actually made the best hand and flopped middle pair, but Howard has the gutter, and if Danny makes 2 pair here, we could see some fireworks. Nope, it's a safe card for Danny on the turn with the 4 of hearts, and he's going to bet again.
I do
it
not
looks like
understand this bet so much. He must have a sick read that I don't, that Howard's just going to call any draw here, and he's just getting awesome value.
Yeah, he must really feel that he can bet 2 streets with the middle pair and that Howard will call twice with his draws, and he can now carefully check the river.
Very good thin value bet.
Check, check.
I have a queen. Beats me.
I have a queen, beats me, we hear, and queen is going to win, and that's going to shift the chip lead heavily into Danny's favor, actually.
And, you know,
or actually not heavily.
With Howard limping and playing passively, and with Patrick not even being able to win a big pot, making trips versus trips just because he checks back the flop, Danny getting value on the turn with second pair. Those are the plays that win you a poker tournament, finding value where other people don't.
Yes, and it looks like with that, Danny has taken the chip lead slightly from Howard. And we have Howard, Danny, and Armand, 3 big chip leaders. Combined, they have most of the chips, and there's only about 800,000 in play with the other 3 guys.
Big blind, please. 16.
Danny telling Cal that he is happy that he got some chips back that our man Howard got from him earlier at a different table.
Oh, and it looks like we have Nick move all in for about 10 big blinds with ace-queen offsuit under the gun.
Very standard shove.
Very standard.
Definitely a nice hand in his range.
folds around to the blinds. Patrick in the small blind with queen 10 offsuit. No way he will play. And Danny's are with nada.
Nick will win the pot and increase his stack by about 18%, which isn't bad.
He shows ace queen, which I like. It shows your opponents that you aren't just moving all in there with some random rubbish. And it gives you a little more room and creates an image to maybe continue to shove on players or pick up pots with small pre-flop raises.
I agree with that.
It's okay to show. I know some players don't like showing cards. I typically don't like showing hands, but with my image and with people, my perception that people have of me, it's sometimes beneficial for me to show hands because people think I never have a hand.
Well, there you go.
There I go.
Plus, when I look at you, Tristan, you know, everyone else too, you know, they might see someone that they've seen in their past that really upsets them.
Yeah.
Just decide to call you and maybe make up for that.
Yeah, I feel like I have that kind of a asshole look.
I agree. That's part of the reason I keep the long hair is because, you know, some punk kid with long hair you definitely don't want to lose to, so it's always nice.
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to create that kind of image that's always going to get you action, right?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No, I do have to raise to 35 with an all in on top.
Alright, I'm done doing this to you. Next time I'll call you. I don't even care my cards next time. Next time I'm going to dark call you. Dark raise, dark call. I won't hate you for it. Just don't count. I'm done.
I didn't say nothing.
You didn't have to. I already know.
Nick wins another hand. With a hand that he could have probably won a bigger pot with if he was able to reshove on someone, but he'll take a walk.
Annie's, please.
With this guy right here.
Annie's, please.
I'm going collusion.
Shit. Kyle, you think I want my chest back? I'm getting a little tilted by this right now. Every time I do this, jam on me.
No, really?
You're a little irritated there, buddy. Why you need on me?
I need that.
Do you want some change? Do you want some small change?
I don't want no hand.
It's all good. No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm actually eating here, so it's all good. I'll just tease you. I appreciate it.
Armand first act. Let's go 6-5. Cal. Whoa, did Cal fold ace-4 suited? That's what I thought it showed. Ace-4 of clubs. That's a fairly tight fold, but it looks like Cal is the short stack. And he's maybe trying to outlast Nick here since they're around the same chip position. Maybe trying to move up and get that extra pay jump.
And if you see, we still have Howard.
So looking at the stacks now, you got Nick, Patrick, and Cal, all with 25 bigs or less. And then you have the second tier of Danny, Armand, and Howard, with Armand having 800,000, Howard having $1 million, and Danny having 1.1 million with the chip lead.
Cal correctly folds ace-8 offsuit under the gun. Patrick here with the jack-9 suited in a very short stack. Well, no, not as short as I thought. He's going to limp with about 25 big blinds. A little less. Howard folds queen 3.
Yeah, which I'm sure Patrick is thrilled to see. But this is why limping just isn't that great, is you're letting a hand that is slightly better than yours get to see a flop when they would normally 100% never call a raise.
Heads up.
But he does have a Lucky Mattisal shirt on, so maybe he'll flop some clubs and win a pot.
Armand is thinking and leading.
You know, this is a pretty creative play from Armand. I didn't know that this was really in his repertoire. I actually don't mind it, seeing as how Patrick is limping so many hands and playing so straightforward. There's very little chance that Patrick's going to play back at him without some kind of decent hand. And what's funny is, if it goes check, check, down, and, you know, Patrick doesn't improve, he actually value bets his queen high and holds and wins the pot with it if that happens somehow.
Now Patrick has picked up an open-ended straight draw now, along with a flush draw.
Wow, this is a pretty ballsy bet.
So this is a ballsy bet, and he gets snap called. Now, if this does brick, like the 8 pairs the river, it might go check-check, and Armand might actually win with queen high.
An offsuit queen would be bad news. Ooh. The thing about this card is Armand might think that that's a good card for him to bluff off Patrick with, not putting Patrick on clubs.
Check.
But he slows down.
And now here he's having a flush. He's going to go for value, I'm sure.
Bet 50.
He goes bet your flush and take it, and that's exactly what Patrick does.
Nice read by Armand. Patrick only bets 50 into 184,000, and of course queen high can't call.
No, I'm not falling 8. I'm not falling 8.
Folds around to Armand in the small blind, who looks down at ace-9 offsuit. Player in the big blind has about 16 big blinds. What do you think here is the best play, Randall?
I'd open shove for sure. I mean, Cal is flatting so many hands with 9 big blinds that who knows how many hands he'll flat here with 17 big blinds in position. I'd probably just shove and take the pot. I don't think ace-9 offsuit plays very well out of position, and I think if you miss the flop and you check, that he's going to bet a lot and you lose, and if you hit the flop, that's fine, but you're going to put yourself in a lot of tougher spots by just raising, I think. Cal's 100% calling Jack-10 here every time, as he correctly should.
Yeah, I definitely prefer just an open jam as well. But raise is okay. Great flop for ace-9.
With a backdoor nut flush draw.
Now, this is a very safe flop for you. With the way Cal's been playing, I don't see why you shouldn't continuation bet here. I don't think that he will stab too often, but maybe if you do check, you can get a check raise in. Nope. And like I thought, he just checks right back.
Cal is definitely not trying to bluff when he is the same stack as Nick, and he's trying to move up, which is clear from his pre-flop folds with ace-4 suited.
Oh my god! Now we have a check.
I like checking this turn with the ace of clubs because there aren't many worse hands that are going to call, and you can induce a bluff like this.
And now what's your play right here? Do you just call? Do you shove?
I would call for sure. I think that you're only going to get called by better hands if you shove, and you can. Well, looks like he just wants to get the hand over with.
Yeah, it looks like you just wanted to gamble. Say, hey, look, if you got me, I have outs with my ace-high flush draw and pair. And if you don't have anything or just a draw, maybe I can get you to fold it better if you do have a king, although I don't imagine a king ever folding here.
I'm sure Cal is not happy with this result, but I really don't like his bet sizing here. 70,000 after it was only 43,000 to go pre-flop. And Armand, when he checks twice, he's either continuing or not depending on your bet size. I think you could definitely get away with betting 50,000 there. Save yourself another big blind that you really need to help compete versus Nick as far as moving up the ladder.
And he shows it, yep.
And it looks like our players are on a break. We will Are they on a break?
Yeah, it does look like our players are going to be on a break. We are going to cut to commercial breaks, and we will be back in the booth after the break.
Here at the Chinook Winds Casino Resort, kicking off the $1,100 DeepStacks Poker Tour main event. We're down here on the beach outside of our hotel, and we got word of something called the glass float. So we're gonna go cruise down Highway 1 and check out some beach cities and see what this is all about. I'm checking out the Oregon coast, and as I'm making my way down to Newport, I discovered the largest lighthouse in Oregon, standing at over 93 feet tall. I'm here with Kelly Howard, who is one of the owners of the Jennifer Sears Glass Art Studio and is also one of the artists who blows glass here. Tell me a little bit about this place.
Well, we've been open since 2005, and we have a contract with the city to have a glass studio where we offer classes to the public, and we started out just doing floats because they have this program where they hide floats on the beach here from the year 2000, and they've been doing it every year for the last 14 years. And so if you don't find one, you can come to our studio and make your own.
Basically, it's one of these little circular floats, right?
Right. This is one of the floats that I make, so they're a little bit more color thing going on. The classes are very, very friendly for everyone to be able to come in and just pick colors they like and walk through the whole process. And every step of the way, we're showing you what you're going to do. We work with 8-year-olds up to 90-year-olds. I've worked with like a 92-year-old man.
Can you explain what the glass floats is and when they put them out and how it kind of works?
Yeah, so the city of Lincoln City buys about 2,004, like the number of the year, every year. So, and then they buy them from about 5 or 6 different artists, and they have volunteers that hide them on the beach. And they do it in the off season because they're trying to bring people here in the winter when usually it's pretty slow.
We've been cruising down Highway 1 all day, checking out the different towns, and we got to Newport where we discovered the Oregon Coast Aquarium. But then we looked to our left and we found the world headquarters of the Rogue Brewery. You can come out here, hit the gift shop, take a tour 3 times daily, and they have a different version of an aquarium, what they call the Beer Aquarium. We made our way down to the bayfront where we found this really cool street that has a number of local seafood restaurants. The Oregon coast has so much to offer. Beautiful sights, great food, breweries, and of course, Chinook Winds, where DeepStacks Poker Tour is hosting its event. Make sure you follow all the action this weekend and stay tuned at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Here's another reason it's better at the beach at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. The Let's Bay Buffet is all new. New dining room, new serving areas, new menu items. And now alongside your new and old favorites, enjoy carved prime ribs 7 nights a week. On Fridays, enjoy our bountiful seafood buffet. It's the all-new Let's Bay Buffet. Upstairs at Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, where buffet is better at the beach. Chinook.
Darling, don't crochet. Thank you for.
Look out, Vegas. Chinook Winds Casino Resort, where it's always better at the beach.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Tristan Creative Wade. We are on our second break, and I believe third break, and I think you are our chip leader. I hear you have a ridiculous table.
Yeah, my table's been pretty crazy. One guy got all in with ace-jack versus aces for about 100 big blinds and won, and then he got in like ace-10 versus aces and lost, and then I just set-over-setted him in a huge pot.
What's the dynamic like playing with local players in all these different regions when we travel around? You know, we come to Oregon and a bunch of coasties is a lot different.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, the poker up here is a lot different. It's a different kind of crowd. The game is different here. People play a different kind of style, just like any different region you...
What's the style like?
Style is, some people are very solid and tight, other people fire. and they don't really know the values of their hands and such. So, but I mean, it's been great. There's some really good players out here too, and it's action. I'm having a blast.
What do you think of Chinook Winds? We moved the tournament area upstairs into the convention area. I think I like this better.
Yeah, it's nice. It's spacious. You know, you have everything you need in here: liquor, food. I love it. It's great. We got the NCAA game up. I'm getting to watch a little.
We know you love basketball.
I'm getting to watch a little basketball.
Not only does he love basketball, but he loves to rap. And we got you last time. We were karaokeing.
Yeah, that was
we gonna see some of that?
Maybe. I karaoke'd last night, Randall and I, but
What?
we didn't do a good job. It was bad. I'm glad you guys weren't there.
I'm sorry to miss the action. Well, you have 39 seconds, so I'll let you get back to your table. I know you don't want to miss the juiciness.
Yes, thank you.
For all of you back home, make sure you follow all the action at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action. Want to play in some of the best poker tournaments in the world? Then come out for the next DeepStacks Poker Tour event. DSPT brings out all the big names, like Mike the Mouth Matasso, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, and Tristan Wade. With huge prize pools, great structures, and exciting stops, DSPT is the fastest growing poker tour in the world. Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Janine Deeb here at the DSPT Oregon main event with Mike the Mouth Matasso, just recently eliminated. Take me through your day.
I was having a great day. I had like 80,000 like 5 minutes ago, and he says, I check and I call all bets. Oh, I was like, thought about raising right here. I said, nah. To me, it's a free all in on the river, and you can't call. And,
Do you feel like the standard moves that players would make, maybe that you're usually used to, it's kind of out of range when you're playing in tournaments like this?
I don't make moves at this tournament. This
morning you showed up early and you guys did an autograph signing, and I know you had your book that you were signing. Tell us a little bit about what it was like writing a book for you.
I wrote my autobiography in 2008 after I got out of, after all the stuff I went through, and after I won my third bracelet in the Deuce to 7. It was a good kind of final chapter from all the stuff I went through in 2004 when I got set up and got put in jail and all this shit, and then 2005 when I final table in Maine and won the Tournament of Champions, and then so it pretty much talks about all the stuff I went through. It's a great, it's just great read and stuff, and I like my book. I love my book. I sell it and people love it, and I enjoy letting people into my life a little bit. But
what's it mean to you coming to towns like this, and you do have such a good following and everyone's so excited to see you? That must mean a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. The people here are really, really nice. I might shoot a second bullet tomorrow only because it's such a it's a good tournament. But if I do shoot a second bullet, I'm not going to buy into at least.
About the future of poker.
Well, I had a dream I won the $1 million buy-in this year, so I'm going to get in that tournament and win it. That's what my future looks like.
You got to pull an Owais Ahmed, right? That's what you were saying at dinner last night.
I just got to get in it. I mean,
I
had no plans on getting in it, but when I have a dream, I won the $1 million buy-in. And every time I've ever had a dream, I won a tournament, I've won it. So I got to get in.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully you fire a second bullet. Just show up late. You'll do it. You'll be here.
I got to get a
Got to keep you off your iPad. He's always stuck to his Chinese game.
I was off at pretty much all day.
All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow. For all of you at home, make sure you're following all the updates at DeepStacks.com.
Visit DeepStacks.com to find the next stop near you and get in the action.
Hey everyone, I'm Jay.
What's up?
How's the tournament been so far and the prelim event?
It's going great. It was, really smooth so far. Everybody's having a good time. we moved it up here in this big room, so away from the hustle and bustle. It's just nice room to play in, relaxing, play poker.
What's been the feedback from most of the players?
They like it. They like it a lot. You know, they like the structures are really strong. You know, the play's great. Dealers and staff have been extraordinary, and you know, it's been a good feedback, I think.
I personally love that you guys always provide food. Always.
Always, like 3 or 4 times a day, they bring it in, and it's always good stuff. So.
What do you think about all the changes DSPT and Chinook's made with the live stream and the tournament?
Okay, we're back.
We are back. I am back.
This is Chris Turina.
Chris is my man. He's the man.
With my man.
He's the man with the plan.
Mike Matiso. We have Owace on deck.
We have somebody's raised, and it looks like Kale has moved all in. Looks like Howard is raised. Wow. Howard is. He's very never going to re-raise Howard light because he knows Howard doesn't raise without some kind of hand. But Howard's probably going to call him here with ace-9. Yes, he does. He's up against ace-10. He's in. What do we have here?
37.
Okay.
We have an only call at the final table.
I know Howard's calling with ace-9.
Oh, Howard called here.
King of spades.
Wow, he moved in with King Jack against Howard raise. That's just such a bad play. It's just so bad because he knows Howard never opens without with a marginal hand. I hope Cal gets it because he's a good guy, but it's
the ace through the door.
Ace of hearts, tray of hearts.
Yeah.
8 of spades.
Yeah, Cal played really well 2 days
Yeah,
I
I
played with
thought
him,
so
but
too.
I thought when he got to the final table, I thought he got sloppy in the hands that I saw. He made a lot of.
How we roll, baby? Let's go!
He made a lot of bets against Howard where he played with him for 2 days and he knows that like he never raises he would never normally he would just limp ace-9. So like when he raises, he's usually way bigger than that, and the fact that he would move in with King Jack there was really reckless. Also, like earlier when he c-bet against Howard. Find me a bottle of water, Tristan. Oh, there you go. Hello.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So we're down to 5.
We're down to 5, and Howard is close to 1.2 million in chips.
Howard has put on a clinic in 2 days of card holding. Super nice guy. Play with him all day. Play with all these guys. Pretty much, I think the only one I haven't played with is Armand. And according to his friend,
nice.
He said Danny's good, but he said that Armand is better chance of closing. So we'll see what happens.
Flop a queen, deuce, jack, all hearts.
Yeah, Patrick should raise here. See if he does. That's good.
There he goes.
Good raise.
Obviously, Danny's going to fold.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, wow. He's actually going to float him.
Oh, he re-raised him.
Oh, he re-raised him. Wow.
All right, he's got to go all in here. Can't call here. I mean, he just has to. He's got to fold or go all in. He doesn't have any other play. Wow,
At this point in the tournament, I mean,
I just he didn't have anything in the pot, but it might work. I don't think it's gonna. I mean, at this part of the tournament, I just think I just think an all in is probably the right play, but a fold would you almost have to fold. It's all in or fold. You don't have a choice. It's a heck of a move. I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think I've ever got check raised on the Jack Queen Deuce of Hearts board and had 4 or 5 offsuit and re-raised. Not in this day and age, at least.
125 total.
you see the top corner, that tape that's
calls 125,000.
Okay, so he called the 125 more, which I don't like at all. I would have moved in or folded. I don't know what the turn has come. They've turned it over, and I get
7 of diamonds.
7 of diamonds.
And there it goes.
140,000.
That's pretty much going to win the pot right there. I mean, he just can't call. That's why he just can't call. He has to shove or fold when he got re-raised on the flop.
Right.
I mean, now what's he doing? He's calling 125 to see one card because that's what he's going to see.
A lot of pressure on Patrick. He could have avoided just by sticking it in there.
Yeah, well, he's never supposed to just call.
Right.
It was just that you shove it or you fold it because you're calling to see one card, and that's what he did. He put in 125 to look at one card, which is basically 25% of the stack. He'll be folding now because he put himself in that spot.
Shows a king of hearts.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would have probably played this hand on the flop is I would have check called with the king of hearts.
Right.
And then when the 7 comes on the turn, then I could decide what I want to do, whether I want to call again or check raise on the turn, make if he thinks he's weak.
Right.
By check raising the flop, it's supposed to have won it, okay? But what's he repping?
Right.
The most he's repping is I've got a pair, maybe. Why would I check raise a pair?
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? I would just check call Jack or Queen.
Sure.
So Danny picked up on this and he re-raised him, and give him credit for that. But if Patrick would have stuffed it, cool.
Brian Knott, who built our beautiful poker table,
Mhm.
is giving someone $200 off their
Wow.
first or next purchase of an off-tilt poker tables.
How much do those off-tilt poker tables cost?
Yeah.
I mean, if they cost $8,000.
No, they're about, 15, 16.
Oh, all right, okay.
That's
not
could get
bad.
as high as, $2K. But so Brian's generosity is giving a $200 gift certificate away, so we're going to pick a winner here.
Call 20,000. Call.
So Howard limped to ace-4.
Option checks.
Danny has jack 10. Let's see what the flop plays. Nick's in the small blind with 5-8. And this hand here is going to probably double Patrick up 297,000. Because Howard will never. I mean, he's going to. Howard will lose 297,000 in this hand unless Patrick checks a turn if a club comes or something. There comes a 3, gives Howard a straight draw. I have 3 of clubs. See now Patrick might see. Patrick did check.
Check.
Howard,
Yeah.
ace bomb, move.
And Patrick's going to win the pot with a 7 kicker. Oh, no, they're going to chop it up. Aces and 3s with an 8. Aces and 3s with an 8 kicker.
And I do appreciate it. Don't get me wrong.
He's trying to get me to come after you. I'll just wait for my cards.
Team up on us over here, me and Howard over here. No, there's no way I want a piece of that.
Okay, I think it's time to pick a winner there, Mikey. Okay, so we did the contest where they had to mention hashtag I am off tilt for a chance at a $200 gift certificate off an off-tilt poker table. Not many submissions, but we have about, seven or 8.
I'm closing my eyes. Is it all in front of, I'm pushing right there. Where did we hit?
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see what that is right there.
That was
Jake Strickland. Jake Strickland.
Okay.
Jake Strickland at the Jake _ST. You've won a $200 gift certificate to offtiltpokertables.com. Congratulations, Jake.
Danny seems like he's really running the table well now. And like, I feel like he's definitely playing the best. And he's got the chips now, if I'm not mistaken. He is the chip leader, right? Yeah.
Yep.
My man Nick's going to have to make a move pretty soon.
Hey, good fold, Danny. Good fold.
Howard's in the small blind. I can't see. Oh, he gave it up. I've never seen that before. Call the floor. You guys in the background, call the floor. Howard folds small blind.
Hey, Howard.
Howard is just loving life right now.
He is. He's having a good time.
Absolutely.
I asked him yesterday. We played all day. I go. You've been playing poker a while, haven't you? He says, yeah. I go, have you ever ran this good ever? He goes, not that I can recall. And that was yesterday, and I think he's ran just as good, if not better, today.
Right.
Danny's got an ace on the button here. It looks like, or is he small blind? I don't see where the action's at.
No.
It seemed like earlier they were all coming up, so I was able to see what was going to happen.
Well, there's Armand with 10-3 offsuit. What's he thinking about here, Mikey?
I don't even know where he's at. Is he in the small blind? Is he?
He's in the small blind.
Sometimes you just got to just give it up. Oh, I see. I think he's just going to give it up. And he got to walk. That's good play. You can't. You just don't. You can't just fight for every line. I mean, you won't be able to steal any if you're always just pounding and pounding.
So did you end up playing with most of these players here?
I've played with everybody but Armand, and I played with. And he's got two good friends out there. They're good friends that with him. He says that he's the best player.
Right.
And you know, even though he had that hand against Tristan that he kind of went crazy on, you know, he didn't know how Tristan played or whatever. But you know, like we were talking earlier, it's like there's so many weak spots in the game here in Oregon, and so many good spots that Tristan's never gonna come after him or try and outplay him. Where he could just find better spots. So, but whatever, you know.
The competition definitely for this series.
There's a lot of
good players. In
yeah,
Oregon. Portland's such a hotbed for poker.
Yeah, there was a lot of good players. I mean, a lot of bad players, but I mean,
of course, that's anywhere though.
There's still a lot of good players. I mean, I played all day with Nick in seat 9. I played with Danny. I played with Howard all day.
Right. Armand increasing his stack. He's at close to 900,000 right now.
Yeah, the blinds are 10-20 with a 5,000 ante is around, and Nick's just going to have to start shoving here 2-3 times in a row here and keep himself alive. I mean, he's a really pretty snug player, and he told me he's never really played any tournaments. I think he said this was like his first tournament, so
right.
You know, he's playing a little cautious, and he's gonna have to open it up a little bit. You see Howard limp the 2 deuces. Why doesn't the flop come up?
Check. Players all in.
Was that Darryl? Really? I thought that was a guy sweating. Okay. All right. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think Nick moved all in.
If it's him, yeah.
No.
Why am I doing
I was gonna say I thought Nick moved all in.
I want it to be perfect.
Just fate that someone else has to bust you, I can't. Seriously. So I'm just going to stop trying.
We're here from Chinook Winds Casino Resort in beautiful Lincoln City. I'm Chris Torina, CEO of DeepStacks Poker Tour, with my boy, my man, my ace in the hole.
Your partner.
My partner, Mikey Matiso.
What's up, brother?
A lot of people don't know your last name is pronounced Matiso.
Oh, they all do know.
You know how many people call you Matisow?
That Oace guy just didn't know. We had to straighten his ass up.
Yeah, Oace doesn't know how to enunciate Chinook.
Mm-hmm. And Nick's moving all in here with an ace. I like that move. Chinook. I was calling it. What was I calling it all week? I didn't even. I was calling it the wrong name too. Chinook. I got it.
You called it Chinook. You were just like Chinook, very windy.
Once I realized how do I not forget it? I was like, okay, Chris is a crook, so it's Chinook.
Chinook.
No, I'm just kidding.
Chinook.
Chinook wins.
We got the rail, the proverbial rail.
The rail.
Standing.
So
standing by.
The yellows are 100,000s and the whites are 25,000.
25Ks, correct. Patrick with 4-9 diamonds folding.
I've seen Nick here to move all in, even without.
Oh, he heard you.
Without even, I wouldn't even have to really look at my cards there. I'm going to move in on the button every time.
Armand folds. And Nick shows. What's your feeling about that showing at that spot?
At this point of the
tournament,
I would never show.
Okay, gotcha.
When I was playing 9-handed and stuff,
right.
And whenever I picked up big hands, I would show because I wanted them to always think that I had it, and then I was able to open a lot of pots. That's all I was trying to do, and I'd talk a lot with everybody to get everybody real friendly and allowed me to steal a lot from it. But at this point in the tournament, I'm never showing. There's just, unless I was like sitting on $1 million in chips.
Sure.
Like, if I was like one of the chip leaders and then I raised and I had a hand and I would show it because I would start opening like with nothing and
It just doesn't make sense this point in the tournament.
Real nice hand with Ace King.
Is what you're saying, basically.
Oh, Nick's thinking. Oh, Nick. Oh, goodbye, Nick. There's no way Nick's not going broke.
Wow, this is a tough spot. He just moved all in.
No way he's not going broke here. I mean, he's such a good kid, and he's played solid. It's
a tough
five-handed, it's nothing.
Tough spot.
You're just going to move in there every time. It's just
Patrick with the ace-5.
I'm almost holding
spot here.
Yeah, five-handed. I mean, a button raise. I mean, you're just going to jam ace-jack every time.
Neil out with the call.
So I'm kind of pulling for the underdog here because I hung out with him, played with him all day, but he's really had a lot of patience and really hasn't had much cards today.
Who has ace king?
Danny with ace king.
Danny with the ace king and Nick with the ace jack.
Let's see if anything's on Nick's side today. There's a queen.
Queen ball through the door.
Doesn't change anything.
3 more jacks.
Looking for a jack right now.
Cowboy.
King. Now,
here we go.
Now he needs a 10. He no longer needs a jack. He now needs a 10.
Picks up one more out.
No, he changes cards. That's all.
And a 3 of diamonds. And Danny's going to win, making Nick the 5th place finisher for $9,600.
And Nick played well. Nice kid.
Nice kid. I met him in the hallway yesterday. Very nice kid.
Very nice.
Current chip count is Danny with 1.5 million, who's now the chip leader. Howard at 1.2, Armin with 840, and Patrick picking up the rear at a little over 300,000.
It's probably going to come down to Armand and Danny. Short-handed Howard's just really going to have to. He just won't be able to play good enough after the flop against these guys. They're going to put
a lot of pressure on him.
He's going to have to make hands. I mean,
right.
Making hands 3-handed isn't easy.
Well, we're here from beautiful Chinook Winds Casino Resort in Lincoln City, Oregon.
It is beautiful. I'm a little upset at you, though.
Why is that?
Because you've been coming here for 3 years. This is the first time you let me come. I mean, what the heck? I mean,
I know.
I mean, you let the grinder come in front of me. I mean, I didn't know that you got this beautiful place.
I know. I told you it was a vacation.
I thought it was that little hole in the wall that we did the live camp in Oregon.
I know. No, this is impression with the staff here. So
I bet I did.
You will be coming back soon, my friend.
Oh, good.
Fans love you. Had one of the dealers come up to me and just look at me and go, "Man, he's great." So, a lot of fans, Mikey.
Yeah, you know.
You're an easy guy to love.
I'm a nice guy.
You are a nice guy.
You ever heard the old saying, "Nice guys finish last"?
No, that's not true.
I know.
You're a nice guy. You're just a pain in the butt.
No. I'm
You're Mikey,
good.
man. You're Mikey Matiso.
Come on, man. Who's a bigger pain, me or the grinder?
Oh,
come on, man.
It depends. It's all relative. It depends.
I feel like getting work done with the company and be like, "Hey, grinder,
where
are you?
We need you here at this time."
What time? Oh, I thought you said yesterday, not today.
Shout out to my boy Mike. I know he is probably somewhere either playing baccarat,
playing roulette,
or at a club,
or at a club.
At a club. Shout out to the grinder. That's my boy, my other boy. Got a dealer change. Good job, Kim. Shout out to Kim Poff. Shout out to all the dealers this weekend.
How do they get such good dealers out here?
Oh, man. The dealers here are just awesome, man.
I mean, what the heck?
And they're so nice, too.
They're so good.
They're so good. They're so nice. Really impressed with just everything about this casino.
You know.
Did you go to the buffet today to eat?
No.
Oh, my God. I went to the buffet.
No,
Sunday brunch buffet.
I got knocked out of the tournament. You know what I ate? I ate crow.
They had lobster, crab legs,
Mm-hmm.
and shrimp.
No, I got the room service buffalo burger, which is not bad, and I got I got to watch that basketball game, which was wow. I mean, for somebody that doesn't bet sports anymore, that's me. It's been 5 months on the wagon and watching this game, and I was like actually excited watching this game. It was like so intense.
Right. That was a crazy game. That's for sure.
You know, that game has to rank up there. It's some of the best games of all time. I mean, they knocked the rebound out, passed the ball, swing it, hit the thing, got the rebound.
That was an unbelievable.
That
was an
whole
unbelievable
sequence was just
sequence,
incredible
for sure.
I mean, I don't know how that guy hit the shot. That's just unbelievable. That shot, the guy was in his mug from like 30 feet and just nothing but net.
On the biggest stage, these guys are.
Like I said, I'm not a big Calipari fan. I'm not.
You and I could talk basketball all day. I'm not a big Calipari fan either.
I
would have loved to see him beeline.
I mean, I just don't believe Calipari and Kentucky are on the square that they get 9 of the top 10 recruits every year. Let's all go to Kentucky. Oh, okay. You know,
right.
You know, there's 80 million schools to go to, but
right.
You know, and they said
he's doing something right.
They said before the year started that this was the greatest recruiting class in history over the Fab Five and everything.
Right.
And of course they had the big, all of them losses this year or whatever. But they started playing well at the end of the year. They had Florida just about beating the SEC championship, if not done. And of course, like I said, I mean, to seed them 8th was a criminal, and to seed them in Wichita and Louisville side of the bracket. I mean, they basically said, we don't want Wichita at the Final Four. We want big name schools, and they really loaded it up against it. And Wichita played great.
Wichita
got beat, and the player of Wichita, when he went to the podium, said, "Well, if Kentucky plays like they did today, they're going to be very tough to beat." And,
for sure.
And you're seeing it now.
For sure.
But
they're definitely playing their best basketball of the year. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't see any way they're not going to be playing Florida in the championship game.
Really, you think they're going to beat Wisconsin?
I do.
Really,
I do, and I think they're going to beat Florida for the championship.
Wow, that would be might be one of the most surprising.
Well,
the biggest surprise in March Madness history.
What could be bigger surprise than Connecticut being there now? If you thought Connecticut as finishing 11th in the Big East and winning the championship 3 years ago, I mean, everybody said they weren't even going to make the field. I think they came in as a 12 seed. I had them out in the first round to St. Joe's.
We got a hand here. Patrick has moved all in, but Danny's quickly folding. Sorry. A little premature there. Yeah, I think the Kemba Walker UConn team was pretty amazing.
But they finished 11th or something in the they got 11 something like that. Didn't they get like 11 teams in it? So, like the whole conference got in the
there was like 7
or
teams or something.
Whatever, and they were like the bottom of the barrel, and they got hot and they won the big. That's right, they won the Big East tournament. from like the seventh seed, and then they won end up winning 13 games in a row and
Right.
win the championship. But they were comparing Napier to Kemba Walker because Napier's having a tournament just like Walker had,
Shabazz
and
Napier.
they put the stats next to each other, which are almost identical. So Patrick will be moving all in here.
On cue.
Fold.
Let's see if Howard has 8-9.
Yes, sir. All in.
I don't think.
I don't know what
9.
Howard's thinking here.
No. Listen, Howard doesn't like to fold.
Yeah.
It's only 2,000.
Yeah, Howard definitely has a
I'm going to tell you right now.
painful time folding.
The only way Howard wins this thing is like he just calls off and gets lucky here. I mean, if the cards hit him.
Right.
And it would be, listen, it would be great for this guy. I mean, it'd be
yeah.
He's already at that time of his life.
He's
this might be like the highlight of his life right now anyway.
Definitely his poker career, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it's it's been enjoyable, like even at his table to watch. I'm just like
he's a super nice guy. Janine
Howard.
did an interview with him, and he was just super nice.
I mean, like I folded 9 buttons in a row yesterday because I know like Howard always protects, so I didn't want to like raise with garbage. So I finally picked up the King Jack suited. I raised the button on the first button I raised in like 19 rounds. Who the heck knows? He calls. It comes 3-3-4. Perfect flop to see bet. He checks. I bet he calls. And I start laughing. So now he checks again. I check. I go, we got a 3, Howard.
Right.
And now he bets the river, and I fold. He shows me a 3. So, it was like, and that's why I'm so amazed, like so many people paying him off or whatever. The guy never bluffs. I mean, the guy only bets with like top pair.
Yeah.
I mean.
Do we know what Armin had in that hand there? I'm not sure. He opened, and then Danny folded Queen 10 in the small blind. So I'm curious to know
Who
what
opened?
Armin opened, and Danny folded in the small blind with Queen 10.
I like it.
Yeah.
He's gonna play position poker. He's gonna wait till he knows what he's doing. You know, the blinds are 10 and 20,000, which you're playing when you have the ones with 800,000 or more. They got like 40 big blinds deep. You still got to make you can't make a mistake here. Especially someone like that has a big stack. They don't want to double up a short stack.
Right.
Our Patrick's sitting on 360, and it's
308.
We're at 1020 still.
Yeah.
2,000. So
he's gonna have to do
about
something here.
30 and times 5. We're talking 40,000 a round. So basically, he could look at probably 10 hands, and then he's gonna have to shove the button a couple times. And
right.
He doesn't. It's not. No, Howard's got ace.
Howard
10
with
here.
the ace 10.
Call.
See,
just limps.
20,000.
That's got cut off for real?
See, like Howard likes to limp. He doesn't like to raise. He likes to limp because he knows that people like make plays at him. See, like here we go. He might make a play, move all in, and Howard's gonna snap him off.
Yep. Howard's in.
Nope.
Good fold by Patrick.
Option checks.
So it's 10 deuce versus ace 10. So Danny's pretty dead here, but and he's never gonna have to. Like again, he's never gonna be able to take this pot. Howard will check right behind here. Watch.
Check.
No way will he.
Good call there.
Check. Check.
See?
Yeah.
Howard's just hoping he like
leads a little bit.
See, now he's hoping Danny bets at it, and he'll call him anyways. Not a doubt that Danny will go. Well, there's not a doubt that Howard will call him too. And this is going to be a bad bet because it's the wrong person. Okay,
check.
he did the right thing.
Check. Wow. Wow. Howard just checked all the way down.
Yeah. See how is it?
I mean, why?
That like if he knows the guy's got nothing, he'll like let them because everybody keeps trying to steal against him, and he's really hard to play against because of that because he calls everything. So I mean, even when you know like he's weak and you bet out, he calls, and you know he's weak, he calls again. So it's tough to play against him in that spot.
disgusting.
We've had a lot of playable hands. Like,
Me?
a lot of playable
I get a lot. Dylan, back at Aces always says he's like, man, he was.
So Armand's under the gun with ace 10. He'll make it about 42,000 here. Does he make it 50,000?
Raise to 50,000.
Oh. Project 7-8. Danny with an ace 9. I don't like that call at all. I'm re-raising ace 9 or I'm folding. You don't want to play an ace rag out of position.
Surprised you didn't call, Howard.
2 players.
If an ace comes, Danny's going to get crippled. Yeah, and
good flop. Good flop for Armand.
Armand should take this down. I don't see Danny continuing putting another chip with his hand. He decided to check behind Armand. Very interesting.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's 75.
You know, now Armand's got to fold. I would have definitely c-bet that flop.
Right.
This would be a bad call because he can't get paid if he hits. He's a pretty good player. I'm pretty sure that Armand will fold here. I mean, he knows he can't get paid if he hits, and he did. He folded. I definitely would have bet the flop. You know, he thought he was in that range or whatever, but I would have c-bet that flop.
You bet the flop, I go away.
See, you heard he said if you bet the flop, I fold. See, I mean, you just have to bet that flop.
Right.
I mean, even if you get let's say you get check raised, okay, you know, or even called, you're going to get a free one on the turn.
Sure.
You know, there's just, you can't put that money in and just check that hand in position. I mean, you just can't. I thought that was a mistake by Armand. And, you know, maybe this is where his friends were saying that Danny's a better player. And because I didn't know, I thought Armand was really good.
Right.
Or they all said Armand was a better player.
Yeah, Armand, you were saying Armand was a better player.
I thought that the other way, but they insisted on that. But
I think they're both pretty solid players.
Go all in here, which he did. And there's no way Danny's calling 300,000 with ace rag. There's no reason to get involved here. I just think it would be a very bad call because the best he's hoping to be is 56%. He folded. It was a good call. Howard's going to call, and they're going to end up chopping this pot or free rolling because Howard will never fold this.
He's never folding in this spot.
Right. 100% that Howard calls. I like the fold though. I would like Howard to fold, but he's not going to. I'd be very shocked. I've never seen him fold a hand this big yet. That's the first time.
Wow.
I'm telling you right now.
Wow.
I play with him for 2 days, and
he's never done that.
I've watched on the monitor. I have never seen him fold king. I watched him call 68,000 overcalled with king jack earlier when he was up against king queen and 2 4s, and the flop came ace queen 10.
Jeez.
But it came a jack on the river, and they chopped it. I'm very, very shocked that he folded there. If he knows that Howard's going to fold in the big blind when he shoves, he can almost shove the button every time. You know.
It's great analysis, Mikey. I'm sure the people at home listening.
I just thought the Howard call was
learning a ton of stuff.
You know, I knew Danny would fold, but I was 100% sure Howard would call. Danny's not going to play a big pot. He doesn't want to play a pre-flop without a hand. I mean, he's the best. He's going to play small ball. Like here, he raised 10 jack. I like it right under the gun. Howard will call with the 4-5 for sure. Nope, folded. Howard's actually playing a lot tighter now, probably because it's kind of a little shocked. 30,000 to Patrick was never a call here with his stack size. He has to shove all in or fold. He has to make a decision.
Ooh, a little pump fake there.
Calling here is absolutely the wrong thing to do. I mean, and he has to hit a flop, and you know, in this spot here, if he hits a flop, he's in trouble. I'm folding here if I have his hand, and that's just that's a good call.
Call on
I mean,
Patrick's
there's times where you might feel somebody's
decision.
weak, but Danny hasn't shown to be playing really fast, so I think it's a pretty easy fold there.
Danny laughing it up. He's in a good spot right now.
He's
Danny
in a great spot,
is
and he's
almost at 1.7 million.
Yeah, and he's playing small ball. He's not risking any chips, and he's playing perfect. I really don't see anybody beating him in this thing. I really don't. Unless he makes a mistake or Howard gets lucky in a hand or something like that.
Howard folding King 5. Armin with the 7-3 hearts.
He's on the button. I'm surprised he didn't raise that.
Might open there, yeah. And Danny getting a walk. Man, I was telling Always yesterday, late in a tournament, getting a walk is probably one of the best feelings other than winning the tournament.
Yeah. Armand's at 750. I mean, I think that you just we're fine 5-handed. I'm gonna get a little more. I'm gonna get a little bit more aggressive on the button. You know, until they play back at me. I mean,
right.
He's got so much respect at the table. Nobody's really getting fast. So, you know, I would just start opening a lot of pots. Patrick's in a spot where he has to shove it up. Armand's got King Queen here under the gun. He's going to be raising it about 50,000.
Raised to 50,000.
Yeah. And Patrick's
going to be putting this right in the middle.
And they're going to be tough whether he wants to fucking call or not.
Fold.
It's a really tough call.
Yeah, it's
he
a
knows
tough
the
call.
best he is a flip in this spot. I really think that Armand's going to fold.
274 or so.
Yeah, he's going to fold. I mean, he's got to only hope he has a mid pair. If he has any real hand of ace, king, ace, queen, he's beat. He's got a good chip stack, and he knows Patrick hasn't really been that active. I don't think Armand's going to call here. And I think if he calls, it's a bad call, whether he wins it or not.
220, 275.
Because it's 225 more. I mean, that's just a lot.
Right. Yeah.
There's
He's
100
thinking
in the
about
pot. That's not the right price.
I think he's too good of a player here to call.
No, he's not going to call. But he might. I wouldn't. What's he hoping to be? A flip? Just like earlier I raised and the guy re-raised me like 17,000. I go, I'm pretty sure you got 2 10s.
Right.
I go, and I know I'm going to flip, but I'm not going to call him risk that much of my stack. And I folded and he showed me 2 10s. It was very funny. But it was, it was a big part of my stack. I mean,
right.
if he calls here, I mean, he's basically risking over a third of his stack, hoping that maybe he has a mid pair and he's a flip. And he doesn't need to be crippled in this spot. He's got plenty of chips to maneuver with and to open pots with. And
Clear the 50s and verify it.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if he loses his hand,
220,
him and Patrick would be virtually tied.
Right. I don't know why he's taking so long. If he's as good a player as his friends say he is, there's just no way he's calling. I mean, he raised under the gun. He hasn't been active. I mean, unless he really feels like he's a flip. I mean, if he's almost sure he's a flip, there's already 120 dead money out there, but it's still 220 more to call. I don't know. I don't think the call's even close. And I'm looking at the cards. I mean, what does he think? Does he really think he's just shipping on him with air? Like was he hoping he's shipping on with Queen Jack? He either has a pair or he has an ace of something. I mean, he's not shipping on him with 9-4. Yeah, he folded. I'm surprised he wasted so much of our time.
No, that's not true, Armand. Take your time, buddy. You're playing for $37,000. And DSPT GPI Player of the Year points were the winner of the DeepStacks Poker Tour Global Poker Index Player of the Year will get a 2015 sponsorship package from DeepStacks, as well as a custom trophy and a custom off-till poker tables poker table.
Awesome.
Pretty awesome.
Arvon just asked him, did you have a hand?
Yeah.
I mean, he made a lot of moves earlier. I mean, I saw one move against Armin earlier, and that's I think Armin was thinking about that when he raised with ace five, or Armin called and came like deuce four, blank, 9, and Patrick bet, and Armin he floated him with king queen.
Right.
And now Patrick check calls him on the turn, and now king came on the river. And now Patrick check raised him on the river when he got hit the king, and he went in the tank for like 8 minutes and called. You know, it was the point was when I laughed about that is he can by him check raising the river when the king hit. It goes to tell you that the floating and the betting, he was never winning the pot unless the king hit, because he was going to get check raised on the river. So I think he was thinking about that hand too.
Now here's some bet sizing. So Armand opened to 50K with the king queen last hand, but he's opening to 60K.
And we don't know what he has.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Ace king.
Howard's probably about 2-1 favorite here with the queen 8. No, I'm just joking. And Howard will be done.
Howard will be shutting it down.
Armin might check right behind. I know I probably would. Hoping Howard hits a pair because he knows he'll get called if a pair comes.
Check.
Nah, he ain't going to get paid. Howard's not the type of guy that bets with nothing. I'm yet to watch him bluff. See, I tell you, Howard just is not the type of person that bluffs. That's why I watch so many people hand them.
Wow. Calls him with queen high.
And now you know why.
And Howard folds.
And now you know why
Wow.
I was telling you yesterday how hard he is to play against.
Right,
He
you just
doesn't
don't
fold
know.
a hand
Yeah.
ever. So he protected his blind all the time, but he never bets when he has top pair. But he always is calling with. So it put you in just a really weird spots, and that's why, you know, when I said I was upset that I didn't get more aggressive last night, but that was the reasoning right there. The more I think about it, I should have been limping the button probably instead of folding the buttons, playing post flop. I mean, you see Howard doesn't like to fold. I mean, he called 30,000 with queen high.
Right. Pretty remarkable that he would even make that call, but like you said, he's really just going to be calling with top pair in situations. Why not? Eights with Armand here.
Small blind. He'll make it 50,000.
Portland poker players are completely underrated. A lot of good poker players are coming out.
A lot of good players.
A lot of good players coming out.
They're not really underrated because it's a really good place if you're a good player to play right now because.
Race at 310,000.
Well, he put them all in with the 2-8s. I like that play.
Patrick is probably going to fold in the spot, I would imagine.
I mean, he's only getting called if he's beat. I mean, he's never going to get moved in on, and if he does, you want to get moved in on. I don't know if that's the right play. I take that back when I say I like that play. Why not open the 50? I mean, give the guy a chance to move in on you. And if he has an overpair, you're just screwed, you know.
Right. It's just the way it is.
I'm not so sure that was the right play.
We are here at Chinook Winds Casino Resort. I am Chris Turina, CEO of DSPT.
What do you do for DeepStacks?
You really want to know?
No.
I babysit.
Do you babysit Mike Madison and Mike Mizrachi a lot?
I have babysat the grinder.
And when you quit your job,
here's Patrick with the ace-10.
When you quit your job at SWAT or Narcotics Division,
right.
Did you envision being a babysitter?
No, I didn't. I didn't envision babysitting grown men. But it is getting a little bit easier.
But then
Patrick
again,
showing the ace.
once again, you have to you're misguiding yourself. You're saying grown men.
Grown men.
Everybody
right.
knows that I am a little boy and that Mike the Grinder is a little boy.
Right.
So babysitting.
Babysitting is grown men is not an accurate
Yes.
portrayal of
Yes,
exactly what it is that we're doing here.
Exactly. No, but you've done a great job in building DeepStacks, and I commend to you. We've been together now for 7 years.
6 years, yeah. 6 years, man. It feels like just yesterday, dude.
Yeah, I remember when I met you.
Yeah, man.
Right,
We've had a good ride, man. We're and the ride's not over. We're
We're
definitely kicking ass.
We rode out from videos to live camps
to now poker tour.
Poker tour.
Yeah,
We should start doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Here's Armin with the ace jack.
No, it's Red Bull. This is Rockstar.
Patrick might go broke.
He's all in.
Yep,
There,
he's gonna
there
go
we go.
broke here. See, you go all in, you go all in, you go all in, you go all in, and finally you run into
it.
And that's all she wrote.
Okay.
He's getting called this time for sure. There's no way he's folding. If he folds here, it's a bad fold.
Oh, absolutely.
And
He can't fold here. How do you
again,
fold?
I'm not. Where the other one was definitely a good fold.
Right.
And I'm looking at I was looking at the card.
I mean, this is an auto call, right? Is it?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
what's
if
he thinking about here?
If he has ace queen or ace king, you just have it. You know. It's a lot though.
320,
I'm not folding this hand. I don't think. Not five. Well, it was 5-handed still.
Call.
Yeah, he called.
And Armin calls.
I thought it was the right call. And
Patrick's about to see the bad news.
I told you I felt it was the right call.
Yeah, absolutely.
For his last 363,000 with ace of spades, 7 of clubs. He's been called by our with ace of clubs.
See, I'm just not. I'm not the type of person that's gonna. I want to re-raise an ace rag
Right.
all in. I want to open with the ace rag all in. I don't want to be calling reason.
Sure.
I think Patrick should have definitely folded this hand here, especially after you saw he was chipping up without risking
Right.
anything.
Queen 10 deuce.
He's pretty much dead to a 7, and if a king rolls off, he's dead completely.
Oh, wow. There's the 7 on the turn. Wow.
Incredible.
Wow. Patrick hits one of his 3 outs.
King.
Unbelievable.
Now he needs a king or a jack.
Can Armin
Unbelievable.
redraw here?
Welcome to tournament poker, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Patrick dodges a monster bullet, and Armin is just
stunned.
I would be too. Absolutely.
Like I said, I don't like Patrick's play. I like the shove with the 7s against an open because chances are the worse you are is against a flip if you call.
Right.
But when a guy opens under the gun, and I mean, there's a good chance he's got an ace. You're shipping with the only way you're getting called is if you're beat. It's and you're just dead. It's just a bad ace rag is just bad. You know, when you're short stack, shipping on top of somebody is bad. Open shipping is fine.
Right.
That was very, very, I got to pull for the guys wearing a Mike the Mouse shirt and all, but that wasn't very good.
Well, Patrick got lucky with the 7 on the turn, and Armin now is down to 434,000.
Yeah.
With Patrick a little over 800K. So the current chip stacks right now, Howard in seat 2, 900. Danny with, there we go, the chip counts. Danny with 1.7 million, Howard with 947, Patrick with 802, and now Armin is picking up the end of the list
He'll
with
be okay.
434K.
If he's as good a player as his friend says he is, he'll be fine. I mean, Danny really, it's Danny's tournament to lose. If he just plays small ball, I would be raising every button, and I would be, if anybody gets any resistance, I would check, and I would just keep chopping the field down and get myself to about 2.3 million without risking a chip.
Tournament strategy, right from the mouth himself.
Let's see what Howard. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know.
This is Armand. And it looks like Patrick's getting a walk. We're a little bit behind with the hole cards, but
it's all right. This new technology is like so much better on the hole cam. It's like a joke. How long have they been doing this for? Has it been like around for a while? Or
yeah.
I'm surprised WPT or any of the World Series or any of these other places haven't been doing this.
WPT does it. Absolutely, and
They do.
They do.
Their big events are off.
Not the big events. I mean, they're still using the traditional whole card cams for the TV shows and stuff, but
it's not even close.
I know this is awesome.
You don't have to worry about
just for everyone at home. This is our first RFID live streamed event here with Chinook. Here from Chinook. So, Danny opening with 2 9s.
No, actually, Danny's in the big blind.
Oh, I thought he just opened.
I don't know. Did he? I can't tell.
No, he's in the big blind.
Call. Raise to 70,000. Call.
Wow. Patrick just limp call.
Okay.
70,000 like it was nothing. We have no idea what.
We have no idea what Patrick has at this point. We have Danny at pocket 9s.
I like Danny's hand. And I have a feeling Patrick flopped a piece of this.
25,000. Raise.
Oh,
my God.
Snap calls him.
Oh, my God.
The 9s.
Flopped
Wow.
two
He flopped 2 pair. Wow.
He had to.
Wow, Patrick.
Patrick is going to be a big leader in this tournament now. Unless a deuce 9 rolls off.
Patrick Ray has 7-8 for 2 pair.
Wow. I told you. I said.
Yeah, you did say 2 pair.
I knew Patrick hit a big piece of this, and I said he could lose a lot in this hand. I had no idea he'd pick the whole thing, hit the whole thing.
Turn is a 7.
Oh, wow. Drawing to the last 2 9s.
That's going to leave 2 outs.
Wow.
What an amazing turn of events here.
Rivers of 4 spades.
Wow.
Massive
pot.
I mean, Patrick.
Wow, Patrick
now
is
have
in fuego.
1.6 million, and Danny's going to be down to about 900.
Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And the thing about Patrick getting the chips here is Patrick is an aggressive player. He's gonna open a lot more pots than these guys have been opening, and he's gonna do what I felt Danny should have been doing. I said it was Danny's tournament to lose unless he got unlucky, and there it is.
There it is. Wow.
Yeah. You limp 7-8 offsuit, and then you call, 10% of your stack out of position with it.
Right.
I mean, it's just if it comes 8 high, he's gonna lose like 300,000.
Right.
He has to flop gin.
Yeah, and he did.
Yeah. I mean, he comes 8 deuce 3, he's going to lose. He's going to lose at least 250. So,
Wow,
very,
unbelievable
very
hand.
Very
unbelievable hand.
Where's my phone? Is my phone here?
4. I'm sorry. Yes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 640, 650, 7.
Monster pot for Patrick. If you're just joining us, we are 5-handed here at the DSPT Oregon 1K buy-in, 150K guarantee main event. We just saw a massive pot between Patrick in the 7 seat versus Danny in the 8 seat. 7-8 versus pocket 9s. 7-8 wins.
Hello.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back. So anyway, let's talk a little basketball, my brother. I've always felt that you needed to have your own sports talk radio show. We talk about that all the time.
I'm. It's crazy as it sounds. I'm very.
It's actually not crazy. I actually wanted to talk to you about that. You know, I'm an avid sports fan, and you know I call into a lot of radio shows, and primarily about the NBA and such.
I mean, I'm very knowledgeable about sports. And,
you're very knowledgeable.
And if I ever had discipline betting sports, I would probably win.
If you don't know at home, Mike is a
recovering
DGen.
The thing is, I love sports so much, and what happens is I have an opinion on everything, and then I start losing. It's like in poker, I get stuck. I never tilt because I know I'm going to get the money on the best player when I'm playing. But like when I take these horrible beats in sports, I just get so frustrated.
You get frustrated because you have a love for it, and it doesn't work out the way you hope sometimes. But I've always felt that you needed to have your own radio show.
Yeah. Anyways,
we'd be talking. You'd be talking Lakers.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, we might want to put that on silent. Mike is still trying to figure out his Android phone, which he's had for 10 years, on how to put it on vibrate when he's on the radio. Danny looks like he just got kicked in the stomach. Danny is, I don't know if our, Danny is still at 1.65 million, with Patrick at 1.56 million.
All right.
I don't think.
Hello, I'm back.
I don't know where we're at with Danny stacked 1 point. Okay, Danny's at 920,000.
Droid.
Can you put that on?
I don't know how to put it. Only she knows how to put it on the thing.
It's
I
very
am
simple.
Stupid. Just put it on like.
It's very simple. It's this button down here that you hold down.
Well, that turns the thing down.
And there you go, buddy. There you go. You don't need assistance with your phone.
Right.
You need your assistance with your phone to call people back, like your buddies.
Yeah, like you.
Players all in.
He is
Armand
definitely getting called
is
here.
Definitely getting called.
Yep, I have to call.
All in and a call.
I just don't like that play.
And here we go.
I just don't like that play against Howard. He's only
Yeah.
going to call if he has an ace. You could.
At least Armin's live.
Yeah, he's 41% too.
10 of spades. He's been called by Howard holding ace.
Let's see if the poker gods can turn in Armin's favor on this hand.
60-40. It's not the worst of things. But Howard's ran so good this tournament. It's in the way after Armin losing that hand. Like I said, it's just not going to be meant to be.
No help for Armand. He's looking for a king or a 10.
King ball.
Oh, not a good card for Armand.
Now got an offsuit king or an offsuit 10. See, I just think you can make it 50 against Howard's blind, and then just play from there. I don't think you really need to.
And that'll do it for Armand, our fifth place finisher.
Yeah.
Fourth place finisher, correction.
I feel bad for Armand. He got real unlucky there. Like I said, he shoved 20 bigs with a king tie, but I think he can open against Howard because he could play in post flop. I think he can limp against Howard there and play post flop. I just raising Howard's blind. I just never was a big believer in.
We do have a single big blind.
Armand, our fourth place finisher with $12,500 for his 2 days worth of work. And our current chip count: Patrick at 1.6 million, Howard at 1.3, and